Welcome to Sacrilegious Discourse.
For this is what the Sovereign Lord says.
Why do you need prophets to tell people who you are and what you want?
If you can justify everything that the God of the Bible has done, then you can justify any of your behavior.
A lot of this mentality is trickling into what is now mainstream right-wing Christianity.
I am capable of empathy greater than this God of the Bible.
This is a Bible that they tell kids. This is the good Lord. This is the good book. He is fantasizing about murder, mass murder.
Head over to sacrilegiousdiscourse.com right now to find out how to leave us a review or support us on Patreon.
Hey there, sinners and saints. It's your favorite Bible-bashing duo from Sacrilegious Discourse, and we need your help.
That's right, folks. We're raising funds for some heavenly equipment and a studio that doesn't sound like it's in the depths of hell.
Our current setup, let's just say it's more apocalypse than audiophile.
So if you want to hear us dissect the Bible without the background noise of demonic squirrels, chip in a few bucks.
We're aiming for $5,000 to upgrade our audio and build a studio worthy of blasphemous banter.
Donate today and help us spread the good word of atheism.
You can find a link right on our homepage, sacrilegiousdiscourse.com. Every dollar counts.
Even if it's from your collection plate. Husband!
Wife!
Do you know where we are? And do you know how I feel?
You feel like shit.
I mean, you feel a little bit like shit. That's why we didn't go last night.
I mean, yeah, but, yeah. But it's like been in this yo-yo back and forth thing.
Yeah.
And we can't find our way back to the podcast lately.
Well,
like every other 2 or 3 days type thing.
Well, for me, Kid and I decided that I have fever and I'm like super sick, laid out practically for dead every like 3 to 7 weeks. And
yeah.
that tracks. And
I think that the time frame goes up closer together.
Yeah.
In the winter.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I totally agree with you. All I know is that last night I was up like all night crying and I had fever. Everything hurt and I couldn't breathe. It was just horrible. My eyes were boiling out of my head.
Yeah. Good stuff.
Yeah. Like
only just to be clear, wife wouldn't take any medicine last night for it.
No, that's not true.
Oh.
It's not that I wouldn't. It's not like you were like trying to talk me into it. I went to bed. And then when you got up, you were like, did you take any medicine? And I was like, no, I ought to do that. And then I did that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Why are you trying to pee me like
Because normally you don't take, like sometimes I'll be like, did you take medicine? And then I thought you didn't take medicine after I told you about it.
No, I took medicine when you told me to. And then I took medicine again this morning. Yeah. I mean, once I can sleep through, then I feel so much better.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm not feeling great. So, but do you remember where we are?
Well,
I mean, do you remember where we are being a very loaded question?
We did a mid-book Q&A last.
Uh-huh.
And the last actual episode that we did was Micah Chapter 4.
Correct.
So in that one, I believe we were questioning a lot of things. And that's why we ended up doing a Q&A about mid-book here.
Uh-huh.
And I think it boiled down to like there was Messiah questions and just confusing bullshit and all kinds of stuff.
We're kind of getting into Jesus land,
It
honestly.
seems like it, but that can't be right because they didn't know about Jesus back then.
Right. No, this is the book that they used to retrofit their Jesus into.
It feels very much like
and
that,
it's gross because we're coming at it from the opposite direction and we're like, ew, no, stop.
Yeah.
Like, imagine, it's kind of like when I watched Casablanca for the first time, I didn't realize that every cliche phrase that we ever knew, every quote, like either came from that movie or is attributed to that movie.
You're like, Jesus, there's a lot of cliches in this.
Yeah. Like I had to actually watch it a second and even third time to like rinse that sour taste out of my mouth.
Right.
Because I was coming at it from the future with my future eyes.
Sure.
And I needed to put on past eyes and appreciation eyes. And it's really hard to do that with the Bible.
Yeah.
I wanted to do it with Casablanca as a writer studying story structure.
There's another movie I watched that had a lot of sayings that we still use, and that's Cool Hand Luke.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's like so many things from that one that are used in pop culture and cultural references and, cliches and just different things.
Yeah,
I'm like,
you made
wow.
me watch that movie and I had like no interest in it. It was so good.
It really is a really good old movie.
I could see why it's praised as like on the list of like top 100 greatest.
No, I mean, honestly, that's one I would still
screenplays ever.
recommend. You go watch it. It's good.
It's a really good movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway, that being said, if you want to catch up on what was confusing, I recommend going back and catching our Q&A episode that we just did.
Or not. I mean, it didn't really clear up a lot because this whole shit is stupid.
Well, yeah, I mean, no more stupid than the rest of the shit. Right.
No,
but
totally. It does have a different flavor, though. The closer we get, these little teeny tiny itty bitty what are these guys called?
Yellow polka dot bikinis?
Yes.
But
profits. Minor profits. Yes. Little polka dot bikinis.
Right, yeah. Okay.
They do have a different taste from the rest of the Bible, the earlier bits, the stronger bits that are less Jesus laden, like referenced as Jesus-y. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like the rest felt like, this is totally Jewish history.
Sure.
Like this stuff to me feels like so retro loaded.
It does.
And I hate it. I fucking hate it.
And I'm honestly kind of curious if the wording in all of these are the same as are in the Jewish texts, as opposed, we're reading
like the
Christian
Hebrew Bible.
And that would be something I would be very curious about, is does it match up with the Jewish text exactly?
Right.
Or have there been retrofits, from Christianity to these books
we know that there's some difference in like word choice when I tell you like the puns and the play on words and stuff. So we know that there's some differences, but
I'm just curious, that would be something I would be very curious. Like, there's so many things, right? There's so many things that we can go back and be like, how does this change? How does that change? But ultimately, we could study the Bible for the rest of our lives and never learn everything, I think.
Yeah, oh, definitely.
Which is, we set ourselves up for a lifetime job.
Yeah.
That's what it boils down to.
The good and the bad.
Right. So anyway, that was Micah chapter 4.
Yes.
Which means that today we're getting into
Micah chapter 5.
All right, let's do this.
Okie dokie. All right, let's hop into Micah chapter 5.
Okay.
And I'm going to tell you right away that I'm only going to read the first 2 verses, and then I'm going to hop over and do something I don't typically do.
Okay.
And it's going to be interesting. You're going to love it. Yeah.
You say this.
Yeah.
But
just stay tuned. Stay tuned.
I'm staying tuned.
Okay. Yeah. I have a surprise for you.
All right.
Okay, ready?
I'm ready.
Marshal your troops now, city of troops. For a siege is laid against us.
Marshal your troops now, you city of troops.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just because you have a city of troops doesn't mean they're marshaled.
It's very redundant there.
Not necessarily.
Nope.
They're not necessarily marshaled.
That's true.
They might be at the bar currently.
But couldn't you just say marshal your city of troops?
Oh, yeah, that would be better.
Right.
Yeah. That would be much better, actually.
Right. Yeah. That's what I was saying.
They will strike Israel's ruler on the cheek with a rod. But you, Bethlehem Ephrathah, though you are small among the clans or leaders of Judah, out of you will come for me one who will be ruler over
for fuck's
Israel.
sake. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, this is straight up like one of the prophecies that they fulfill later on in the fucking Bible.
Whose origins are from ancient times.
Old and ancient? What?
Yeah. So, okay.
But this is written in the 800 BCEs, right?
Uh-huh.
When was David around? Was that like before this or after this?
Before. Okay,
but not like that much before, right?
Right.
Okay, so like when was David? I have to know because this is crazy.
Yeah.
I just had to do a quick search, and David was around 1000 BCE.
So he missed them by 200 years.
He missed them by a couple hundred years, right?
So like
so
2
if we're
lifetimes.
talking ancient, I don't feel like 200 years, according to like general biblical shit that we talk about, right?
Right.
Isn't like ancient.
Okay, but to be fair, wasn't the prophecy something before that, like the line of who's he, what's it? It'll always keep going on. And then, like, David was the last one, and they were like, oh, shit, how's that going to work?
I don't think so. I think it was always the line of David.
Was it?
Yeah.
Like, I thought that they were, like,
because David kind of came out of nowhere. He had his dad was, like, Jesse or something like that. And then he was a shepherd and, like...
And also a harpist.
Right, yeah.
And a headache rubber.
But he came out of basically nowhere to become this great person in Israel's history, right? Yeah. And then he slew the giant, right? Like, this is David's legacy. Yeah. Right? And so here is David thrust forward, and then his legacy is continued from there.
I thought prior to that, they were like, this, I don't know. I could be wrong. I'm trying to extend any kind of olive branch. Okay.
I don't think there's an olive branch here. I'm pretty sure it started 200 years ago. Okay. According to like what we're reading here. Okay. Which apparently is ancient times then. Right. Maybe because there was only 6,000 years total for them. Oh yeah. Maybe that feels like ancient times back then. True. I don't know.
Well, here's the thing. I saw a footnote to that in what I was reading, and I was like, hang on. So this is where I'm going to take us out of the text. Okay. All right. Normally I would wait till a Q&A, but I was like, no, absolutely not.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So this footnote read, here's the verse again. But you, Bethlehem Ephrathah, though you are small among the clans or rulers of Judah, one of you will come for me. Let me try that one more time. Out of you will come for me one who will be ruler over Israel, whose origins are from ancient times. Right. And then I wrote, with regard to this verse, one commenter states, and then here's where we've got the commenter's note. Sure. Okay. Yeah. In every age, from the foundation of the world, there has been some manifestation of the Messiah. He was the hope, as he was the salvation of the world. From the promise to Adam in paradise to his manifestation in the flesh 4,000 years after. And I go, please explain, because I thought Christians only recognize one Messiah, Jesus, whereas this guy seems to believe there's all kinds of Messiahs. Who were they? Where did they go? Were they also referred to as the Son of God?
Where did they come from?
Yeah, I was being slightly cheeky with ChatGPT. I was like, you need to help me.
Right, okay? Yeah.
And here's what ChatGPT had to say. This was a fun conversation. I just have to share. Sure. Just for the fuck of it. Okay? Okay. All right. Yeah. So ChatGPT says, the commentator you're referencing isn't suggesting that there are multiple messiahs in the Christian understanding. Instead, they are emphasizing that Jesus, as the Messiah, has been a continuous and unchanging hope throughout history, even before his incarnation as a human being. Here's how this idea is typically understood within Christian theology. Okay. 1. Messianic foreshadowing. Christians believe that the Old Testament contains numerous types, shadows, and promises that point to Jesus as the Messiah. For example, Adam is seen as a type of Christ, referenced in Romans, and that's in the New Testament, because he represents humanity, though Jesus is the better Adam who brings salvation. Melchizedek, a priest and king mentioned in Genesis, is also considered a figure who foreshadows Jesus. That's in Hebrews. Okay?
We should talk about him.
We should talk about him. We should probably
talk about him more after hearing that.
Yeah. Moses, who delivered Israel from Egypt, prefigures Christ as the ultimate deliverer. And David, Israel's greatest king, points to the eternal kingship of David. These figures and events symbolically represent aspects of what Jesus would fully accomplish, but they are not themselves messiahs. 2. So that was messianic. Number 1 was messianic foreshadowing.
Yeah, okay. All right.
Number 2, pre-incarnate appearance. Many Christians believe that Jesus, as the second person of the Trinity, was active in history long before his birth in Bethlehem.
As you do before your birth.
Yeah. For example, some interpret, quote, the angel of the Lord in the Old Testament in Genesis and Exodus as a pre-incarnate manifestation of Christ.
What the fuck?
Because.
Okay.
'Cause this is not the same as saying there were multiple messiahs, but rather that Jesus was always at work in salvation history. We just decided to think that randomly.
We just insert him wherever the fuck we feel like it. He was using that angel, over there.
You know when they mentioned a rock in the Bible?
I do.
That rock
was Jesus.
That was Jesus. Because you know why? Because
was the donkey? Was that also Jesus? No. No, that one wasn't Jesus.
No, it was.
Maybe the angel that was blocking the donkey.
Yeah, that was an angel of the Lord, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Cause. Yeah, we just decided it. We just decided that's the way it be.
What about that well? Remember when the girl ran away and then sat by that well? Was that Jesus?
Yes.
That was Jesus?
I decided it. So yes.
What about the lions that didn't eat the one dude?
You know what I think? Shira pulls are Jesus. You know why?
Think so?
'Cause.
Sure, why not?
If you could just decide random shit. All right, so that was pre-incarnate appearances.
Okay, yeah.
Number 3, the eternal plan.
The eternal plan.
Yeah.
Okay.
The commentator is likely referring to the belief that Jesus has always been central to God's plan for salvation. From the moment of humanity's fall in Genesis chapter 3, God promised a Savior, the seed of the woman, in Genesis chapter 3, verse 15, and this promise was fulfilled in Jesus. In this sense, the Messiah, Jesus, has always been the hope of the world, even if he was not revealed in the flesh until his birth.
Hold on a second, though. So he was this was promised in Genesis. Is that what I'm hearing?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Secretly, hinted at, alluded to.
But God allowed for the world to be built up entirely, with cities and all, right? And then to completely fail, and then wipe out all of humanity.
Yes.
And then bring them back again.
Yes.
And then have them succeed and fail multiple times.
Let's not
and
forget
kill
that.
large portions of them off in the meantime.
Let's not forget the Babel thing.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. They killed large portions off at certain points here and there. Before we get to the actual Jesus thing, right?
Right. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So which part of this indicates there is a
master plan?
Right. Yeah.
It seems like there's a master not plan.
I mean, yeah. It seems like a shit plan.
It seems like a goat screw, quite frankly.
Right.
It seems like a fuck fest of nonsense.
Yeah.
And ridiculosity.
It's just look, if you're going to kill off all humanity, all bets are off at that point, right?
Yeah.
You fucked up.
No, he knew he knows every seed and cell.
But it makes no sense.
He does.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
No.
Now, when you're saying magic things, you can say whatever you want. You can attribute anything to God that you want.
Exactly what bothers me.
Me too.
Yeah.
All right. Now, ChatGPT goes on to say, to address your specific questions, 1, who were these messiahs? The commentator doesn't mean there were actual messiahs. Instead, they were referring to figures or events that symbolized or foreshadowed the Messiah, pointing forward to Jesus. 2, where did they go? These figures, e.g., Adam, Moses, David, etc., were human beings who lived their lives and died. They weren't divine or eternal, but their roles in salvation history pointed to Jesus. 3, were they also referred to as the Son of God? No. These figures were not referred to as the Son of God in the way Jesus is. Jesus uniquely holds the title of Son of God because of his divine nature and eternal relationship with God the Father. In short, Christians believe there is only one Messiah, Jesus. The commentator is highlighting the ways in which Jesus, the Messiah, has been present and active in the story of humanity from the beginning.
Okay. But hold on a second here. Regardless of whether Jesus is a fucking rock or an angel of the Lord, isn't he still Jesus?
Yeah. And
so
God.
Why should he be
worshipped? And
worshipped?
also the Holy Ghost.
But why shouldn't he be worshipped any different whether he's a rock or an angel or Jesus? Why should there be any distinguishing factor between them?
What do you mean?
I mean, why weren't they bowing down before this rock when Moses was, striking it with his staff?
Well, I kind of get to that in my next question. So Jesus was Jesus before he was Jesus?
Right? Yeah.
Why didn't God just skip the middleman and
be Jesus?
Do stuff himself?
Right.
This whole thing is really confusing. I feel like the story of the Messiah is so much more...
Is this still you chatting with
Yeah.
Okay.
me saying this whole thing is really confusing. I feel like the story of the Messiah is so much more convoluted than necessary. It's like you're saying Jesus was always around, but he wasn't born yet, so he was God, but only the Jesus-y part, not the full Monty.
Right.
And this is ChatGPT's response. You've hit on a common point of confusion! Exclamation point. I love that it's taking my questions. It's really trying hard to convert me.
That's the great thing about it, right?
It's trying to convert me.
Yeah, right.
Because if I said this sounds like bullshit, you're a liar, then it would cut me off.
Right. Well, and here's the thing too, right? I because we use it as a quick reference for things sometimes, right?
Yeah.
But and it'll work as long as you are kind to religion. But I dare you to get it to say one nice thing about
atheism, agnosticism.
It'll say a nice thing about atheism, but
it'll be generic. We should not judge other people for their lack of belief or belief.
But it will actually, if you say enough Jesus-y things or Christian things, it will praise you or praise Christianity for its ideas through its responses sometimes.
It's trying really hard to convert me here.
Wow.
Just so you know.
Okay.
Yeah, right. That's why I had to read this. I was like, oh my God.
Yeah, it's not good.
So it says, you've hit on a common point of confusion! Exclamation point. The story of the Messiah and the relationship between God and Jesus is definitely complex, especially when you start looking at it from a theological perspective. You know, the only fucking perspective there can be. Let me try to break it down as simply as possible without glossing over the tricky parts. Spoiler alert.
Wow.
Spoiler alert.
It
glosses over the tricky parts.
I bet it does.
Yeah.
Yep.
1, it quotes me, Jesus was Jesus before he was Jesus. Christians believe Jesus existed eternally as the Son of God, the second person of the Trinity. Before his birth, he wasn't Jesus of Nazareth yet because he hadn't taken on human form, but he still existed as the divine word of God, according to John chapter 1, verses 1 through 14. The name Jesus and his human nature began with his incarnation when he became human, born in Bethlehem. So yes, in a sense, he was Jesus, the divine Son of God, before he was Jesus, the human being.
I don't know that. I mean, look, I'm not going to say that some Christians do know. I'm sure Christians think this, right? But most Christians I know, I don't know that they even know that this is a thing.
A tenet of their belief.
Right.
Did you know Jesus was always...
Did you know Jesus was Jesus before he was Jesus?
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, I don't feel like that's a thing they know.
I don't
at least
either.
people that I've discussed this with.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
I would love to ask your mom that. Like,
right?
Did you know you're a Christian?
Actually, I'd be curious about what people that listen think. Because I honestly want to know what you thought about Jesus.
Was he Jesus before he was Jesus? And is that
Jesus,
common? Is that a common thought?
Right.
Because we don't know.
Yeah, we don't know.
All right, number 2. Quotes me again. Why didn't God just do it himself? Christians believe that God did do it himself. The doctrine of the Trinity says that Jesus is God, just as the Father and the Holy Spirit are also God. The idea is that God took on human form to live, suffer, and die as one of us. This was seen as necessary to bridge the gap between God, the perfect and holy, and humanity, imperfect and sinful.
But there are so many glaring differences between how Jesus acts and God acts.
God becoming human was essential, according to Christian theology, because humans couldn't fix their broken relationship with God on their own. Jesus serves as the mediator, fully God and fully human.
So people in the Christian world, right, like to distinguish their Christian God from the Old Testament God. But according to this, and I do know this take, right? It's the same fucking God.
Well, yeah, that's the whole Trinity
thing.
It's
the exact same God.
Yeah, it's Trinity.
So essentially, it's the exact same God, right? It's all part of the one and the same, whatever.
Yeah.
They're all ever present, right?
Yeah.
If that's the case, then the new Jesus God thing is just as responsible for the old God Jesus shit that wasn't cool.
Yeah.
I mean, like, it's all the same.
Right.
You can't just forget about this because of that.
Right.
Because you changed this is like a rebranding exercise.
Here's the thing. Like, Christians make me feel embarrassed when they're around Jewish people, because it feels to me like they're saying, here, you did your religion wrong. Let me fix it for you.
Right. Yeah.
And it's kind of like, I wonder sometimes if like British people who come from like a long line or whatever,
Right.
they all do.
Yeah.
Like, I wonder if they are ever like, when they have to be around, like sometimes I feel embarrassed when I'm talking to a British person because I'm like, sorry, my ancestors broke from your king, yo. But also not, because I don't want to be under a king.
Right.
But, like, did we do much better? I don't know. And we still had slaves and, stuff.
Sometimes I
don't
do
know.
feel the judgment coming across the sea from other,
But it's not because we broke away from them. It's because we are nasty, loud, obnoxious fucks. And I'm right. That's the judgment. They are really thinking, I can't believe you deserted your king. Like, no. Obviously, they're not thinking that. But the Christians are looking at the Jewish people like that, though. I can't believe that you stopped at just Yahweh and didn't go any further. Oh my gosh. Let me show you how it's done, dear.
Right.
Darling dear, you're doing it wrong.
Yeah.
It's just so weird and embarrassing and arrogant and condescending.
Right. Yeah.
I have to feel like it's an American thing because, like, yeah, I know that the Reformation and Protestantism and all that, like, I know all that, right? But I have to feel like the Jesus in America is so different from, like, European Jesus.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
absolutely.
So I wonder how Christianity would be had the colonies not left the British. You know what I mean?
Oof.
Like, how would Christianity today be if there was no real world or new world, or if the new world was still under British control?
I don't know.
Because it was supposedly a lot about religious freedom and
Right.
the land of opportunity and all that, right?
Sure.
Like a new world, a new life, a new chance.
Yeah.
And land and gold and, all that shit.
I don't know that would have changed things a whole lot, honestly, because I feel like we would have still been allowed to pursue religious freedom over here at some level because we're across the sea, and what are they going to do?
We would have still been paying taxes to them, and they would have been like, you need to hold your goddamn horses. You need to get your religion in motherfucking check. It's ridiculous. Y'all need to stop. Moving on to number 3. Number 2 was, why didn't God just do it himself? He did. Okay, number 3, why the complexity? One possible explanation is that the story of the Messiah isn't meant to be overly simple because it reflects the complexity of life, relationships, and the nature of God. Christians believe God is infinite, eternal, and beyond full human comprehension.
And there's the real answer, beyond human comprehension. So therefore, whatever the fuck they want it to be
is to be expected.
Right. Yeah.
The, quote, Jesus-y part you mentioned refers to the Christian belief that Jesus is both fully God and fully human. This is called the hypostatic union, and it's admittedly hard to wrap your head around, being two fucking things at once.
Right, yeah. This is the ice
Schrodinger's
cube, water,
cat.
and vapor thing.
But it's also Schrodinger's cat. It's there and it's also not there. It's dead and alive at the same time.
Sure.
It's quantum physics,
Right.
quantum theory.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's admittedly hard to wrap your head around. Yeah. The idea is that Jesus didn't stop being God when he became human, but he also truly became human in every way.
Right.
How? That doesn't work.
You can't have
That
both
absolutely
things.
doesn't work.
But he's God, so therefore it can.
But that doesn't work.
Right. But
Yeah.
also...
I argue with him later.
Yeah. No,
yeah.
I know.
Let's just keep going.
Yeah.
Okay, number 4. Why didn't God skip straight to the end? Christians believe God operates on a timeline that allows human freedom and choice. In their view, God has been working through history, revealing himself gradually so that people could come to understand and accept him on their own terms, except for the ones that he already killed. Yeah.
Yeah.
All those.
Right.
Yeah.
Millions. Billions probably,
Yeah,
actually.
more than the devil and more than any human.
The devil didn't kill anybody in the Bible, hardly.
Yeah.
Except for like 10 people, maybe. But they attribute the 10 in Job, I think, to the devil.
Job's 10 kids, but
but
not
even though
really.
That wasn't really the devil.
That was God.
The devil didn't exist in the Old Testament in the same form that they think of the devil.
It was
in
an adversary.
The New Testament. It was an adversary.
Yeah.
So
the long wait for the Messiah, the foreshadowing in the Old Testament, and even Jesus' death and resurrection all play into a larger narrative of redemption and love that is supposed to invite participation in faith. It doesn't work for me. Yeah, no. It doesn't work for me.
Nope, neither.
Why it feels convoluted. Ready for this?
I'm ready.
It is convoluted, especially from an outsider's perspective! ! I'm an outsider.
Oh.
The theological concepts of the Trinity, the Incarnation, and the dual nature of Christ are some of the most debated and nuanced ideas in Christian history. Many Christians themselves struggle with fully understanding or explaining them, which to me seems fucking problematic.
Yeah.
Like, if you can't explain your religion, it's not very good, is it? Come work for this company. I don't know what we make, but the pay's good. What? Would you go work for that company?
I mean, maybe the pay's good,
But maybe you're making guns that kill children.
Right.
Right. Like, what?
Yeah.
At its core, though, the Christian message is often summarized like this. Ready?
I'm ready.
God loves humanity, but humanity is broken. It can't fix itself. God, through Jesus, entered the story as one of us to reconcile that brokenness. But it still feels like a confusing maze of ideas. So if you feel that way, you're not alone. It's been debated for centuries! And I then said, can it really be said that Jesus is, quote, one of us if he's actually God and knows what's going to happen? It's not really a sacrifice if you aren't actually giving anything up. Which I know is like a very common question, but I had to ask and see, where does ChatGPT feel about this? Yeah, what's their opinion? You've hit on one of the central critiques and paradoxes in Christian theology, and you're absolutely right to question it. Let's unpack this.
Okay.
1. Is Jesus, quote, one of us? What if Jesus is one of us? He's not.
Right, yeah.
Sorry, Joan Osborne. He's not.
Yeah.
Christians believe Jesus was fully human in every way, which means he experienced hunger, pain, emotions, temptation, and even death. The idea is that he shared the human experience to the fullest extent, except, of course, for sinning. And even that depends on the books that were left
really
out.
Does,
yeah. And it also depends on if you consider fucking a sin.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Sure.
Well, I mean, the books that they left out are the ones that say that he had a wife and had children with her.
Yeah.
And that would make him have to have fucked her. And fucking is a sin.
Right, yeah.
So we don't have sex. That is very simple, except for also, multiply and be married and have all the babies.
Right.
But only if you're married. But get very married at the age of 14 and have all the babies.
Right.
So, However, he was also fully God, which means he had divine knowledge and power. This dual nature is what makes the concept of Jesus so unique and so confusing.
Right.
Number 2, what did Jesus give up? Christians argue that Jesus did give up something by becoming human.
Yeah.
This is often referred to as the kenosis, based on Philippians chapter 2, verse 7, where it says, Jesus, quote, emptied himself, yeah, he did, to take on the form of a servant. The idea is that he temporarily set aside the full use of his divine attributes. He packed all his superpowers, if you will, into a box of kryptonite and sent it to Krypton for Superman to hold on to, since we're doing Imagination Land. That's what happened.
Sure, yeah.
He has magic powers, and he was like, but I'm going to live a few weeks without him. By which I mean all the way from birth until, I don't know what, my 20s or 30s. I don't really know because I'm not there yet.
Sure.
But I'm going to put all my superpowers for 20 or 30 years into a box, not touch them.
Got it. Yeah.
The idea is that he temporarily set aside the full use of his divine attributes, magic powers, like omniscience or omnipotence while on earth. Now, omniscience is all-knowing and omnipotence is all-powerful.
Right.
And also, it doesn't mention omnitemporal and omnipresent, which are 2 other magic powers. I don't know if those were set aside, but omnitemporal means always there throughout all of time, and omnipresent means always present.
Sure.
So, I don't know.
before we go too much further, I want to point something out because you had said something about Jesus having a family and you know, a wife in other books of the Bible that are like the not canonical books. There's not really that specifically. So they're like, based on what I'm looking at quickly here, granted, I'm basically what I'm saying is this maybe deserves a little bit more research.
Okay.
Because there's only 2 books that they mentioned, that would be the Gospel of Philip and the Gospel of Mary Magdalene, that contain references to having Jesus having close relationship with Mary Magdalene or other women. But they're written much later and they're not considered reliable historical sources by most scholars, according to this. The book, The Da Vinci Code, writes it as he had a family and stuff.
That's probably what I'm confusing it with.
Separate from anything canonical. That has nothing to do with canonical.
I did read the Da Vinci Code, so that's probably what I'm drawing from. Because I'm like, honestly, when your religion is so whack and somebody's like, this fits, I'm like, yeah, okay.
Right.
You know?
I just wanted to make sure we weren't pulling facts from the
I appreciate
the
correction. I apologize. I recognize my mistake. Thank you for correcting me. I am only defending myself because I'm like, right, this stupid thing didn't exist, but all the other ones do.
Sure.
Magic.
No,
he put his magic in a fucking box. But he maybe didn't fuck girls or boys. Well, it doesn't say he didn't fuck boys. I don't know. He may have fucked somebody. I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying.
Right. No, I hear you. I hear you.
Okay.
Yeah.
For example, anyway.
Yeah.
There are moments where Jesus shows human limitations, like not knowing the exact time of the end of the world in Mark chapter 13. This suggests that while he was on earth, he experienced life much as a human would. Because, you know, he had put his magic powers in a box.
Right. Yeah.
3, to answer your question, is it really a sacrifice if you know how it ends? This is a tough question. From one perspective, Jesus knowing the outcome could diminish the idea of sacrifice.
Could. Yeah, could.
If you're sure you'll come out on top, is it truly selfless? No, it is not.
No.
Right?
Yeah.
Now, let me answer that for you, ChatGPT. However, Christians argue that Jesus' suffering and death were still real and significant because he endured physical pain, humiliation, and the experience of being abandoned. That is, his cry on the cross, my God, why have you forsaken me, in Matthew.
Much like every human in history to this point. Every human dies, you know? Every human experiences agony and pain.
Well, yeah, that's their point is that,
right,
and he did too.
That sacrifice in and of itself is no greater than every human.
But he didn't have to, and he did it anyway. No, that's the sacrifice.
Well, that's just amazing.
Thank you for taking off your shoe and experiencing rug burn?
Right. Like, essentially, he knew he was going to come out without any, problems.
Yeah.
So, there's no fucking sacrifice.
Exactly. It hurts in the moment, sure. But you know you're going to come out of it on top. So what are you giving up?
Sure.
Nothing. Additionally, the Christian view emphasizes that Jesus didn't need to do this. As God, he could have avoided the whole thing. The sacrifice is seen as an act of voluntary love and humility. But like that song Concrete Blonde, that nobody asked him to do.
Right.
Yeah. Number 4, does being God diminish the suffering? I didn't ask that, but does it? Theologically, Christians believe that Jesus' suffering was not diminished by his divinity. Even if he knew the end result, the agony of the experience was still real. Think of it this way. If you knew a painful surgery would save someone you love, you might go through with it. But the knowledge of the good outcome doesn't eliminate the pain during the process. That's not the same.
That's not the same.
Right? That's okay, if I give up my kidney for my child, that is a sacrifice because I'm giving up one of my life-giving organs that I might actually require one day.
Right.
I might not make it out of that surgery. And
if you knew that going into it, it might change your... like you might look harder for somebody else for a match, you know, for somebody else.
Until the last minute, and then I would be like, well, it's me.
Right.
Obviously.
But we don't have the luxury of knowing the fucking outcome.
Right.
Whereas God does.
Yeah. So the pain is beside the fucking point.
God of the Bible does, I should say.
Right.
God actually does.
Right.
But
yeah. I'm just like, I'm really annoyed by these arguments.
Right.
Okay, I'm almost done. Last one. Ready? Number 5. What's the point if he's not giving up forever? The Christian message emphasizes that the incarnation, death, and resurrection weren't about God permanently giving something up, but about demonstrating love, solidarity, and offering a path to reconciliation. The temporary nature of the sacrifice doesn't diminish its meaning for Christians because it's about what it symbolizes. God stepping into humanity's brokenness. Thank you for putting your foot into our disgusting nastiness. We suck so fucking much, as you always remind us. We're worms. Yeah. We're gross sinners. And you dipped a toe. You're good. Thank you.
Well, he does spend a lot of time telling us how much he hates us and everything.
I know. That's why I'm like, fuck off.
Right.
Fuck off. Okay. Anyway, to continue back where we were in Micah.
I don't even remember where we were because we went off on a half-hour rant on that.
Well, this guy was commenting about the longevity of what are they called? Messiahs through the ages. That's how he got there. And he's like, Jesus has always been around.
Got it.
Like, you know, out of you will come for me one who will be ruler over Israel, whose origins are from of old, from ancient times. Okay?
Got it. Yeah.
So he's like, Jesus coming. Okay.
Right.
Therefore, Israel will be abandoned until the time when she who is in labor bears a son, and the rest of his brothers return to join the Israelites. He will stand and shepherd his flock in the strength of the Lord, in the majesty of the name of the Lord his God. And they will live securely, for then his greatness will reach to the ends of the earth.
Wait, they're saying in his God.
Uh-huh.
Like, they're not saying that he is God.
Right.
So, okay.
Yeah. But they're I'm just clarifying the Messiah's here. Coming, and when he's born, that's when God's going to do some things.
Okay.
I don't know anything about the Messiah, but when he comes, God's going to do some things.
Got it.
Okay? And Israel's going to be awesome.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
And he will be our peace when the Assyrians invade our land and march through our fortresses.
The Assyrians.
There we go. Okay. There it is.
So there's the problem. There's problem one.
Yeah.
Among
many
5 billion other fucking problems. But like, he's literally in a time when the Assyrians are at the gates.
At their gates, yeah.
And he's talking about the Assyrians and referring to what the Christians say is Jesus, which comes
several hundreds
of years later.
Almost 1,000.
Almost 1,000 years later. Yeah.
We will raise against them 7 shepherds, even 8 commanders, who will rule the land of Assyria with the sword, the land of Nimrod with drawn sword. Love me some Nimrod.
Which would have been Babylon, maybe, because he was one of the, it could be seen as Babylon because he was one of the founders of Babylon.
Sure.
Right? So
he will deliver us from the Assyrians when they invade our land and march across our borders. The remnant of Jacob will be in the midst of many peoples like dew from the Lord. Doo-doo. God gonna poo-poo. Like showers on the grass, which do not wait for anyone or depend on man.
Right.
The remnant of Jacob will be among the nations, because there's always a fucking remnant.
Yeah.
In the midst of many peoples, like a lion among the beasts of the forest, like a young lion among flocks of sheep, which mauls and mangles as it goes.
Oh, okay.
And no one can rescue.
Right.
Womp womp. Hate a lion.
Why would you rescue? It mauls and mangles as it goes, and no one can rescue.
Yeah.
Why would we want to rescue the thing that's mauling and mangling things?
I don't know. Let the lion go, right?
Yeah.
Lions,
I mean, I guess.
Lions are wild animals.
Maybe it needs rescuing from its bad behavior? I'm not following that bit.
I can't even with this chapter anymore, honestly. The footnote that led me to my conversation kind of like turned me off to this whole chapter, if I'm being honest.
I'm starting to feel like this book of Micah is like severely one of the biggest bases for Christianity in total.
Yeah.
that's out there.
That's the same feeling I have. And that's why I was like, ugh.
Right, yeah.
You know, because
like
all the footnotes are like...
was really enamored with Micah.
Well, because they say a Messiah is coming and the throne of David will live on. And I'm like, but it won't though, because dude died. Yeah. Your hand will be lifted up in triumph over your enemies, and all your foes will be destroyed. In that day, declares the Lord, I guess according to Micah, I will destroy your horses from among you and demolish your chariots, because I am an asshole.
Yeah.
I will destroy the cities of your land and tear down all your strongholds. I love killing things.
That tracks. Yeah.
I'm magic. I got my magic back.
That's God we know.
Yeah. Oh, wait, I don't got it back. I never put it aside yet.
Right.
I don't know yet that I'm going to do that in a minute. I will destroy your witchcraft, and you will no longer cast spells. Ooh.
Oh, we're back to the spell casting.
Yeah. Okay. That's fun. I will destroy your idols and your sacred stones from among you. No more shareables.
Damn secret stones.
No more sex in high places. I have sex in high places where the whiskey roams in the what? Beer. No? That song?
Yeah, I know what you're getting at there.
Okay. I thought maybe you were like, I don't know what song, and I was like,
no, you don't even like country music.
No.
Like you're sitting here adapting on the fly a country song
I do
to Jesus stuff.
That tracks.
Yeah,
country, Jesus, seems about right to me. Okay. Because I am judgy.
You certainly are.
Yes. You will no longer bow down to the work of your hands. I will uproot from among you your Asherah poles. There it is.
Yep.
When I demolish your cities. You won't, though.
Right.
You'll leave a few.
But that just shows you how old this is. This book, right?
Yes.
It tells you how old this book is right there, because we're still talking specifically about Asherah poles.
Yep.
And if you've been following along with us, you know that stopped in about, anything that was in the Babylonian exile and after definitely did not have Asherah poles mentioned very often, at the very least.
Right.
Maybe like as a
they talked about
footnote in the past or
something. They
something.
talked about idol worship in general.
Right.
Not specific.
Right.
This is very specific.
It's very specific.
Okay, last sentence. Ready?
Yep.
I will take vengeance and anger and wrath, because that's godly.
Right.
On the nations that have not obeyed me. Why should they? You're not their God. The end. Fuck that chapter. Fuck Micah.
Yeah. All right. Well,
you could see why I was like, I don't love Micah at all. Yeah. I hate Micah. Micah can eat my ass.
Right. All right. Well, that was Micah chapter 5.
Sure as fuck was.
Which means we'll be back tomorrow with
Micah chapter 6.
All right. We'll see you then.
Bye. Husband.
Wife.
Do you know where we are, and do you remember anything at all?
We are still in Micah.
We are.
And it's taken us forever.
It is. It's only 7 chapters, but it's taken us like a month.
Yeah. Good times. Mm-hmm. As I recall, I think we have this problem kind of like in winter.
Yeah.
It's a thing with us.
Yeah.
And we just can't manage to stay healthy. In fact, did you want to tell everybody why we missed the last couple of, last few days?
Well, Sunday afternoon, I wasn't really feeling great. And then that night, I had fever that my body, I was hurting so bad.
Yeah.
That I was crying all night. I couldn't sleep. And the next day, it didn't get much better, and I slept. And then the next day after that, and I was like, this cannot hold.
Right.
So I made an appointment with my doctor, and they were like, you probably have the flu, but why don't you come in and we will test you?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the good news is that I didn't have flu. Yay! The bad news is that I actually had COVID, just without all of the everything that comes with it.
Right. It's like a saga.
Yeah. And I asked my doctor, I did a telehealth thing. And what's funny is that morning when I did the telehealth appointment, the second that she logged in, she looked at me and went, "Ooh, you look horrible. No offense." And I was like, "Thanks, bitch." I mean, to be fair, I did look pretty gnarly, but still.
Right.
And then I asked her, it seems like I've been sick every other week, at least since Thanksgiving and, longer.
Yeah.
But particularly.
Right.
And is there something wrong with me? And she was like, probably not. There's a lot going around. And she's right. There is. I did double check online, particularly in Ohio. We've got a quadruple hit.
Yeah.
I know the COVID, flu, and RSV, and I can't remember the other one. Norovirus.
Yeah,
That's right. Yeah. That's right. Yeah. So our hospitals and ERs apparently are filled to stuffed.
Yeah. That's what I understand.
Yeah. So she's like, you have not a great immune system, and I think you've been a victim of a series of unfortunate events. And then she chuckled, and I had to chuckle too, because I was like, yep, that's
about
my life.
Yeah.
Not just, this month. That's my life.
Right. Yeah.
So that's why I'm always sick.
Right. Yeah.
And it's not my fault. And
right.
But I'm sorry. And that was me. That's on me. And we're back.
For now. I'm not making any promises.
One episode at a time, you guys.
Yeah.
Our intention is to finish the Bible.
Yes.
One chapter at a time, as long as it fucking takes. Broken arms, COVID, everything else.
That being said, the last time we read an actual chapter from the Bible, it was Micah chapter 5.
It sure as fuck was.
Yeah, and in that chapter, there was a lot of New Testament-y shit.
It really felt that way, didn't it?
Yeah, like they were talking about the Messiah was born in Bethlehem, and
he's a common
crazy, just like dead on type shit.
Yeah.
But then, I know because I've read books about it sort of, and here and there, and seen things and heard things.
You've seen some things, man.
Yeah.
You've been out here on those streets.
It's almost like this book existed before the New Testament, right? Because it's the Old Testament. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like when the people that wrote the stuff that's in the New Testament were reading the Old Testament, they're like, hey, there's some prophecies back there. What
if we fill them real quick?
We got to make those things, happen.
I mean, we are usurping a religion. Like the other religions just kind of evolved and developed, but we're actually hardcore, actively, legitimately usurping.
Right. So if you're going to usurp, you need to do it properly by stealing the prophecies and putting them in your book.
Yeah.
You got to make those things work together.
You got to be like, look, guys, we fixed it. You did yours wrong. You didn't finish it, but we finished it for you and plus some.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. This guy's like, you see this Jesus dude? He's like Jewish plus.
Yeah.
He's got all the prophecy shit.
Yeah.
He's good to go. See?
He's David on ice.
Man. Anyway, that was Micah chapter 5.
Sure as fuck was.
Which means that today we're getting into
Micah chapter 6.
All right, let's do this.
Okie dokie. All right, husband, you are gonna fucking love this chapter.
Am I now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because Micah is about to break down some shit.
Okay.
Okay, you ready?
I'm ready.
Listen.
I'm listening
to what the Lord says. Stand up, but not sit down,
Right, yeah.
Stand up. Listen, plead my case before the mountains. Let the hills hear. Let the hills hear what you have to say. Hear you, mountains, the Lord's accusation. You listening, you mountain?
Yeah, okay, sure.
Listen, you everlasting foundations of the fucking earth.
When I go to visit the Rocky Mountains, I'm gonna be like, listen, you everlasting foundations of the earth.
You fucking mountains.
Listen.
For the Lord has a case.
He's got a case. He might even have a lawyer.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, but
literally
sounds like it.
Literally, this chapter is Micah talking about God as a court case.
Got it. He's got to litigate the fuck out of religion.
He needs to hire the legal eagle.
Okay. Beagle?
No, the legal eagle is a guy on YouTube, and he's friends with Dr. Mike, and
I'm sure you've just lost 90% of our crowd.
Anyway,
so.
these are two YouTubers that I follow that I really like. But Legal Eagle guy, he like tells you about law stuff as legal eagles do.
As a legal eagle would.
Yeah. But
how much legal would an eagle legal if a legal eagle could eagle?
Oh my
law?
God. Pickle. He's cool though. Anyway, so the Lord just wishes legal eagle would represent him. Is what I'm saying.
Okay.
Okay.
Right, yeah.
For the Lord has a case against his people. Of course he does.
I mean, yeah, he always does. He doesn't fucking like them.
He's like, I chose you. I hate you.
You guys suck.
Like you're.
And here is my goddamn court case.
He has borderline personality disorder.
He has something.
I don't say that to make fun of him. Like to make fun of people with BPD, like I have BPD,
right?
So
right.
I'm not just like putting that out there.
We should really, get God some help.
Yeah,
like he needs some therapy.
He's like, I hate you. Don't leave me.
Somebody hurt him, and
yes.
It's really caused havoc on humanity.
Right?
So.
It's true. Excuse me, but he is lodging a charge against Israel. It literally says that.
Okay.
He is lodging a charge. Excuse me, my name is God Yahweh to be exact, and I would like to fill out the forms where I can put a case against these people. I need to lodge a case, lodge a charge, against my people that I chose that I made.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. My people, what have I done to you?
What
you got time?
We start with what you haven't done because it's not much.
Right.
You've done just about everything you can imagine. So
I mean, there was a lot of murder.
There was a lot of murder.
We could start with murder.
Yeah.
Right?
Over and over again.
And then he bats his eyelashes and puts his hands to his chest and says, "How have I burdened you?" Blink, 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 blink. Answer me.
Hold on. There was do you remember Genesis?
How have I burdened?
How have you burned with pain of childbirth? With you're going to toil the land the land for all of eternity. How hasn't he burned us?
I'm a narcissist, so you had that coming. You made me hurt you. You had it coming. You chose this pain. You chose this path. That's what a narcissist, an emotional abuser says. Yeah. They use gaslighting to say, I am stabbing you in the fucking stomach because you were mean to me. So it's your fault that I'm stabbing you.
Yeah.
I brought you up out of Egypt and redeemed you from the land of slavery. Classic narcissist.
Which never fucking happened.
Right.
At least according to most historians.
Right.
And on top of that, he just won't fucking drop this shit.
Like strings attached?
Dude, okay, we came out of Egypt. What of it, man?
But it took you 40 fucking years, though.
Right. But just move along.
Thank you. Thank you for that one thing.
That's your whole thing, man.
You killed us along the way. You made us take the long path. You didn't help us. You threw birds at us.
He doesn't really bring up the whole Noah story anymore because that would remind people that, he killed all of humanity.
Right.
Except for that one family.
Yeah. I brought all of you except none of you really.
He likes to remind us of the Egypt thing, but not the Noah thing.
And the Noah thing came after that, right?
No.
No, wait. No, you're right. No, hold on. He's like, I drowned everybody, started over, and then brought you out of Egypt.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
No, Noah was back in Genesis.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Sometimes I get confused. Don't forget I have COVID brain right now. Mean. Listen to the laughter, you guys. So mean. All right. So anyway.
Yeah.
I sent Moses to lead you fuckers. Also Aaron and Miriam. Remember her? Remember Miriam?
If I was Miriam, I would be kind of like, dude, you fucked me over pretty bad here.
You gave me leprosy and then you muted me.
Right, yeah. Thanks, buddy.
Right? You sent me with
and Aaron, he killed both of his sons.
I know. And didn't even let him cry about it.
Right, but not only that, but remember, Aaron was the one creating the fucking calves at the bottom of when he came down with the tablets, right?
Yeah.
And so he had them all pick sides at that point. So Aaron was literally leading these people that were doing this, and then Moses was like, "Y'all are gonna die unless you come over to my side." And then he just killed all the people that wouldn't come over to his side. That Aaron was just leading. He was leading those people.
Yeah, whatever.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. How did I burden you? Please.
Right?
Please. Like, did you really?
And these are your leaders. These are your leaders you said you picked.
Yeah, you fucked them so hard.
Not only that, you didn't even let Moses into the promised land.
I know.
I mean, come on.
That is rude. I'm sorry.
Because he hit a fucking stone that's probably Jesus, maybe. I don't know. And then
that's just uncalled for.
How we didn't know that was Jesus. Come on, dude. How did we know that was Jesus?
I'm sorry, but he did so much mean stuff to Moses. He abused him and then did not let him finish the journey. And that still hurts my feelings on his behalf. Honestly, I don't feel like that's right.
I mean, sure.
Insofar as if that story even has an inkling of truth to it, it's tragic.
I feel like as old as Moses was at that point,
he probably gave zero fucks.
He was probably just done and couldn't go any further. And they used that as like, well, he's just not allowed to go into the promise. You know, like,
right.
Like, no, really, dudes, I can't go any further. I'm done.
I'm done. I don't give any fucks
I'm dying
anymore.
like tomorrow. Okay, yeah. So
I am 100
y'all
and
enjoy the milk and honey and all that shit.
90.
I'm gonna go
7 years old or whatever.
Yeah.
Or how many hundreds was he?
He was like 120, I think.
Okay, I said 173.
I can't remember exactly, but it was over 100, but it wasn't like. We were past the ridiculous amounts.
Oh, okay. We were
the overly ridiculous.
Yeah,
amounts.
We were at the
only pseudo ridiculous.
It could happen, but probably not.
Right. Yeah.
What's the oldest person currently on record? Isn't it like 110 or something like that?
Way more than that.
120?
More than that. It's like 127 or 128.
Are you serious?
I'm pretty sure.
Wow.
I don't know if there currently is someone that old, but there has been in recent history at the very least.
Were they in like good mental capacity though?
I think so, actually.
Wow.
I'd have to look into it more. I don't want to speak to this with any authority.
Right.
Because I honestly have no idea. But I do think I remember recently-ish 127, 128.
I actually, okay, this is way off topic, but I actually read an article that said that we're, I mean, obviously doing life way wrong if we're living longer and expecting people, like everybody wants to live at least to 100, if not more, right? So let's say that 100 is the new, like, this is when we die, not 85,
sure,
right?
Yeah.
Not 72, not 65 retirement, right? Like we all live to 100 now, right?
Right.
So childhood should actually last way past 18 in order to, you know, give everybody time to let their fucking brains finish developing, right? And so like all of secondary schooling should be part of, you know, just part of childhood education, like continued education and a couple of years of like social service somehow, you know, that community service giving.
I would say this, that generally speaking, after you get past like the age of 80, 85, definitely 90 probably, your quality of life is not non-existent, cool. Essentially. Yeah. Like, and I'm not saying there's not 85
even if your brain is good your body ain't.
Right. You know at that point, you're pretty much done. You might live.
But you're probably...
you know, you're not going to go out and run and jump and play.
You're probably wearing a diaper, which, no offense, like, I pee my pants when I sneeze, so I'm not here to make fun of anybody wearing a diaper currently.
Right.
Like, no shade, honestly.
Sure. Yeah.
But, like, you're probably wearing a diaper. You're probably, like, barely able to walk, if at all, you know?
I mean, even if you're in good condition, though, you're definitely not anywhere near the healthiest you've ever been. Can
you pick up a can of green beans? Can you go grocery shopping? Like, I don't know. Can you drive? Can you see? Can you hear?
I mean, I saw a story once of this guy that was like 100 years old, still driving. And this was back in like the 80s. And the follow-up to the story, because there was a follow-up to it.
Of course
there was.
Because
when they showed this guy on the news, right? They're like, he told the person that was interviewing him that he couldn't see.
Are you kidding me?
He couldn't really see well. And they're like, well, how do you park the car? And he's like, well, I back it up and I run it over this curb so I know I'm here. And, you know, and like, he has all these like tricks to know where he's at. And so it was like the next week, the DMV had somebody at the DMV had seen the
and they were like
news article and they pulled his license.
Well, of course they were like, dude, come on, you can't go on public TV and say that you're fucking blind. Come on.
I think they made him come in and retest.
Of course,
because like you obviously I'm sure like at least more than one person called in and was like, this guy can't, I'm not allowed to get a license because I couldn't do a parking
blah, blah,
thing,
blah.
but this guy can't even fucking see.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it pissed me off a little bit too, I
Yeah.
guess, if I thought about it.
I bet he had like an acre of ear hair.
I mean,
because old men, like, they got ear hairs, and old women's, they have chin hairs. Like a beard, man. I'm going to have a beard. I can tell you that much. But mine doesn't grow on my chin. Mine's going to be like sideburns down the side. Will you still love me when I have sideburns?
yes, dear.
And chops?
Yes, dear.
You will?
Yes.
Because I don't love you when your ear hairs get out of control.
You make that perfectly clear.
I know.
Yeah.
So you're a better human than I am.
I know.
Okay. All right. As long as you're okay with that, you accept that.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Oh, I love you. All right, my people.
Okay.
Remember what Balak,
Balak.
king of Moab, plotted, and what Balaam, son of Beor, answered. Remember them two?
Yeah, well, so I'm not 100% clear. Like, that whole story still bothers me.
Yeah.
Because Balaam ended up, like, he gave a blessing to the Israelites because God forced him to, right? But he came to that area because God told him to.
Right.
This was the whole talking donkey thing.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And so, like, there was this whole mission. Like, he didn't want to go in the first place.
Right.
And then he gets there, and because God tells him to go, essentially. And then he goes, and then God forces him to bless the Israelites. So he does nothing wrong to God's people. And in fact, the whole time he's listening to God. But then when we listen to the story from another perspective later, he's bad, and they kill him.
He's
and God
evil.
kills him or something.
Yeah.
I'm like, wait, what?
Yeah.
What? I mean,
I have to be honest, like the fact that Balak and Balaam are so similar, they both start with B's and have way too many A's.
it was really hard to follow when we were
Like
doing it.
that kind, I know I said it at the time, but writers, people who write novels, like their editors will send it back and be like, you got to change these names. They can't have alliteration.
Right.
For people like me who cannot tell them apart.
Right.
I cannot, like, I have to be able to say Steve versus, Joe.
Right.
Those are completely different names.
Yeah. Yeah.
But give me a David, a Denny, and a Donnie, and I'm out.
Right.
I'm out, man. I can't tell them apart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I hear you.
My people, remember what Balak, king of Moab, plotted, and what Balaam, son of Beor, answered. Remember your journey from Shittim to Gilgal, that you may know the righteous acts of the Lord.
I don't recall that journey.
I don't either, but he's like, don't forget how much I'm awesome.
Right, but that's one I'm going to be curious about if we do a Q&A.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, what journey are you talking about?
We'll do a Q&A, and I'll
I'm
be
sure
like,
I'm being ignorant here, but I mean,
oh, I am totally. I don't remember shit like this at all.
right.
It's too many.
But that's definitely not like one of the more popular things that
It's not like he said, don't forget about the whale. Oh, I know that one.
Yeah.
Don't forget about like Noah and the ark and how I saved him. Oh, yeah. I know that one too. I know that one
if you
too.
brought up Uzzah, I'd have remembered Uzzah.
Right. Yeah.
And,
Justice.
Justice for it.
Yeah. All right, ready?
I'm ready.
With what shall I come before the Lord and bow down before the exalted God?
I don't know. What should you bring before the Lord?
That sounds like pa-rum-pa-pum-pum. Right? Is the rest of that one?
Right.
Shall I come before him with burnt offerings, with calves a year old? Oh, this is the people going, what do I need to do?
How do we fix it?
How much flair? Tell me specifically how many pieces of flair to wear on my uniform, and that's what I'll do. And God is like, just, the minimum is 7, but like...
You're missing the point.
Yeah.
Right. Which, just for the record, everybody, wife is referencing Office Space. Oh, is it Office Space? Yeah, Space.
Office Space.
Yeah. So, yeah. Which is great.
Great movie. Great movie.
I mean, great movie is maybe overdoing it, but it's still
No, I love
really
that
good.
movie.
Yeah.
Them tearing apart that printer, I have never felt so vindicated and just...
It was very relevant.
Yeah. For anybody who's ever worked in any office ever.
Right.
Yeah.
Goddamn TPS reports and the stapler.
Oh my
stapler.
Stapler. Yeah. Yeah, so these people are like, just tell me how many fucking pieces of flair to wear, and that's what I'll do. Okay.
Right.
How do I be good? Tell me. With what shall I come before the Lord and bow down before the exalted God? Shall I come before him with burnt offerings, with calves a year old? Will the Lord be pleased with thousands of rams, with 10,000 rivers of olive oil? Shall I offer my firstborn for my transgression? Oh, that's where that comes from. They want my firstborn.
Yeah, right.
You know, like when you have to pay like a deposit on something, you're like, oh, I have to pay like a $500 deposit and my firstborn. Next time they'll want my kidney too.
Right.
Yeah. The fruit of my body for the sin of my soul. Like, what do I need to do here? He has shown you, O mortal, what is good. Okay.
I don't really. Is this like hypothetical Israelite talking to God, who is then being answered by Micah in place of God?
No, this is Micah is doing this whole talk, and he's saying, look, God is telling you that you suck, okay? And I know that you're going to be like, what do I need to do? Just tell me the answer. Yeah. And I'm telling you, he's already shown you. And he's going to continue now, Micah, speaking for the Lord. And what does the Lord require of you? To act justly and to love mercy and to walk humbly with your God. Okay.
All right.
So that Micah is like he's anticipating what questions the people might have and then answering them ahead of time.
Okay. All right.
So
I think we should just view most of these, especially the minor any of the prophet speeches, as speeches that are being done in front of a group of Israelites.
Yes.
Because it's not really, like when you read these, it's very confusing. So it's obviously some sort of a speech that was written so that when they are giving it, they can kind of perform.
Exactly. You know, it's like an oratory.
They're performing these sections that are God or whatever.
This is written down after the speech was given.
Right.
This is the recorded speech.
Or a scribe writing it down in the moment, whatever.
Sure. It does help that I read notes on this before, because I would not have known that this was a back and forth that Micah is giving, because it goes from one sentence to the next with
it's very confusing
quotation marks.
Yeah, no, it's not easy to follow.
No, it's not. And I'm glad that I specifically just read the notes.
It's no wonder that people get sick of reading the Bible, because you get to this, especially if you're not reading it out loud with someone to bounce off of. It's really difficult to catch all the little nuances that you come across.
Yeah.
So and even with us both doing this and researching it, we still miss large chunks of what's going on.
Yeah.
So
just the simple use of quotation marks would have helped.
I say that because I don't want anybody that is listening along or reading the Bible on their own to think that they were dumb for missing something, because
hell no,
we've missed so much, and we're doing this as part of our job.
Right.
This is part of what we do.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's still really hard.
And we've been doing this for over 4 years.
Right.
4.5, almost 5 years in August.
Yes, correct.
And we still don't know what the fuck we're doing, and every chapter is hard.
We know way more.
We know more than we did, but we still don't know what we're doing, and every chapter is hard.
Definitely.
But
that's I'm giving kudos to anybody who's tried before.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh yeah,
because
definitely.
This is not just read it and understand it. That's not how this works.
At all.
Yeah.
So he continues, and what does the Lord require of you? To act justly and to love mercy and to walk humbly with your God. Listen, the Lord is calling to the city, and to fear your name is wisdom. Heed the rod and the one who appointed it. Am I still to forget your ill-gotten treasures, you wicked house, and the short ephah which is accursed? Shall I acquit someone with dishonest scales, with a bag of false weights? Your rich people are violent. Your inhabitants are liars, and their tongues speak deceitfully. Therefore, I have begun to destroy you, to ruin you because of your sins. You will eat but not be satisfied. Your stomach will still be empty. You will store up, but save nothing, because what you save I will give to the sword. You will plant, but not harvest. You will press olives, but not use the oil. You will crush grapes, but not drink the wine. You have observed the statutes of Omri and all the practices of Ahab's house. You have followed their traditions. Therefore, I will give you over to ruin and your people to derision. You will bear the scorn of the nations.
So,
the end.
I have to point this out, right?
Yeah.
Because he says, should he not do these things, right? He's asking. He's not asking. He's going to do these things. He's going to punish you for doing these wrong things, right?
Well, no. He's saying, should I overlook your sins?
Right.
Not should I not do these
Correct.
things.
So he's saying, should I overlook your sins, right?
Right.
The answer that ultimately is the case in the Old Testament is no, because generally he punishes the Israelites for these sins.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
But we get to the New Testament, right? Mm-hmm. And this God, who is also God, who becomes human, who is a son, but also God, and a vapor, and I don't know what else the fuck he is. I don't care.
Ice Cube.
He's a ghost, and he's a man, and he's a God, and he's
Foot
whatever.
Locker.
Yeah. But he forgives. That God forgives. Mm-hmm. But it's also the same God.
Yeah.
It's also this God.
Mm-hmm.
They're all the same God.
Yeah.
And yet.
And the God of the Muslims as well. He's a Muslim God. He's that God
let's
too.
just take this in the Christian context, right? Because that's what we're reading. We're reading the Christian Bible.
Okay.
Right? And yes, they're all Abrahamic gods. Yeah. Right? There's differences between the Islamic God and the Jewish God and the Christian God when you get right down to it. But because there is no Jesus other than a prophet in Islam, there's Muhammad, and then obviously Judaism doesn't have any prophets that are anything more than just a prophet. Okay. So there is no real equivalency between the two or the three, other than Yahweh.
That's not necessarily true. Like they do celebrate Moses as a great prophet instead of just like a prophet.
I was saying, other than you can't take the later stuff, the Muhammad. You can't take that. You can't take Jesus. You can't. There's not an equivalency other than Yahweh.
Right.
Yahweh is the equivalent.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's the same God. All three of those religions celebrate the same God.
Right. But what I was getting back to what I was saying is that he's okay with that. We're assuming that he's going to punish you in the Old Testament. But people who read the New Testament assume that he's not going to punish because he forgives. He's a forgiving God.
Well, that's the Jesus-y side of him.
Right, but it's the same God. And this is where I have a real major issue with the whole Jesus thing. Because he says it right here. If we're to believe that God is infallible, then how is it that he gets to the whole Jesus bit and he's like, no, I was fallible. I am going to forgive now.
It's by putting himself out there as Jesus, he's able to say, I didn't change, I just had a different offshoot.
I just can't
trick.
I just can't accept it.
It's a trick.
If you are a real
sleight of hand.
If you are a God who is truly omniscient and omnipresent and all the things, right? Then you didn't need to fix what you did.
Right.
You shouldn't. This God has to fix shit all the time.
You mean the people have to fix it for quote unquote him?
That's what I'm. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it just there's so much that has to be corrected and that is not correct to begin with.
Changed up, filled in, redacted.
Right. And either punishment happens in the afterlife or it happens on earth. But this God in the Old Testament seems to make it happen on earth quite a bit. Right?
Yeah.
But it's only later that we're like, well, that's all going to happen in the afterlife where you get punished.
Yeah.
It's just the whole Jesus thing is just like, and I said this recently, it was just a rebranding exercise.
Yeah.
That Old Testament God was just too much of an asshole.
Yeah.
He was too much of a dick.
Yeah.
You know, like that's it.
Which side of the tent to pee on no longer applied. So they had to re-up, you know? That's all it was. And we were supposed to be able to keep re-upping, but we haven't been able to because of the printing press.
Yeah.
And now the Bible is locked in stone more than it was when it was actually in stone.
Right.
Which is, something I said that's ironic.
The document itself, as it stands, as it stood once Christianity came about, is not really meant to be adapted, can't really be adapted. So once it was set in what the canon is, and once that had stayed in place for hundreds of years, and then, like you said, went to the printing press and became more than anything
it is
ever
what
before,
it is.
It is what it is.
Yeah. And it will never change, except it does in how people interpret it. And it's interesting to me that the people keep changing how they interpret it. And currently, even though we call ourselves Christian, we're going like hardcore Old Testament meme God.
Wouldn't it be funny if there was like a group of Christians that decided that they're like, no, the Old Testament God is definitely more in line with what we believe. And then they're just like, let's just do away with the New Testament.
Right.
And then we're like, wait. So you're Jewish now?
No. You dare. Like, but what are you then? We're Christian, but without the Christ.
Right, yeah.
What?
Because it's all the same God, so we can do away with it. The New Testament wasn't written until hundreds of years after the...
It doesn't count, just like Joseph Smith. It's made up. Wait, that's our argument. Hold on.
We're the new Christians. We don't believe in that New Testament bullshit.
Right. I mean, don't get me wrong. We don't believe in Judaism either, kind of.
It's just that's I think that's what I'm getting at, is that the whole concept, the whole idea of what religion entails and how people like choose to interpret it in so many different ways is really just kind of absurd.
It's a donut, and it keeps circling back in on itself without realizing that there's a hole in the middle.
And it can be whatever they want it to be. You can have
it's a hole.
Snake handlers, or you can have, acceptance of gay and lesbian people in your church. You can have hatred of gay and lesbian people, and you can also have, I mean, it is whatever anybody wants it to be.
Sure.
They can make it like Westboro Baptist Church. Holy shit, those fuckers were crazy.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm sure they still exist somewhere. I don't know what the hell that deal is. But there are some crazy ass beliefs in Christianity.
Right.
It's just, I'm sorry. I'm just ranting and blowing off steam about, I don't like it. That's all.
You don't like Jesus.
I don't believe in Jesus.
No, but if we're going to have one or the other, Jesus seemed to be a nicer guy than this Yahweh dude.
I suppose, if we take him that way.
I mean, I haven't read him yet, but from what I hear, he seems pretty nice.
Better than the OT. Yeah. Sure. All right. I think we beat this into the ground.
Sure. You sure did.
I sure did. Yes. I did. All right. Do you have anything else for us today?
No,
right.
I do not.
Well, that was Micah chapter 6.
Sure as fuck was.
And on our best day, on our best efforts, we will probably be back tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Question
Maybe?
mark? That's the hope. That's the plan.
Yeah, with what will we be reading next?
Micah chapter 7.
All right. We'll see you then.
Bye. Husband!
Wife!
Are you ready to record this episode?
I am.
Where have we been and what are we doing?
Well, we're doing a little better. Like we're recovering now.
We're recovering.
But it's still been a little bit slow going getting out episodes here. But we're back on track now, I think. We're hoping we're back on track.
Sure.
For now. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves, but we're here.
We're here.
And that's the important part. We showed up.
Here we are.
And I think the last time we did an episode, we read Micah chapter 6.
Sure as fuck did.
And in that episode, God brought out the lawyers.
He did.
And he's litigating the Israelites for their shittiness, I guess.
Right.
Yeah,
and they were like, yeah, we were shitty. They're like, but and so like, what do we got to do to fix it? And he's like, the fact that you're asking what you have to do is wrong.
No, what they were asking really was, just tell me how many pieces of Flair.
I loved your reference, as long as people got it. But like, there's this movie called Office Space, and Jennifer Aniston plays this girl in there, and this is what you were referencing, and it was
like an Applebee's.
It's like an Applebee's or a Fridays or something like that, right? And they have to wear buttons there, like,
and they call it Flair.
They call it Flair. And so you were like, and then so she asked, it's an obvious question, right, for somebody who doesn't give a fuck about their job.
Just tell me the bare minimum.
What's the bare minimum? How many fucking buttons do I need? And the guy's like, 7, I guess. And she's like, okay, fine. I'll get 7 pieces of Flair. And he's like, you're missing the whole point.
Yeah, he's like, that's the bare minimum. I mean, if you just want to be a person who does the bare minimum.
Right.
And she's like, then just tell me how many you want.
Which, look, I get it, right? Mm-hmm. Like, I get her perspective, and I also get the other perspective.
Right.
So, I mean, this is one of those places in the Bible where I'm kind of like, I get what you're saying. Yeah. I understand what you're saying.
Because the people just want to check the box.
However.
Much like Jennifer Aniston, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, except that we're talking about a waitress versus an entire lifestyle and how you behave towards others.
And a God who doesn't really communicate to his people all that well.
Versus a shitty supervisor at
a
restaurant.
Which has it's a fucking job with rules.
Yeah.
That are in place.
Written.
He can look it up and see that you get 7 pieces of Flair.
Right.
You can't do that in the Bible.
Right.
You can't do that with God. God's like, I just want you to, I don't know, probably just die, actually, because I don't really know what I want on any given day.
He's like, I want you to not be assholes, but like, and I mostly told you how to not be assholes, but I want you to do it for the right reasons. And I know your heart. So when you're just like, I better not be an asshole because God might get mad, that's the wrong reason.
Right, but he tells it through these prophets. It's always through these prophets, right? Mm-hmm. He's never speaking directly to the people, ever. Mm-hmm. It's always through a mediary that he has to designate somehow that no one else is aware of. Mm-hmm. And so it's just like the whole concept, the whole thing is flawed to begin with when it comes to how you are supposed to understand how much Flair you're supposed to wear for God.
Exactly. Flair for God.
Yeah, yeah. So anyway, that was the gist of Micah chapter 6.
Sure as fuck was.
Which means that today we're getting into...
we're finishing up the book. Okay. Micah chapter 7.
All right, let's do this.
Okie dokie. All right, we're about to start Micah chapter 7.
All right.
But I just have one more thing to say. Like,
just one more?
No, about what we were talking about in the opening.
Oh, okay.
With regard to how much Flair should I wear for God?
Yeah.
If he would just tell me, I'd do it.
Right.
Check the box.
Yeah.
And call it done.
Sure.
I think that this gets into an argument that I have heard Christians have around me. It's the whole faith versus works, or acts versus you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it gets into the question of, if you are a super good guy but you don't have faith, can you good guy your way into heaven?
And some people believe yes, and some people believe no.
Right. And
so
some people
even that can't be agreed upon.
But they're like, no, Jesus is the only way. And it's like, sure, Jesus is maybe the only way. Okay, fine. But is there only one way to Jesus? Is Jesus not bigger than that?
Right. And we even have somebody in our Discord that we talk to quite often that thinks that, like, their belief is that acts can overcome your belief in Jesus, right? Yeah. Like, as long as you are a decent, upstanding human being, that will make up for that difference, right?
I think that is beautiful, but I also think that is like exactly not what the Christian faith teaches or promotes. Like, I think that isn't the rules in the rule book.
Well, but that's just it though. Like, right. That's where some of this is like so muddled, and that's that the rule book is pretty much open for interpretation by the individual.
But
to some extent,
I would push back on that with regard to this. All Christians agree that to call yourself a Christian, you have to believe that Christ is the Son of God and that he died for your sins and then was risen.
Sure.
But that doesn't preclude those people from also believing that somebody who is a good person and doesn't believe in Jesus and God or whatever isn't going to go to heaven. That can be part of their belief. That there is no set standard, like one rule book for what it means to believe in God. That's why there's so many different, churches. That's why there's online pastors. That's why there are so many different varieties, because ultimately most people want something that matches up with what they believe.
Right.
It has nothing to do with what the book says.
Right.
It has to do with what they want to believe.
But evangelicals would argue that by saying that you don't have to believe, you just have to do good acts, that you are trying to make the book go along with what you believe.
And that would be what everybody's argument would be,
right?
Regardless of what your stance is, regardless of whether you're evangelical or a very, very, very progressive Christian.
Right.
It doesn't, either way you look at it, no matter which side of it you're coming from, you're going to say that the other side is wrong. That's the whole, that's the whole thing.
What I find interesting is the opposite question.
Okay.
So the opposite question, I know this is a little off topic and ahead, but it just got me thinking. The opposite question would be, what about a person who does have faith, but doesn't do a lot of acts? And then, so I have asked that question, and
sure.
Evangelicals will say, well, no, a true believer will be moved to do acts. Like, that's the whole point. And I'm like, but I know a lot of people who claim to be true believers who do not do the acts. And you know how I can say that? When you walk into any fucking church ever, if they have a nursery, you gotta fight to get people to work in that fucking nursery. Nobody wants to work in the nursery.
But again, personal interpretation could mean that the act is just the mere idea of accepting Jesus in your heart, right?
Okay. By acts, I'm talking about doing good.
I understand
I
understand what you're saying. But
okay,
I'm saying that the way even that could be interpreted could be different depending.
But that's a vocabulary issue, and what I am referring to herein is doing good deeds. Okay?
Yeah.
And so when people are like, but you'll be moved to do good deeds.
But okay, so they don't want to watch the kids in Sunday school.
None of them.
Right. But they're going to pay for the persons at McDonald's behind them in line, and then that covers them for at least a month.
No, see, what they should be doing is giving the $5 to the cashier who needs the $5 more than the person behind them in line who can afford to go through the McDonald's line.
But it doesn't matter as long as it makes them feel better about their doing a thing.
Yeah.
Then that's all that really matters, right?
Yeah.
Because ultimately, this is all about how you feel you're living your religion.
Right.
Right? How you're affected by it. If you think you are doing good and you're doing the right things, then you are.
Right.
Because there's nobody to tell you otherwise.
Yeah.
You can literally say, no, I believe this because of that. And your pastor or anybody can't tell you different, because ultimately you can be like, you know what? Fuck you. We're going to go to another church. I mean, seriously. There is no, like, I've seen people, I know people who have church hopped because they didn't have the exact right message. And even church hopped so far as to get themselves out of church and into like an online church.
That's my parents.
I know. So, but it's not just them.
Right.
There are many other people that do the same thing. They find the version of Christianity that they want to believe in. That is what, to me, that's what I see Christianity as being. Shopping around till you find the exact right version that matches your values and your beliefs.
So it's basically finding the right guy to tell you how much flair you want to wear.
I mean, for some people, yes. For other people, they've been indoctrinated into a specific religion so hard that they're never going to leave that religion. And that is their book. That is their law, right? They're never going to leave that. They're never going to shop around because they were indoctrinated into that specific belief.
They like the amount of flair that they were told to wear, and that's how much flair they're going to wear.
It's not a matter of whether they like it or not. It's a matter of, this is the amount of flair that you will wear,
yes,
or you're going to go to hell. It's a fear tactic at that point.
Sure.
The ones that choose to be Christian and shop around, those are the ones that maybe didn't have a solid, real, belief, but they want to believe so badly, but it's got to match exactly what they want.
Yeah.
Like there's I don't know. I've seen both
I've seen both.
All I know is if I go into a church and it's always the women too. Men never work in the nursery. If I go into a church and women be fighting each other to not work in the fucking nursery,
Right.
I don't think that church has very much faith inside of it.
I mean,
That's my take. That's the belief I'm walking out with.
there you go.
I'm going to stand up and I'm going to say, all y'all bitches do not really have faith, because faith says that if you have it, that you're going to be moved to act, and ain't none of you bitches up in here wanting to act to work in that fucking nursery.
But maybe God called them that morning and said that, they needed to be in the service because there was a message that they had to hear in the service.
Oh my God.
That's why they're not doing the acts that day.
Okay.
That's why they're waiting until the McDonald's line.
I heard a story about somebody who said that they weren't sure they felt up to going to church the next day, and that if God wanted them to go to church, that he would make sure to wake them up on time.
Oh yeah?
Mm-hmm,
Yeah.
mm-hmm.
That's fantastic. I like that.
Yeah. Apparently,
Apparently God never wants me to go to church.
Yeah, I've been told by God that I do not need church because I sleep on my Sundays.
But here's the thing, though. You can't use that as an excuse because there's usually like an evening service.
Or an online. Yeah,
there's a million ways.
You better be making it up somewhere.
There's really not a way around that anymore.
No. All right, let's read this fucking chapter.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to finish up Micah Chapter 7.
Yeah,
okay.
It's exciting.
What misery is mine! ! That's a great way to start.
Right, yeah. That's good.
I am like one who gathers summer fruit at the gleaning of the vineyard. There is no cluster of grapes to eat, none of the early figs that I crave.
Okay.
The faithful have been swept from the land. Not one upright person remains. Everyone lies in wait to shed blood. They hunt each other with nets, those fuckers.
With nets?
With nets.
That seems, you're just trying to ensnare them then. Okay.
These bastards be out there fighting each other. They are nasty. They're bad and wrong.
I don't go hunting with, I don't know many people that hunt with nets.
The only thing that I would hunt with a net would be a butterfly, like with a butterfly net.
I guess I have.
But you know what? Even that, I never liked it because if you touch the butterfly's wing, it gets the dust off, and that's not cool.
Yeah.
And you're not supposed to do that to butterflies.
Right.
So do not use in a net even for a butterfly.
Yeah.
Just stop catching shit.
I didn't know that when I was a kid.
I know.
Like there was they had butterfly nets and you went and caught butterflies.
Remember how there was a carpenter bee and you hit it with a fucking tennis racket and knocked it the fuck out? That was awesome. You smacked it so hard. That asshole, he went sprock. You hit him into the next ballpark.
Look, I'm not for killing bees, generally speaking, but there was like...
He was harassing you. He was up in your space.
I'm not a big bee fan, just to be clear. But I am a big bee fan when it comes to the world in general.
Just in personal space, you're like, I love bees so fucking much over there.
Over there, yes.
All right, both hands... He continues with the murder.
Right.
Are skilled in doing evil. Both hands. Not just one.
Yeah.
Not the right, not the left. Both.
Right.
They both be doing evil.
That's like double the skill.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The ruler demands gifts. The judge accepts bribes. The powerful dictate what they desire. They all conspire together.
I feel like we're talking about Trump and Clarence Thomas and...
Right?
It seems very pertinent to today.
Elon
maybe even.
Musk,
and
JD
Weird
Vance,
how
they
that
all conspire together. And how he's pardoning all of the J6 people and all that.
We don't know that for sure yet, but more than likely, yeah.
Right. The best of them is like a briar, briar patch.
Yeah.
The most upright, worse than a thorn hedge.
Oh.
The day God visits you has come. Boom.
Ooh.
The day your watchmen sound the alarm.
Okay.
Now is the time of your confusion. Do not trust a neighbor. Put no confidence in a friend. Even with the woman who lies in your embrace, You know, the honey lip vixen?
Yeah.
Guard the words of your lips.
Or maybe your wife even. Like, maybe I think that's maybe what they're kind of getting at there.
Don't even listen to your fucking wife.
Right, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, honey.
So shit's really bad.
Okay, but listen.
Yeah.
You listen to me.
I'm listening.
I'm telling you, when you lie with me,
right,
when we're in bed, you listen to me.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got it.
I don't care if the Bible tells you don't listen to her.
Right.
I think
they're just trying to portray how bad this shit is. Yeah. Apparently, everyone's bad, which would, by default, kind of make you bad too. Right. So really, how does that exclude you? Like, why are you this message? Who's it being delivered to?
I know.
Right. You're apparently, according to this, you're all shitty.
Yeah.
But also don't trust anybody because they're shitty.
Right.
Like, which is it? We're all shitty, or I'm not.
It's also like that person who goes around going, oh my God, my 6-year-old, such a little bastard. He did this, that, and the other. And it's like, hold on. You're the parent.
Well, this is the way I kind of view religion, right? Like one of the things that bothers me is that the messages often are like, everyone else sucks except you. Right. Yeah. You can put yourself as that one exclusion that they're giving, right? Yeah. Like everyone
God's talking to me.
Everyone in this entire room is that one exclusion, right? Mm-hmm.
Every single one. There's 2 of us here. We both suck, but we're also both the exclusion.
Yeah. Well,
God's talking to me, not you. And then you're like,
yeah, it's not. They're talking to you, not me. Or whatever. Me. Whatever. Who cares? They're talking to somebody.
God, you don't know how to play.
I didn't. Yeah, I sucked.
You did that so bad.
I did.
Okay. Well, God is talking to me, not you. Okay. Because you don't know.
God ain't talking to anybody, actually.
No, actually. But, that's just, Well, for a son dishonors his father, just so you know. Yeah. A daughter rises up against her mother. Damn. Obviously. Yeah. A daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. No.
This is a lot of rising up.
Yeah, right.
Everybody's fighting everybody.
Rise up. Okay, Hamilton. I love my mother-in-law. I'm not going to rise up against her.
Right, yeah.
A man's enemies are the members of his own household. Oh, why did you invite them in?
But they're members of your household. So
it's true. Like, we only have Kid. Like, it's me, you, and Kid, and we are not enemies.
Yeah, so. And our cat and the snake.
And the cat and the snake.
Yeah.
The cat and the snake would be enemies.
Yeah.
We do not let them be in proximity to each other.
No. That would be a bad mixture.
I don't want either of them to get hurt. And I think they both would hurt each other.
Yeah.
You know?
Possibly.
And then I think the cat probably would
win.
Eat the snake.
I'm sure that would.
Although the snake is pretty fast, so the snake might try to strike at the cat and then be like, "Oh fuck me, I'm out," and then like slither away so fast.
Right.
And then the cat would just be like at the couch going, meow, 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 like there's something under there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I don't know why I went off on that tangent. But as for me, I watch and hope for the Lord, as we do. I wait for God, my Savior.
Because he's the good one.
As we do.
Right, yeah.
My God will hear me, as he does.
But only because you're a prophet, maybe.
I'm the best.
Or because you're you. Yeah. Or whoever he's talking to, that one person. Mm-hmm. You're that one person that God will hear. Yeah. Okay.
I'm a prophet.
All right.
Because I said so.
But or you're just a good person who's talking to God.
Right. Depends who you ask.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. There's some people that think I'm not a good person, so, you know. Whatever.
I think there's somebody that thinks pretty much anybody, like, there's always somebody that's going to think the other person's not a good person, you know?
There's some people that think I suck, and I'm like, I probably do. Anyways, do not gloat over me, my enemy. Though I have fallen, I will rise. Rise up. Though I sit in darkness, the Lord will be my light.
Okay, yeah.
This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, let it shine, let it shine. Because I have sinned against him, I will bear the Lord's wrath.
Oh.
Until he pleads my case and upholds my case. He will bring me out into the light. Okay. Here's what's happening. I will see his righteousness. So Micah is like, I'm going to take one for the team, y'all.
I don't know if he's taking one for the team.
I read the notes. He's taking one for the team. Okay. He's like, I'm admitting that we all suck.
Okay.
And I'm gonna go ahead and take the punishment. I'm ready, Lord. Go ahead.
This just sounds like he's selling himself as a good prophet.
Oh yeah. Oh,
to
yeah,
me.
totally.
He's like,
Totally.
I got this, guys.
Yeah, he's like, watch.
Yeah.
This is how you do.
I got you.
Yeah. I'll take one for the team. That's what I
Right,
said.
yeah.
Yeah. He will bring me out into the light. I will see his righteousness. Then my enemy will see it and will be covered with shame. She who said to me, where is the Lord your God? My eyes will see her downfall.
Oh.
Even now she will be trampled underfoot like mire in the streets.
Damn. That's yeah.
I hate
You don't
getting
want to be
trampled
Micah's
underfoot.
enemy.
I mean,
Getting trampled all the time is
trampled underfoot like mire in the
it's not
streets.
good. It's not good.
I want that to be the name of a book, like Mire in the Streets. I'm a trample in the sheets, but I'm a mire in the streets.
Oh my God.
What? Come on, that was good. You got to admit.
Yeah.
Yeah. The day for building your walls will come. I don't want to build walls.
Yeah, building walls sucks.
Like, you actually worked for building things.
I did.
I never did, and I don't want to.
I loved it, actually. I want to build things again someday.
Yeah?
When
You can if you want to.
I do. I want to.
You know what I want to do?
What?
Not build things.
I know.
Here's the thing. I don't even like Legos, if I'm being honest. I love the idea of Legos, right? And if I have instructions, I love to follow the instructions and build things exactly. Like, I would be the Will Ferrell in the Lego movie. The guy who, like, he builds it and then glues it all together.
Oh, yeah.
I would be that guy.
Yeah, not me.
Because to me, that is how you play. Like, I don't want to use my imagination and make shit up.
You want to follow the instructions and get it done.
Yes, but not just get it done, like to get it out the way. Like,
right.
No, I like precision. I like...
Yeah. That's what it's supposed to be, so I'm making what it's supposed to be.
But then, you know what I actually really like is when it tells you to put, like, a yellow flower on that corner, I'll be like, I'm going to put a blue flower.
You rebel.
No,
you are a rebel.
I like being creative within the bounds of what the rules are telling me that we are creating.
What would I do with that same set?
You would not have instructions because you would not know where they were.
Well, there's that, and I wouldn't really want them anyway because I'd want to just build whatever I felt like building.
I know.
And that's where I see the fun. I hate the pre-designed sets.
See, and
I'm like, this is dumb.
I think that there's room for both kinds of people in this world.
Sure.
And I think that that is how you and I balance each other so well.
I saw they make, you can get like Lego to build houses basically. Like you can build walls, like you can make actual like structures with Lego stuff.
I want to go, like, I've never been to one of those like Lego universities or
That
like
would be
the Lego
so cool.
Not just the Lego store, like the Lego
like, there's like
world.
whole places you can walk in, like like life size shit.
Yeah.
I'm like, holy crap.
I think that should definitely be on like our couple's bucket list.
Oh, yeah.
Like, we need to hit one of those one of these days.
Yeah.
Like, we should find the nearest Lego place.
Right.
I don't think they have
there's
one.
there's a Trader's World.
Okay, they have
There's one
like
down there, sort of.
But that's like a Lego store.
Right.
They don't have like a lot of stuff there. It's just a flea market.
Right.
You know, so they're not going to have like a ton. I want to go to like an official, like in a huge
like
mall.
Chicago, like the Lego store. Or something like that, right?
Yeah.
I don't know where it's at, but like, you know.
Like the.
Right.
You know?
New York City, wherever it's at.
Yeah. I want to do that.
Maybe there's more than one. I don't know. Mm-hmm. But yeah, that'd be fun.
That would be fun.
It would.
I want to do a Sanrio. That's Hello Kitty and Friends.
Yeah.
I want to go to one of those official stores. Oh my God, I would go nuts. Like I would spend $1 million, like a quarter at a time, on just the littlest, stupidest shit.
That's not a lie.
No, it's not, because the smaller the thing,
I know,
the more I love it.
Wife loves trinkets,
and the higher my squee gets.
Yeah,
it's
true.
It's amazing.
If you want to make wife happy, you just buy her some pencils, pens, and erasers.
And the smaller they are,
and some stickers.
Oh my God! Oh, I'm just imagining and pink, all the pink.
Right. Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Stop. Like literally, I have a squee building inside of me.
If you really want to cap it off, you can get her a bookmark.
You know, I'm not.
No, not a bookmark.
I'm not a bookmark fan.
If it was just the right one, though, you you would at least appreciate it.
Okay, here's the burning truth.
Mug.
No,
stop.
No,
I'm trying it. I'm sorry.
Stop. Here's the thing. People think that because I love books and I love reading that I want bookmarks. But I don't, because what do I need 10 bookmarks for? I got one. You know?
Yeah.
And I don't misplace it because I'm not like a Neanderthal. Okay? And here's the other thing. Don't get me mugs because I am I have specific mugs I like. The tall, thin, they're called latte mugs.
Right.
And you can only use a long spoon in them, like a teaspoon, you know?
Yeah. Right.
Don't just get me a mug willy-nilly.
This can't be anything, right?
No.
Yeah.
And people always be buying me mugs, and it's like, thank you. I really appreciate it. I do. It's the thought that counts. It's just that I don't want it.
Right.
You know?
I got you.
It's kind of like if somebody's like, oh, you love Stephen King. Let me buy you a Stephen King book. But then they buy me one that, like, oh, I only have 30 copies of that because, you know, because everybody loves The Stand.
Right.
Obviously, it's his magnum opus.
Right.
So, like, that's the one you buy people.
Sure.
Okay, anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, Hello Kitty. The day for building your walls will come.
But not with Legos.
But not with me.
Right.
The day for extending your boundaries. Oh, they're going to colonize.
Oh.
In that day, people will come to you from Assyria and the cities of Egypt, even from Egypt to the Euphrates, and from sea to sea, and from mountain to mountain. The earth will become desolate because of its inhabitants as the result of their deeds. So people will be coming from all over, and the world will be
the
empty.
rest of the world's going to be empty because they're coming to God.
Yeah, and it's going to make the whole planet like wobble.
I see.
Because
So like all the humans are just going to end up in Israel? Is that what's going to happen?
don't forget, they thought that like the Earth was only that one continent area.
It wasn't quite as big back then.
Right. The Earth was so much smaller in the before times.
Yeah.
Shepherd your people with your staff, the flock of your inheritance, which lives by itself in a forest, in fertile pasture lands. Let them feed in Bashan and Gilead as in days long ago, as in the days when you came out of Egypt. I will show them my wonders. This is God like bragging on himself. He's like, am I not magnificent? Look at all my shit.
Right. He's like, eventually y'all will have Israel all to yourselves again someday.
My Legos are the biggest Legos. Nations will see and be ashamed, deprived of all their power.
Well, why?
Because
God said
we can't just.
Why weren't they before? I don't get.
We can't just have happiness. We have to have happiness, but also be afraid.
Like how many fucking hundreds and thousands of years do these people have to go through before they are allowed to have
all of them
to be powerful?
Never.
To be the winner.
Never. That's the whole point.
When do you get the fucking chicken dinner?
The Jewish plight is that you are never the winner. That's the whole Jewish plight.
Right.
Honestly.
That just doesn't make sense to me.
But if you're born into it, that's what you think.
Like if you're a Christian, the fucking Jewish people never won.
Right.
They never won.
And they never will.
And they never will.
Right.
It's just such a shit state of affairs.
But what's sad is that if you're a Jewish person, you also think and know, I never won.
Well, yeah,
I never will.
You could apply that across the
Jewish
religions
people,
all across the world.
regardless of who you are and what faith you are, everybody across the board knows that the Jewish people never win.
Right.
Period.
Yeah. No, I get it.
Sigh. They will put their hands over their mouths and their ears will become deaf. They will lick dust like a snake. All them snakes be licking dust.
I don't think they do.
That is, our snake does not lick dust.
No, he definitely does
You know
not.
what our snake licks?
The air.
The air to sniff because that's where their sniffers be.
Yeah.
But also he licks at his little frozen mousey right before he chomps it.
Right.
Just to make sure, is this what I want? Yup.
Yeah.
And then he like strikes it. And
Right.
it's like, oh look, you killed the dead. They will lick dust like a snake, like creatures that crawl on the ground. You know how they do?
Yeah.
They will come trembling out of their dens. They will turn in fear to the Lord our God and will be afraid of you. Always be afraid. Never not be afraid. Who is a God like you who pardons sins and forgives the transgression of the remnant of his inheritance? That's actually a play on words because do you know what Micah's name means?
I don't recall if I did.
His name means who is like God. So then he says, who is a God like you?
Got it. That's hilarious.
Oh, those wordsmiths.
Yeah.
You do not stay angry forever.
I mean, I beg to differ.
But delight to show mercy.
Does he, though?
I mean, it's thousands of years later, and he's still like, remember that time I pulled you out of Egypt?
People, but yeah, right. But people would say, well, he forgives when Jesus comes along. That's what happened.
I'm like, but we're not there yet.
That's where this applies.
But we're not there yet.
Right, but I'm just saying, let's just say that we're going with the world is 6,000 years old, like some of these creationist people say, right?
My parents.
Yeah. It took God, if we're going to say that Jesus was the, forgiveness factor, it took God 4,000 fucking years to forgive people. 4,000 years.
Before he figured out, okay, this is what we're going to do. So this is how we're going to do things.
I'm just saying that seems like an extraordinarily long time
for God
to get to the point where you're like, you know what? I'm not going to kill people all the time.
Right.
That's a long fucking time.
Yeah. I agree.
That's just basing this off of the simplest, basic creationist viewpoint of 6,000 years, at which even if I were to even give the slightest credence to any of the beliefs in the Bible, my idea would not be that viewpoint of the 6,000 years, because obviously that doesn't match up with anything in reality.
Yeah.
That just literally matches up with you. How do people, those ideas are to me equivalent to the flat earth and the fucking, just the crazy QAnon bullshit that you hear. It's just insane.
Or the people who say that you don't have to put Parmesan cheese in the fridge just because you buy it on the shelf. I'm like, oh my Lord, have you never heard of the vacuum seal?
You're saying once it's open, because as long as it's sealed, you're still okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Once you open it, as it says on the motherfucking container, ex-husband of mine, you have to put that shit in the fridge.
Wife is actually talking about an ex-husband, not me, soon-to-be ex-husband.
No. Yeah. No. This is literally something that my ex-husband and I went to blows over.
Right.
Because he was like, that makes no sense. You buy it off the shelf, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, you can put yours any fucking place you want, but any food that me and my children will eat, if it's going to be in the fridge. It's going to be in the fridge.
Right. Yeah.
I'm not telling you not to, put yours in the fridge. Get a separate one for you. And if you want to eat rotted bullshit, nasty ass shit,
right,
that's fine.
Right.
I don't give it to me. I don't want it.
Yeah.
I think that's fair.
Yeah.
I wasn't telling him that he had to only put all of the Parmesan cheese in the fridge.
Right.
I was just telling him, if you have to be stupid over there by yourself.
Right.
Don't drag me and my children into it.
Right.
Which I think is fair.
I agree.
Okay. Just making sure.
Yeah.
Also, come on, guys. Once you open the Parmesan cheese, it does go in the fridge.
Well, yeah, it says so right in the package.
I know.
That's what you do.
I know. It's infuriating because, and then people will ask me all the time, why do you feel like you have to validate yourself all the time? And I'm like, because there's been so many idiots in my life that, I have to pull information out to prove, look, see, I really was giving you facts. So that's why. Okay? That's why.
I got it.
Okay, anyway, you, God, do not stay angry forever, unlike wife, but delight to show mercy. Again, unlike wife, I never show mercy. You will again have compassion on us. Yeah, God is great. You will tread our sins underfoot and hurl all of our iniquities into the depths of the sea.
That's so nice of God.
Hurl. You will be faithful to Jacob and show love to Abraham as you pledged on oath to our ancestors in days long ago. The end.
That's
of the whole book.
Yeah, those were interesting references there. To bring up, I get Jacob because that's Israel.
Yeah.
But to bring up Abraham
right at the last
is
minute
really
there.
Weird. That's kind of out of place for a lot of the other. I don't recall them bringing Abraham into a lot of the...
we refer to them as the Abrahamic religions.
Sure.
Because that's where it all started, right? Abraham was where it all kind of started.
Father Abraham had many sons.
He's the first conversation.
Many
with,
sons
God.
had Father Abraham. Have you heard that song?
I have.
I am one of them, and so are you. So let's just praise the Lord. Right arm, and then you put your right arm in the circle like the hokey pokey.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah. And then
I've heard kind of, but yes.
Yeah.
It's a God song.
And then when you get to the end, you sing it over and over and over, and then your whole body is in the circle.
Oh man.
Because
such a revelation.
Because guess what?
What?
You are one of Father Abraham's sons.
No way.
I was always like, just that little kid that is always argumentative. But I'm not a boy. I'm not a son. And they were like, just sing along. And I'm like, I can't. I'm not a boy.
Got it.
Don't misgender me.
Right.
You know?
Yeah. Right.
I be who I be.
You do.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, that was Micah chapter 7.
And all the Micahs.
That's it for Micah. Well, I mean, pending our extras.
Here's what we got. We got a Q&A over chapters 5, 6, and 7.
Right.
Okay, which I feel is justified.
Yeah, absolutely.
Then we've got a Micah wrap-up where we will talk a little bit more about the book as a whole and what the fuck and where the fuck and why the fuck.
Yeah.
And then we will have a third episode of Micah, which will be the final one, which is You're Always Wrong.
Or the Contradictions, right?
And we'll have a little pop quiz at the end, and it'll be lovely. And then Micah 2 shall fade into history.
Again.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for joining us and hanging in there with us over these last few weeks, months, and what have you. And winter will come to an end at some point.
I was just going to say, fuck winter right in the asshole,
Yeah, that's not where I was going with that, but I mean, sure. It sucks. It
it's
sucks.
how I feel every winter. I always spend about a month just down.
Yeah, no, I know.
Okay.
And illnesses kind of weigh into that.
That's what I meant.
Else and, all that.
That's what I meant.
Yeah.
What do you think I meant by down?
No, depression. There's seasonal depression.
Seasonal depression. Yeah.
So that's...
Well, yeah. I get seasonal depression from being sick for a fucking month. And you're like, you haven't been out of bed in a month, and I'm like, I know.
Right.
So, anyways.
We will be back with the Q&A and then the wrap up and then the contradictions.
And somewhere in there we'll have a weekly wrap up, and somewhere else we'll have a live on Wednesday.
And then we'll start a new book of the Bible.
Yeah.
Because that's how we do this.
Yeah.
We just keep on going.
The next one is Nahum.
Nahum.
What's your name?
I don't...
That's not my name. That's not my name.
All right. We'll see you next time, guys.
Bye.
Wife.
Hey, so hi.
Hi.
How's it going?
It's great. How you doing?
It's January.
Yeah.
I just want to put out there deepest apologies. I know we've missed over a week. And even before that, it was like a week before that again.
Right.
I don't know if I'm suffering some kind of long COVID kind of thing or what, but I just have been very physically exhausted and not feeling really good.
Right. Yeah.
And it's been a long suffering thing and I'm struggling, but I'm here.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
We're just gonna.
We're back. I'm gonna stop saying we're back. We're attempting.
I'm just gonna keep showing up. One of my life mottos is "Don't stop starting and just show up."
Right. No, I mean we have full intentions on finishing this project.
Yeah.
It's just right now things are slowed down a little bit due to circumstances. So.
I mean, if you're not listening as we release these, you won't notice because you're just listening to one episode after another and you're like, what the fuck are you talking about? Shut up and get to the stuff.
Right. Yeah.
But for those who are following along this journey with us, that is to whom I am sending out my apologies because you have been with us. This has been an adventure And
most of you are some of our best supporters. So
you
we
support
feel bad.
us,
We feel bad.
and I feel like I've left you high and dry, and I do feel bad about it. And I want you to know that it does weigh on me, and I take the responsibility that I have picked up in doing this project and knowing that I have impacted some people. You know, I take it seriously, and we're not just throwing this to the wayside.
Right.
So,
right.
Long ramble. Do you know what we're doing today, husband?
I do because you told me.
Had I not told you, would you have known, or would you have been like, "Where the fuck even are we?"
I don't know. That is no way to know that.
Alternate timeline
yeah,
question.
Exactly. So what is it that we're doing today?
We are finally doing the Q&A over the last 3 chapters of Micah.
Okay.
So
right.
5, 6, and 7.
Yeah.
I did a little bit more lengthy, or what is the word I'm looking for? Thorough Q&A info since it's been a while, and I don't even remember what we read.
Got it.
So I remember something about flare. How many pieces of flare on your uniform,
right?
At Applebee's or whatever.
Yeah, it's been a minute. So
buckle up, kids.
All right, let's do this.
Okie dokie. All right, so we are doing the Q&A over chapters 5, 6, and 7 of Micah, which is the final 3 chapters of that book. So yay,
we're finishing this up.
Well, I mean, after this, we'll have a wrap up over the book as a whole.
Right.
And then we will have our You're Always Wrong episode.
Or Contradictions, yes.
With a pop quiz.
Right. And then the weekly recap.
Yeah.
Yep.
And we'll see where it takes us from there.
Or at this time, it's the monthly recap.
Right. Yeah. The gatherings of the piddled out this, that, and the other episodes.
Right. Yes.
And just gathered up and we're like, here, have it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, Micah has been a very interesting book because it took a ride in the Wayback Machine and was like, hey, remember how you already read some shit? Let's go back like several hundred years prior to that, to the shit that you already read. Not about the Babylonian exile, but like that whole Assyrian bullshit, like way back.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we're
going to pretend like maybe it's not about that sometimes.
Sometimes. Yeah.
When it's convenient, if we're Christian.
Right.
Yeah.
Reading about the difference between how the Jewish people view this book versus how Christians view this book.
Oh, I'm sure it's significant.
It has been, it has made it kind of difficult-ish.
Yeah.
In trying to figure out what is what.
Yeah, well, no doubt. It's viewed under 2 different, completely different lenses.
One lens says that a Messiah is coming eventually, whatever.
Sure.
And the other one says, no, dude already came, and this is about that, but also the Jewish people are all totally going to get together and they're going to take Christ as their savior, and then they're going to be like us, and we're all going to go to heaven and party together.
Right.
And I'm like, whoa, slow your roll, folks. Like, I don't know. The more that we read the Old Testament and the more that we learn about Jewish history and Jewish texts, the more weird I feel like it is that the Christians just walked up and just usurped this religion and was like, nah, we got this thing.
Well, they didn't usurp it. They were Jewish. And there was a whole movement at the time of people that were...
The Catholic Christian people were like, we believe in this.
Right. Yeah, they believed the Messiah came.
I know, but it just feels very weird.
Okay.
It feels weird because I am looking back with a today lens.
Sure. Of
what seems like these people were just trying to do their thing, whatever. And then these other people just like walked up and were like, hey, that looks neat, but I'm going to paint it blue.
But it's no different than when the Jewish people split over the idol, the calf,
right,
and the Yahweh, the whatever. There's
right, but
it's just there was a split.
But those still felt like similar to each other. Like the way the Catholic people just came in and I have to specify Catholic because Catholic is different than the Protestant.
Sure.
Like that's even something different above and beyond again.
Right. Yeah.
So it just feels like they changed it up so hard. Like the other stuff felt very like, oh, this sect and oh, those guys next door and oh, these guys. But then like the Catholic people were like, oh, no. Oh, no. That's just my impression.
But Islam did the same thing to the same Abrahamic religion.
I know, and that feels weird as well. It just feels, I don't know. It feels weird when people are like, "Oh no, you're doing it wrong."
Well, yeah. I look at it as like a different dialect, but a different dialect of religion. Like
okay,
these are people that have just decided that they wanted to do something different.
That is fair, except that if I got together with somebody from New York and was like, hey, can I have like a hot dog? And they were like, what the fuck's a hot dog? And because what do they call them conies, right? Or whatever.
Sure.
And they were like, no, it's a goddamn coney or else you're going to die. Like it is a different dialect, but it's a different dialect in how we came to be, where we're going when we die, and how we live in between.
I'm just saying that cultures that are separated by time and space, they're going to come up with their own ideas. And they're going to come up with their own ways of doing things, and much as they're going to come up with their own ways of speaking, and those things change and evolve with different cultures in different areas of the world.
Yeah.
So it just, to me, makes sense that these things diverged at some point and became different things.
Okay, I feel like we're talking at cross purposes. Like, let me give you a totally, completely different example. And I know this is like totally off topic and we haven't even dived into the chapters yet, but I'm really enjoying this conversation. So hang with me here for a minute. It's the difference between saying, oh, that's neat how you're doing that versus, oh no, you're doing it wrong. This is how it's done. And let me give you a prime example in my life. So I'm kind of into arts and crafts, paper crafting specifically, and scrapbooking and card making and planners and junk journals, that whole mess, right?
Yeah.
And there is never a time when somebody, like I watch a lot of YouTube videos about all the different facets of this. And there is never a time when a creator says, this is 100%, if you don't use this tool or this paper or this item, you're doing it wrong. I don't care that you learned it a different way.
But also you follow a lot of writing things and they do some of that. They
do. You're right. And I hate it when they do that because like your dialect works for you is fine, but it's not correct to say, and this is 100% the way it is across the board.
But what I'm getting at is that even in just the writing world, there are aspects of people being the exact same way that we're talking about.
That's a really good comeback, and I appreciate that argument because that is no, you must absolutely do an outline beforehand. And moreover, the outline must be this way. No, you must write every day, not twice a week.
Right.
You must have a specific spot that you use every day.
It depends on how passionate people are about the thing that they're talking about, somewhat. And when it comes to the reason that we're alive, the reason that the world exists, the reason that they are able to eat and live their lives, that's something that they're going to be very passionate about.
I don't think it's just passion, though, because I am passionate about writing and I'm passionate about card making. But, I think it's not just passion. I think it has to be passion with the arrogance that your way is the only way. Not only am I passionate about this topic, I also happen to know that this is the only way you can do it.
But if you were really passionate about making paper airplanes, it wouldn't catch on as much as something about, how your food came to be on the planet.
True.
I'm just saying.
True.
It matters
and
what
the
you're talking about.
and whatever.
It matters what you're talking about.
I mean,
to some degree.
Going to hell and burning for eternity is definitely more catchy than you folded your paper wrong. And that's why the pop-up didn't work.
Yeah.
All right. So, anyway, that was like way off topic. But I appreciated your thoughts on that because it kind of helped me feel a little less like somebody just walked up and was like, yoink.
Right.
All right, so let's get into chapter 5 of Micah. This is about the rule of the Lord, deliverer from Bethlehem, and the over-restored Zion stuff, okay?
Okay.
And this chapter in particular transitions from judgment to hope and is very characteristic of many prophetic books from that time period.
Got it. Okay.
So it goes from you suck so much to but there is still hope for you,
right?
Which we've kind of covered before.
A running theme in the Bible. So that's nothing new.
So this chapter contrasts human weakness like siege, oppression, with divine strength. The ruler from Bethlehem, he's coming, right?
Yeah,
and God's protection. And this is like one of the chapters, this one and the next one, that Christians point to as, total prophecy of Christ. Okay? So first we get the lowly and humble in Israel, the lowly and humble eventual ruler.
Okay.
Who has always been there, right? This is the he's coming someday. Okay.
Yeah.
So verse 1 says, marshal your troops now, city of troops, for a siege is laid against us. They will strike Israel's ruler on the cheek with a rod. And when it says marshal your troops, city of troops, that phrasing is such that they were referring to the Chaldeans.
Okay.
And those armies were composed of troops from various nations, like mercenary style kind of thing and adoption kind of thing. So he's saying marshal all your troops from every which way, all of them.
The Chaldeans? I thought the Chaldeans were in the Babylonian times.
Not all of them.
Okay.
The Chaldeans were early on. They kind of got assimilated by the Assyrians, I believe.
And then furthermore again by the Babylonians.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. And then so the part where it says for a siege is laid against us, that is referring to Nebuchadnezzar has laid siege against Jerusalem. Okay. Is what they're saying.
Okay.
Which I know is very confusing because I'm like, are you sure about that? Because that isn't that Babylonian stuff.
That's what I was about ready to look up. Yeah.
Yeah. So this was very difficult to try to understand because,
which is why I'm questioning the Chaldean thing too. So I'm kind of curious what you're about to say. So
this whole thing, a lot of the apologists and stuff, they were talking about the two different time periods, and it was very hard to suss out what they were talking about.
Okay.
I think for the most part, the apologists do think more that it's the Babylonian exile than the Assyrian early on, which is so stupid because it's
that doesn't make
so
any
obviously
sense based on what I was reading, or based on what I heard.
Right,
But,
exactly.
okay.
So, and then it says they will strike Israel's ruler on the cheek with a rod, which means they're going to offer him the greatest indignity. If you recall, they slew Zedekiah's sons before him, and then they put out his eyes and loaded him into chains and carried him captive to Babylon. But I'm again, that's Babylon. Why are you talking about the Babylonian exile? This took place way before that. So chapter 5 is really weird because the Christians want to put it closer to the zero Christ line. You know what I mean?
Sure.
And it made it very odd.
So I do want to point out that the Chaldeans were not part of the Assyrians.
They weren't. I think we've had this discussion before.
No, in fact, they were resisting the Assyrian conquest that was happening at that time. That was happening during the Assyrians were conquering northern Israel and trying to conquer southern Israel, and they were trying to conquer Babylon.
Right.
Well, they were part of the Chaldeans were resisting in the Babylonian area the Chaldean or the Assyrians.
Got it.
So they were not part of the Assyrians.
Okay. I think we've done this before, and every single fucking time I blame the Christians, honestly, because they fuck me up because they confuse their history and they talk about the one exile when it's but no, this was written during the other. This has happened before.
Well, that's why I questioned you.
No, I know.
I'm wait, this doesn't make sense.
No, I know. It's very confusing. So a lot of the notes for this chapter that I have are very from the Christian perspective. just for this chapter.
Well, I find it hard to believe that they got it wrong, but they're just mixing up two different. They're not mixing up. They're combining and
they're like, this part fits
conveniencing
with that part.
Right. Two different time periods.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
they're like, ooh, this phrasing where they're gonna strike Israel's ruler on the cheek with the rod, that totally looks like Zedekiah, even though that, like, the, killing his son before his eyes and then plucking his eyes out, right?
Sure.
They're like, that looks like that. And it's like, no, but that's Babylon, guys.
Right.
Stop.
Right.
Yeah. So
when the time frame is very obviously during the Assyrian time frame.
Yeah.
Or like the Assyrian conquest.
That's what I'm saying. So it's very confusing.
Right.
Because they are trying to retrofit it to whichever way it fits. Anyway, we move from there to verses 5 and 6. Okay.
Yep.
And he will be our peace when the Assyrians invade our land.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
And,
like they specifically said the Assyrians during these chapters, which is why I'm like, this can't be the Babylonian exile.
Right.
It just makes no sense.
I know.
Okay.
And march through our fortresses. We will raise against them 7 shepherds, even 8 commanders, who will rule the land of Assyria with the sword, the land of Nimrod with drawn sword.
And that's because they were attacking the Babylonians at the same time, which is the land of Nimrod.
Right.
So they're literally talking about the Assyrians fighting all these people, and this is what's happening in that time frame historically.
Right.
And that is correct.
But
they're like, nah, this is the Babylonian exile.
Well, what they're trying to say is this was written during the Assyrian thing. So they're going to tell you the history of what was happening at the time, but also they're going to drop some prophecy on your ass.
No. It's either a fucking prophecy or it's history. One of the, you can't have both.
Oh, no, but they say that it's both.
But you can't. You can't talk about the history and then say it's a prophecy. That makes no fucking sense.
It changes from sentence to sentence as necessary.
I know.
Okay. I know. So I think we covered this at the time that we read it, the thing with the 7 and the 8.
The 7 and the 8.
Where it said we will raise against them 7 shepherds, even 8 commanders.
Okay, I thought you were talking about 7, 8, 9. Why is 6 afraid of 7? Yeah.
No. I think we covered this, but since it's been a while, I'm going to go ahead and cover it again.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So the 7 shepherds and 8 principal men is a poetic expression, often understood as very symbolic, like a literary device. 7 in literature from that time often represents completeness or perfection, particularly in biblical literature. And 8 signifies abundance or something beyond completeness, which is why it was often used, like if you turn it on its side, it's like the infinity symbol, that's kind of that whole thing.
Got it.
Some view this verse as prophetic. So we will raise against them 7 shepherds, supposed to mean the 7 Maccabees. And that would be Matthias, his 5 sons, and Hyrcanus, the son of
And that's
Simon.
If we're assuming we're bouncing up to the Babylonian exile, which we absolutely are not.
Right.
So,
but which we will be reading the second that we finish the Old Testament.
Sure, because we're going back into some of the apocryphal books.
Yeah, well, I made a chart of what all is considered apocryphal by most Christian sects, but is very not any big deal. It's just whatever.
Yeah.
In a lot of Catholic and Jewish texts. Yeah. And the Maccabees and the Estresses or something like that is another. There's 4 books of those. Okay. Depending on which book you're reading.
Right.
So we're going to read all of those.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's not too far off from now, probably by summer. Okay.
We should be there sooner than that, but given the current rate at which we're doing podcast episodes, we'll see.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, by summer.
Yeah.
So anyway, even 8 commanders would be 8 princes, the Asmonean race, beginning with Aristobulus and ending with Herod, who was married to Mariamne. And I was like, what the fuck is an Asmonean race?
Okay.
So I had to look them guys up.
Sure.
Okay? So the Asmonean race refers to the Hasmonean dynasty, a Jewish ruling family that emerged during the 2nd century BCE after the successful Maccabean revolt. So that's why we got to read the Maccabees.
I'm so lost right now. Are we still talking about the Assyrian conquest, or
It depends.
is this anything to do with what we're reading?
Yes,
Okay.
because it's like where the 7 and the 8 comes from, and they're saying this is a prophecy about the shit that happened during the Maccabee stuff that we haven't read yet.
Okay.
Okay, so which is the time period that we would have been coming up on if we didn't hop into a fucking time machine and do the way back, let's go to the Assyrian thing again.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like we had been reading like straightforward kind of thing. And then now we have to go back and do this shit all over again.
Got it.
So yes, this is relevant. Okay. If we are to understand that some people do view this as prophecy of the Maccabean times.
Okay.
Okay.
Sure.
So the Asmonean race refers to the Hasmonean dynasty, a Jewish ruling family that emerged during the 2nd century BCE after the successful Maccabean revolt against the Seleucid Empire, and that's the Greeks.
Got it.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So the revolt began under the leadership of Mattathias, and I'm sure I mispronounced that, so I apologize. And his sons, particularly Judas Maccabeus,
Okay.
which I think I've heard that name, maybe.
Well, Judas.
No, you're
that's
thinking
Christian.
Judas is Iscariot.
Yeah.
That's the New Testament stuff.
Right. No, I just thought that's what you were thinking.
No, I've heard Judas Maccabeus, but I just don't know why and
Okay.
in what reference.
Got it.
And led to the rededication of the temple in Jerusalem, commemorated as Hanukkah.
Okay.
So, yes, very relevant stuff.
Sure.
The Hasmonean dynasty ruled Judea semi-independently until the Roman conquest in 63 BCE.
Okay.
So, like, we're almost, like, at the 0 year, you know?
Right.
Okay?
Yeah.
Christian scholars seem to see the Hasmoneans as a fulfillment of Micah's prophecy, representing God's provision of leaders, 7 shepherds and 8 commanders, to defend his people in a time of foreign oppression. The dynasty's role in Jewish history as defenders of independence and restorers of the temple might be viewed as analogous to the deliverance described in Micah.
Okay.
This interpretation is speculative, obviously,
yeah, it's very speculative.
and rooted in historical and theological connections made by later Jewish and Christian commentators.
You think?
Jewish and Christian commentators.
Okay.
Okay.
I still am struggling with this.
I know.
This is not
It's not correct.
right.
Yeah, but we don't
It's
believe
not-
in
it's not-
prophecy. So
Right, but it's not. But it's also just not what they're talking about.
right.
Like you read through this book of Micah, and they're talking about the Assyrian invasion.
And they tell you what they're talking about, but then they didn't mention it in every single sentence. So every single sentence where it's not mentioned, they're like, that's a prophecy sentence.
Right. If you're looking, like, this is like conspiracy level bullshit, right? Like, if you're looking for something, you're gonna find it.
Exactly.
You know.
Except for Bigfoot. We've been looking for Bigfoot for ages. While the connection to the Hasmoneans is not explicitly stated in the Bible, it reflects an attempt to tie biblical prophecy to significant events in Jewish history. Israel, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, I was reading a line that I didn't need to read. So,
okay.
Oopsie.
All right.
Okay. Anyway, so moving on to verse 10. We're still in chapter 5. Okay.
Okay.
In that day, declares the Lord, I will destroy your horses from among you and demolish your fucking chariots. Okay.
All right.
That's supposed to basically mean you're not going to need a cavalry of army stuff because God's going to fight for you.
Oh.
Okay, so you're not
Okay.
going to need that.
Got it.
And then verse 11 says, I will destroy the cities of your land and tear down all your strongholds. And
This sounds like he's destroying their stuff.
yeah,
though.
that's why I specifically was trying to find out what all this meant, because you and I had a problem when we were reading this. We were like, wait, why is God destroying everything?
Yeah.
What the consensus is that this basically means, oh, he's tearing it down because he's saying you don't need it anymore, not because he's just a dick.
I see.
I'm still going with he's a dick.
Right.
I mean, obviously, but the heart lovey-dovey Care Bear interpretation is no, he's tearing it down because you don't need it because you have God now. Okay, so when God says, I'm going to destroy your cities and tear down your strongholds, you will have no need of fortified cities. God will be your defense. So God's going to fight for you. God's going to be your defense. And verse 12 says, I will destroy your witchcraft and you will no longer cast spells. Remember when we were like, ooh, so they're still casting spells. You won't need all that shit because you're only going to seek help from God at that point.
Got it.
So they have had neither soothsayers, images, groves, nor high places from the days of captivity to the present day, is what some commentators say. And I'm like, that is a highfalutin. Like, are you sure about that? I'm sorry, but from the time of that, you're saying they got rid of all the Asherah poles, 1, 2, 3, go? I don't think that's true.
From the time of what, though? The return, like the Babylonian exile or the Assyrian conquest? Like, which one are we talking about?
I mean, I'm saying Assyrian.
Then no way, because they talked about it definitely after.
But even... Okay, maybe not after the Babylonian exile,
but only because there's not a lot of literature after the Babylonian exile.
And because they got their fucking asses kicked and they were living in, like, Babylonia.
Right.
Half of them. A third of them were in Babylonia, and then a third of them were in fucking Egypt.
But even during the Babylonian exile, the people that were writing about it even after the fact were still talking about idols and
yes. So
somewhat.
That's
Not as much as the older stuff. But they were still talking.
It was still present. Yeah. They had soothsayers.
Right.
Because that...
Well, yeah. You just talk about, like, if you talk about, what was the dude that, like, laid and pooped so he could make fire... And
right?
You know what I'm saying? Like, he was talking about idols, and that was definitely, they were in the Babylonian exile at that point.
Exactly. So that's I was thinking about, like, what was the name of the guy that was, like, we were calling him a double agent?
Yeah, that was
that Nehemiah?
No.
Jeremiah?
It was Jeremiah, I think.
Okay.
Jeremiah, yes.
I get all those guys.
There's a lot of Ayahs. Yeah.
He was, like, all kinds of fighting against the people for doing the stuff that they weren't supposed to be doing. He was complaining about the high places.
Right? Yeah.
Okay. So I'm just making sure, like, okay, I got this right. Okay, so verse 15 says, I will take vengeance and anger and wrath on the nations that have not obeyed me. Okay? And then this is what some of the apologists say.
Okay.
And he did so, for the empires of the Assyrians, Chaldeans, and others, the sworn enemies of the Jews, have long since been utterly destroyed. And I'm like, oh, okay.
Is that's where we're going with this?
Okay. You could think that. Sure. So anyway, that was chapter 5. Okay.
Yeah.
Now we're in chapter 6. Okay.
Okay.
And the first thing is that I want to say this chapter is supposed to underscore God's covenant with Israel and their failure to uphold their part, using a tone that is very, like, full of reproofs and threatens and stuff. And it's the one where he's like, I am so mad at you. And the people are like, oh my God, just tell us the rule book and we'll follow it. And he's like, dudes, I already did. And they're like, how many pieces of flair? And he's like, not the point.
Right.
Okay, do you remember?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So, let's see. Okay, I'm going to read a couple things, and then I have a little dramatization that I want to share with you. Okay? So, verses 1 through 5 is about the Lord's controversy with Israel, okay? Returning to conditions in his own time. Micah pictures a courtroom where the heavens and earth are the witnesses. God calls upon his people to hear his plea and accuses them of unfaithfulness. And he's like, mountains, I mean, don't you agree with me, mountains?
Right, yeah.
Remember all that shit?
Yes, I do.
Okay. The words of God follows as he recalls the great things he's done for his people, asking why they treat him so badly. He's like, remember like 1,000 some odd years ago when I brought you guys out of Egypt? Remember?
Yeah,
and they're like, Jesus Christ, yes, because you won't ever, like, let it go.
But again, I just have to say, whenever we bring this up, that historically probably did not happen.
Probably did not happen. Yeah. And so the people are like, fuck me. What can we do to, make you stop being mad at us all the time? And the reply of the Lord is, I've shown you.
Right.
And so
through prophets.
Yeah.
Who you're supposed to just know.
Yeah.
They're the prophets.
And the book that's in the ark that's missing at this point.
Yeah. In the Ark of the Covenant.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because we never heard about it ever again.
Right.
Yeah. Like disappeared with like Bathsheba's son or whatever.
It disappeared somewhere, that's for sure.
It went back to Africa, I think. Isn't that what we decided?
One of the theories, yeah.
I really like that one, though. It's so romantic. I just really like that theory.
Right. Yeah.
All right. So the answer follows in the words of the prophet. God replies that he has already shown them, particularly through Amos or Amos, Hosea or Hosehead, and Isaiah. Remember them guys?
I do.
What he wants. So he's like, I already showed you through these prophets specifically what the fuck I want. Namely, justice and love towards your fellow human beings. And faithfulness and humility towards God. Just don't be a dick like me.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Correct sacrifices and enthusiastic religious exercises are of no value if the people do not have the right attitude. So it's like empty gestures. Okay.
Wait, I do have a question. So we're talking about Micah here, and you're saying that God already showed these people through Hosea, Isaiah, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They
Who
come
hadn't
after
come yet, yeah.
him. So is that what these apologists are saying? That literally makes no fucking sense.
I know. Isn't that fun?
No, this is absurd.
It's
absurd.
What
it is.
Yeah. So some commentators, and I typed this part up in bold italics. Some commentators interpret Micah chapter 6 as a dialogue between Balak, the king of Moab, and Balaam, the prophet, based on the historical context referenced in verses 5 through 8. In this passage, God reminds Israel of past events, specifically mentioning Balak and Balaam, who appear, of course, in Numbers chapters 22 to 24.
Yeah.
Okay. According to this interpretation, Micah chapter 6, verses 1 through 8 could be structured as a back and forth exchange reflecting Balak's attempt to seek divine favor through extravagant sacrifices and Balaam's response emphasizing God's true desires.
I just have to say this. It sounds like we're throwing bullshit. Spaghetti at the fucking wall.
It's so random. They're like,
it might be this, it might be that, it could be that.
It's like when you spin a globe and like you just poke your finger and you're like, and this is where we're going on vacation.
Right?
Like, oh, okay.
Which usually ends up in the ocean.
In the ocean,
you gotta
right.
spin again usually.
Yeah, spin again. Yeah. So Balak, representing human attempts to manipulate God through offerings, asks rhetorical questions about what sacrifices might please God. Burnt offerings, thousands of rams, rivers of oil, or even a firstborn child.
Right.
I'll give you my firstborn child if you'll just give me a stapler. Oh my gosh. In response, Balaam, or in a broader sense, the prophet Micah, in the book of Micah, which is what we're fucking reading, declares that God does not desire extravagant rituals, but instead requires justice, mercy, and humility. While this interpretation is, wait for it, not universally accepted.
No way.
You think? It provides a framework for understanding the passage as a critique of transactional religious practices and a call to ethical living. However, traditional interpretations generally view Micah chapter 6 as a direct discourse between God and Israel, as stated.
I guess.
Emphasizing God's covenantal expectations rather than revisiting the Balak Balaam narrative as an actual conversation. But because it was there, I was like, oh, I gotta grab that real quick. So, so that's fun. But here's another thing. They also say that you could interpret this in a modern context. And I was like, oh, I got to see how this is done.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So this is where we get into a dramatization. Okay.
Okay.
Recreate for a modern audience how this conversation might have gone. Okay.
Oh, sure.
Okay. Title: The CEO and the Consultant. Yeah. Setting: a sleek corporate office. The CEO of a major company, Mr. Bullock, sits at a large desk, looking stressed. Across from him sits an experienced ethics consultant, Dr. Balaam, reviewing a report.
Okay.
CEO Bullock says, "All right, Dr. Balaam, my company's reputation has taken a hit. I need to know, what do we need to do to fix it? Should we throw money at the problem? Invest in some massive charity event? Sponsor 1,000 scholarships? How about we fund an entire hospital wing? Huh?
Right.
Okay, Dr. Balaam leans back, thoughtful. Mr. Bullock, it's not about grand gestures or flashy donations. Throwing money at the problem just isn't going to cut it. People want more than just a PR stunt."
Yeah.
CEO Bullock says, Okay, what if we go bigger? A huge ad campaign, like that Pepsi commercial, with that girl, Kendall Jenner, and she walks up to the army people and gives them a Pepsi and the war is over.
Sure.
Yeah, so a huge ad campaign, okay? Showing all the great things we're doing. You know how awesome we are? Like TV spots, social media influencers, YouTubes. Let's get on the TikToks before they take it away.
Right.
Maybe even a Super Bowl commercial. What?
Okay.
Something that screams corporate responsibility. We care. But Dr. Balaam shakes his head. You're still thinking in terms of appearances. It's not about what looks good. It's about what is good. The public isn't stupid. They can see right through that. CEO Bullock. Yeah. I get really confused. I'm so sorry.
Right.
I'm sorry. Okay, so CEO Bullock sighs, frustrated. Fine. What do they want from me? Do I need to resign? Make a public apology? What's the sacrifice here? For fuck's sake! Dr. Balaam leans forward, very serious. It's simpler than you think, Bullock. Do what's right. Treat your employees fairly. Be transparent with your customers and lead with integrity.
Right.
Take Bernie Sanders' advice to raise the federal minimum wage from $7.25 to a livable wage. Unlike what the billionaires say. In short, act justly, show genuine kindness, and stay humble in how you run this company, as all billionaires are known to do. That's what people really want.
Right, yeah.
CEO Bullock pauses, considering this.
Mm-hmm.
So, no grand campaign? Just doing the right thing? I said campaign.
Yeah.
No grand campaign? Just doing the right thing? Ugh. Feels weird.
Right, yeah.
That's it? I just have to not be a dick?
Right.
I don't know if I can. Dr. Balaam says, exactly. It's not about the show. It's about the substance. The CEO nods slowly, realizing that real change requires more than just writing checks. It demands a shift in values. And scene.
Okay.
How did you like that dramatization?
I mean, yeah, sure. Sounds good.
It is so realistic too, right?
You mean the fact that a CEO would change and listen to one person about how to change? No.
An ethics consultant.
In no way whatsoever.
Right. Yeah. No. If you have to be told, don't be a dick, I think maybe
that's the whole problem right there. Yeah.
You shouldn't have to be told that.
Right.
Like, that is one of my utmost problem things when I get into an argument with somebody. Usually I'm like, if you have to be told, then I can't have this discussion with you. You should know that already.
Yeah.
Parmesan cheese goes in the fridge, for fuck's sake.
Yes.
Okay, so moving on. Verse 14 says, you will eat but not be satisfied. Your stomach will still be empty. And the meaning of the Hebrew for that phrase is actually uncertain, so we don't really know if that's what that sentence says. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
The rest of it goes, you will store up but save nothing, because what you save, I'll give to the sword.
Okay.
So it could mean that, or it could mean you will press toward birth but not give birth. Or what you bring to birth, I'll give to the sword.
Okay.
Okay, so it could mean that.
It sounds like it can mean a lot of things.
Yeah. Either I'm going to take all your life savings, or I'm going to take your baby that you just birthed, or something.
Sure.
The Arabic and the Septuagint, the Greek one, they both read the same, though. They say, there shall be fucking calamity in the midst of thee. It shall have its seat and throne among you. So you're going to get the sword. I'm not sure where it's going.
Sure.
Okay? But you're going to get the sword.
I'd say based on human history, that's a fair assessment of any age, pretty much.
And any day.
Yeah.
Any day.
Right.
Yeah. So verse 15 says, you will plant but not harvest. You will press olives but not use the oil. You will crush grapes but not drink the wine.
Yeah.
That means you're going to labor to amass property, like hard. You're going to try to get all this land, right? But you will not have God's blessing because God's a dick. And whatever you collect, your enemies will carry away. And at last, you will carry yourself away into captivity.
I see.
And I'm like, oh, burn.
Yeah.
I like that phrasing. Okay. So now we have a little bit more history here. Okay.
Okay.
Verse 16. You have observed the statutes of Omri and all the practices of Ahab's house. You have followed their traditions. So when I first read this, I have a little bit of dyslexia and problems with vision, and I thought it said statues, not statutes.
Ah, okay.
So that changes things.
Right.
But even so, we were like, oh, I don't remember who Omri or Ahab is.
Right.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
So, okay, let's read about those guys a little bit. You have observed the statutes, the rules of Omri, and all the practices of Ahab's house. You followed their traditions.
Okay.
Those were some evil hombres, okay? Omri and Ahab were two of the most infamous kings of Israel whose reigns significantly contributed to the nation's spiritual and moral decline.
I see.
Omri reigned from around 885 to 874 BCE. He was a powerful and politically astute leader who established Samaria as the capital of Israel and forged strong alliances with surrounding nations, including Phoenicia. However, his political achievements were overshadowed by his promotion of idolatry and the integration of Canaanite religious practices into Israelite worship.
Now, these are seen as bad things by the people who wrote the Bible.
Yeah.
And who, are apologists for the Bible.
Yes.
So,
at the time,
I just want to point that out that, this sounds to me, based on what you said in the first part of that sentence, that he was a strong leader who was forging alliances, that was very, commanding.
Yeah.
And
that his people
charge.
were like, fine.
Right.
And they were like, well, whatever God the king says today, I don't fucking care.
Right. It just so happens that this guy is very much against what the later Christians and Jewish folk wanted their religion to be.
Exactly.
So
yeah. So they were like, oh, he did bad idolatry shit.
Right.
Bad.
Right.
Okay. The Bible condemns Omri for continuing the sins of Jeroboam. Remember how Jeroboam was just the worst?
Sure.
Particularly in leading Israel further away from the worship of Yahweh. And we covered that in 1 Kings chapter 16. His reign laid the foundation for deeper corruption as he institutionalized Baal worship and fostered an environment of moral compromise and syncretism.
What is it?
Syncretism? I don't know what that means.
Got it.
Schenectady.
Sure.
I don't know.
If you don't know what a word means, you should probably look it up in the future.
I should. No, here's the thing. I was doing a lot of research, and that word ended up, and it should not have.
Got it.
And so I fucked that up.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry. Syncretism. Sorry.
Sure.
So that's my bad.
No, I know. I got
Keep in mind I've been sick.
No, I know. I got you. I got you.
Okay. Anyway, Ahab. Okay, that's Omri's son and successor. He took this spiritual decline to even greater depths during his reign from around 874 to 853 BCE.
Okay.
Under Ahab's rule, call me Ishmael, because, he's Ahab.
Right. No,
prophets of Yahweh were persecuted, and idolatry became widespread and state-sponsored. And that was in 1 Kings chapter 18. Because remember who he was married to? Fucking Jezebel.
Oh, yeah.
A Phoenician princess, daughter of Ithabal, king of Tyre. Tyre.
No, it was Tyre.
Tyre?
I think it was Tyre, yeah.
Oh, I always get it wrong.
Remember.
Yeah, me neither. Anyway, so she was a bitch, remember?
Yeah.
She was a devout worshiper of Baal. She brought the aggressive promotion of Baal worship and Asherah cults into Israel's religious life. The influence of Jezebel was particularly insidious as she sought to eradicate the worship of Yahweh and replace it with the worship of foreign gods.
Got it.
Okay?
Yeah.
Ahab's reign was marked by economic exploitation, social injustice, and a disregard for God's covenant, which led to the eventual downfall of the northern kingdom. And I'm like, if you say so.
Right.
When Micah references the, quote, statutes of Omri and the practices of Ahab's house in verse 16, and he's saying, y'all been following them evil ways.
Right.
You ain't right. He is highlighting how deeply entrenched these corrupt policies and idolatrous traditions had become, serving as a dire warning of the consequences of following in their footsteps, namely destruction and exile.
Got it. Yeah.
So that was verse 16, the rest of which reads, "Therefore I will give you over to ruin and your people to derision. You will bear the scorn of the nation." So there are other translations of that, obviously, that instead of the scorn of the nations, it reads, "the inhabitants thereof a hissing." Hiss. You know, like when you don't like somebody and you
hiss at them?
Or you throw a tomato.
Sure.
You know, like there's different, like,
right.
You know? Yeah. It could also be when they see you, they'll shriek.
Okay.
Yeah. Because those who should see them would be both astonished and frightened of them.
Got it.
Okay. And so God's going to make sure those cheats do not enjoy the good things that they have built up for themselves. Those cheaters. Okay. So through drought, famine, and enemy attacks, he's going to destroy their dishonestly gained wealth. Okay. So that's that. And then now we're moving into chapter 7. Okay. All right. So chapter 7 presents a powerful contrast between Israel's sinfulness and God's steadfast mercy. Remember how God is great and he's awesome and we love him so much.
That's not really what I've taken away from the Bible.
No,
honestly.
not at all. Not at all.
He's kind of a dick.
Well, this chapter moves through themes of confession, judgment, hope, and restoration, emphasizing the cycle of human failure versus divine grace.
Okay.
We love us some divine grace. It portrays a nation in moral decay, but ultimately points to how awesome God is in his promise of redemption and faithfulness to his covenant.
I mean, that's always where we end up back to.
I know, right? Like,
it's like this constant cycle of you guys suck, but God's awesome.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So God's people humbly confess their sin. They're like, we suck so much. And remember, this was where Micah was like, I'm going to take it for the team. I'm going to admit I'm going to do the admitting of the flaws or whatever.
Right.
So verse 4 reads, "The best of them is like a briar, the most upright worse than a thorn hedge." And I really liked that phrasing.
Yeah.
But what that means is they are useless in themselves and cannot be touched without wounding anyone who comes into contact with them. Okay. Micah alludes in using this particular phrasing to the thick thorn hedges that are still there today in Palestine.
I see.
Not the exact same.
They exist. Those plants.
Yeah.
They're there.
That's where those plants grow.
Yeah.
Still.
Okay.
They still grow there too.
I mean, yeah.
And
that's shocking.
And
how
kangaroos are still in Australia to
right,
this day.
Right,
yeah. So, the crumbling relationships among God's people is what comes up next. And he's like, there's treachery and deceit and y'all suck and you're tricking each other and you're so mean and bad and wrong.
Yeah.
And then we get to the humble state of God's people.
The humble state of God's people.
Yeah, Micah acknowledges the justice of God's punishment. I love when we're punished. We deserve it. Give us more. Thank you for punishing us because you punish us because you love us and you want us to learn.
Sounds like some sort of
Stockholm syndrome.
Well, I was going to say BDSM or something. I'm not. Is that the right thing?
Could be
where you like being punished. What is that?
Yeah, where you're the sub. No, you're the sub and God is the dom.
Sorry, I'm not.
But there would have to be like a contract negotiated, and it has to be consensual. And,
I mean, wouldn't that be what the Ten Commandments was?
Yeah, but I would
like
say
the safe words like amen or something.
I would say it's not informed consent because these fools were dumb.
God keeps saying it's informed consent though.
But just because God says, like, he can fuck right off. I don't trust that fucker any further than I could throw him, okay? So this is where we get into where enemies are like, ha ha, every time they see the conquest of Israel and Judah fail, like when those countries fall, when those nations fall, all the enemies are like, like, and you're not supposed to enjoy seeing your neighbor fail, even if it's your enemy. You're not supposed to take pleasure in that. And so God's like, y'all motherfuckers right here. Okay. So he's like, you're laughing now, you neighbory guys, but you're gonna get yours. You're gonna get conquered eventually, someday, maybe. And then he turns back to his own people and he's like, but those of you who've remained faithful to me, you'll get to go home to your homeland and be saved someday.
Unless you were in the Babylonian exile, where you were gone for a whole generation. So
yeah, which hasn't happened yet because we're not there yet. Even though we
pretend
really
like maybe
hard.
it is something that happened.
Yes,
so,
you are getting this. Yes, yes, you are a Bible master.
I don't know about that, but I can tell you that the apologists that make up the shit that this is supposed to be the correct answer is so absurd.
It's so convoluted.
Yeah,
it's not nuanced. It's not nuanced. It's convoluted.
Well, you have to make such leaps of logic to get to the points that they try to make.
And
sometimes.
It's random. It's so like, what? You just grabbed a random word. Why?
Right. But the reason it works, though, is because people are so willing to hear something that makes more sense to them about this God that defines their entire existence. Because to a lot of people, God is the entire, everything. That's everything, right? God is everything. Heaven, hell, the whole thing.
Before and after and all time.
So if somebody can explain it to you in a way that makes enough sense to you that you can then grasp it and accept it, then suddenly it becomes more yours. You own that religion a little bit more.
That and... like, if they hear the word exile at all, which I didn't know about any exiles before we started reading this shit.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah.
Do you really think that they know the difference between the early exile versus the Babylonian exile?
No, I would wager that most Christians and even Jewish folk do not really... Jewish folk would probably know more than the Christians.
Oh, yeah.
But I would say in general, a lot of people don't know much about these two instances that happened and how they lined up historically and how they affected each different prophet, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Right. And even I'm struggling a little bit with it because it's so back and forth over all the whole thing. But like, there is some obvious references in, especially what we're reading right now with Micah, that is very directed at the Assyrian exile or the Assyrian conquest of northern Israel. Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
And so I'm really struggling with the apologists that you're pointing out here that are trying to
tie this into
the Babylonian
prophecy.
Exile. Right. Yeah. And prophecy. And that's what this whole thing's about, right? These are the prophets. So they've been put in here as prophets, but they fail at that even because they are talking about current events.
Right.
And then the people that put these chapters and these verses in here, they later try to tie this into a prophecy.
Right.
And they try to make it like they'll even rewrite sections of the Bible to make it sound more prophetic.
Exactly.
Right. And so that's where we run into issues because they didn't do a great job.
Right.
They made things seem better here, but they left the Assyrians in there or whatever,
Well, I think that they were like, so dude is talking about what's happening right now with the Assyrians, blah, 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 blah. And he's like dropping some, and then we're going to see this happen again. And when the Babylonians come do it again later. And I think that's what they're trying to say is happening.
Okay.
I think that's the conversation they're trying to hope that we pick up from this. And I'm like, but that's not the conversation that is occurring.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
I guess.
All right. So let's move on to verse 8. Do not gloat over me, my enemy. Though I have fallen, I will rise. Though I sit in darkness, the Lord will be my light. That sounds like so fucking what I imagine that the New Testament will sound like. And I hate it, just so you know. Like, I'm just dreading the New Testament. Ugh.
Yeah.
The imagery of light overcoming darkness is a metaphor for spiritual renewal. And that wasn't only used in the Bible. It was used in other literature of the time as well.
Sure.
So,
I mean, that makes sense.
metaphor. Good job, guys.
Well, yeah.
I appreciate a good metaphor that's used properly, given that these fucks did some fucking dad jokes and were like, I'm gonna drown Lima City in lima beans, and now I'm a wizard because I used wordplay. You know, like, okay.
Right.
All right, so verse 10 reads, Then my enemy will see it and will be covered with shame. She who said to me, Where is the Lord your God? My eyes will see her downfall. Even now she will be trampled underfoot like mire in the streets. All right, so where she's like, mire, this may particularly refer to the city of Babylon. So this is a prophecy.
Okay.
As the prophecy was literally fulfilled in the sackage of that city by the Persians and its consequent total ruin. It becomes mire. Eventually, its walls formed of brick kneaded with straw and baked in the sun, becoming exposed to the wet, dissolved, so that a vestige of the city no longer remained except a few bricks that were dug from under the rubbish, creating what? Mire.
Oh my God.
I know, right?
Jesus.
Yeah. It fell, so therefore prophecy happened.
Right, yeah.
Fulfilled.
It's just, you could apply that, like, oh, look, this thing happened that's very similar.
Yeah.
Hundreds of years later. It's prophecy. Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's not.
No, it's not.
So verse 13 says, the earth will become desolate because of its inhabitants as the result of their deeds. And so actually this was mistranslated, and the sentence should have said the earth had been desolate, which is to say that the land of Israel had been desolate during the captivity, which was the fruit of the evil doings of those who had dwelt therein. Okay. Whatever, though. I don't really care. Like, did not change my opinion at all.
Right.
But okay, go off.
Yeah.
Verse 14 says, shepherd your people with your staff, the flock of your inheritance, which lives by itself in a forest in fertile pasture lands. And this is basically just a way of saying the people have been long without a shepherd or a spiritual governor. And the quote-unquote fertile pasture lands are sometimes translated instead as in the midst of Carmel, because that's the same.
Okay.
Which was very fruitful in vines.
I see.
So, again, we're just like picking random words and going, here's some English.
Sure. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yep.
The rest of that verse reads, let them feed in Bashan and Gilead, as in days long ago. And those were proverbially fruitful pastures.
Okay.
So that's what that's about.
Got it.
In a concluding prayer, the prophet intercedes on behalf of his people, and Micah appeals to God to rescue, protect, and feed his people. He asks that God works miracles for them as he did in the time of Moses.
Okay.
It's like, remember when you did Moses?
Yeah.
And God's like, of course, I'm always telling you about that. And he's like, so could you give us some Moses magic? And God's like, remember that time when I pulled you out? And the dude is like, yeah, you're changing the subject kind of, though. Yeah. So the nations are brought low before a restored Israel. And then we talk about the glorious mercy and pardon of God. The end. Boom. Chapter 7 done.
Yeah.
Okay?
That's not confusing at all.
No, not at all. This book sucked. And I think that the wrap-up recap of the book as a whole is, I think I'm going to go off. So stay tuned for whenever we do that reading.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I hated it. Spoiler alert.
Well, I hated it because there's 2 to 3, maybe even 4 different versions of what the book is.
Yeah.
Depending on who you ask, you know, it just, There's so many, and it could mean something else in this moment versus the other moment. And I'm like, can we just decide that this is a...
Like, I'm just trying to read it. I'm
Right.
just trying to read what it says, guys. Stop. And then they're like, oh, on top of we made shit up, guess what? We don't even know if that's what it really says.
No, you know what? I feel like this is one of those books that got put in there so that they could just quote certain things. And they're like, look, if we quote this here, it works with that over there.
And then
right?
we could get some real Jesus magic going.
Right. We don't need to put it in context or anything. We just need to say it.
Yeah.
So I don't know. This book didn't fly with me with regard to what apologists say about it.
For a book so short, it made me so mad.
Yeah. No, I agree.
7 chapters. Fuck them all.
Right. All right. Well, that was Micah chapters 5 through
6,
7?
and 7 Q&A.
Yeah. So we will be back shortly, I'm going to say, with our Contradictions episode.
You're always wrong.
And then I will get the weekly / whatever, how long time frame it's been, wrap up or recap out. And then we will be back with a new book of the Bible after that.
And I think we have a Patreon coming on Wednesday night.
We're going to do our best.
Live.
Yes.
Discord 10 Eastern.
Yes.
10 p.m. Eastern.
We should be doing that.
Yes. Let us do that.
That's yeah. All right.
Okay.
So we will see you guys then.
Bye. Husband!
Wife!
Do you know what we're doing today?
Well, today we're wrapping up the book of Micah.
That is correct.
Yes, that is.
That is what we're doing.
Yes.
And are you ready to do that? Do you remember anything about that, dude?
I don't. It's we've been absent for a while, and I'd like to re-acknowledge when we do our acknowledgments of patrons during our regular episodes, like the book. So
the chapter.
The chapters. We will be getting to that. We've just been life is we're falling behind a little bit, so
we're just doing these as we can, one at a time, plugging away.
But I want to acknowledge one more time, thank you all for contributing over the last weeks, months, whatever, years for some of you. So thank you so much for your support.
Yes.
And that being said, you ready to get into this?
Sure as fuck am.
Let's do this.
Okie dokie. Hey, let's talk about Micah, babe. What do you think?
I think we should never do that again.
Oh, okay. Probably. Do you know who Micah was?
He was a minor prophet.
He was a minor prophet.
Yeah.
That's about it.
I mean, yeah.
He was a prophet during the reigns of Jotham, Ahaz, and Hezekiah.
I will say this. There was a lot of precursor shit to the Bible, like to the
New Testament, yeah.
That I feel like was injected into the New Testament because of whatever.
Well, we'll get there.
It is what it is.
We'll get there in a minute.
Yeah.
We'll get there in a minute.
All right.
Anyway, he was a minor prophet during the reigns of Jotham, Ahaz, and Hezekiah.
You know, I wonder if we went back in time and we're like, dude, you only made it to the minor prophets. How do you feel about that?
How do you feel about that, bro? He would have been a contemporary of Hosea, or as I like to call him, Hosehead.
Right.
And Isaiah. And I don't think I had a nickname for Isaiah.
Not that I can recall, but...
Izzy, bum, bum. I don't know. It just came out. No. Too late. All right. So the text mentions nothing about my dude's familial background. So we don't know anything about him. But it does say his place of origin.
Okay.
Morsheth.
Okay.
That was in the first verse. And Morsheth was a place about 22 miles away from Jerusalem. So he's like, Big J, what up?
Got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Unlike prophets such as Isaiah and Hosehead, no record of his father's name has been retained. So that's why he's minor. Everybody's like, who dey?
Can't prove who he is.
Who dey? No day.
We don't know his father. We don't know anything about him.
He doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Interesting little tidbit. We've covered this before. His name, Micah high, Micah low. How does that thing go?
I don't know.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, kind of.
Okay.
But I can't recall.
Yeah, I know. It's one of those like back in the 80s when we were kids things that dads did. or
Was
something.
it? I felt like it was from a movie, but I can't remember exactly.
I don't know.
Yeah.
We have a listener that would probably be able to tell us on the spot, so I'm depending on them to tell us.
Right.
Anyway, dude's name means who is like Yahweh. And that foreshadows the book's climactic declaration in Micah chapter 7, verse 18.
Mm-hmm.
Who is a God like you, pardoning iniquity and passing over transgression? So it's like, who's like you? God's like you. Micah like you like you.
Got it.
I don't know.
Got it.
This rhetorical flourish encapsulates the core of Micah's message.
Okay.
Which is this. Ready?
I'm ready.
Divine justice is tempered by mercy. That's the message we're supposed to take from this overall, okay?
That's a message I have not taken at all from the Old Testament.
Ever.
Yes.
Divine
there is
justice,
always,
kiss my ass.
he always leaves a remnant, right? It's always a remnant.
That's not divine justice.
No. Yeah, he is so terrible.
That's
to
not
people.
Mercy.
And then he's like, but I'm going to leave some of you alive.
Yeah.
It's like, what the fuck, man?
That's neither divine justice nor mercy.
Anybody who solves their problems by murdering lots of people,
and then says, be grateful.
They're problematic at the very least.
Right?
You know? I'm just saying, we have a word for that in our society, and it's called a criminal.
Well,
a really bad criminal, actually.
Domestic abuse is very similar to this, where the husband knows not to leave black eyes, so he punches you in the kidneys and says, be grateful that I didn't leave bruises on your face.
Yeah.
What?
We're supposed to love the fact that he didn't kill everybody.
Right.
What? It doesn't. That whole concept to me is just alien.
Yeah.
I don't understand it. I don't really want to understand it fully.
What if you killed nobody?
Right.
I mean, what if you, okay, I'm not saying that everybody should get to live forever, the end, okay? We're literally watching a show right now where nobody dies, right? And, that's problematic on its own.
Yeah.
Okay? So I'm not saying let's have nobody die ever. But how about if God doesn't, just wave his hand and wipe out swaths of whole people?
Right.
You know?
Especially without talking to them. You don't talk. You talk to one person. You talk to a prophet.
Prophet.
And then you're like, you have to know that prophet is telling you what I said, right?
Trust the prophet.
But you don't tell the actual people, hey, I'm God. You should do these things.
They don't glow or anything. They're not, magically special. They don't have glitter on them or something that sets them apart.
If you're going to murder people over the things that they're doing wrong, then you should have a direct message telling them what they are doing wrong.
Get out your microphone. You're God.
Yeah.
Do better.
Right?
You know?
I mean, shit, you don't even have to talk. If you just if you imprinted the laws of whatever on a rock in front of me while I was standing there, I'd totally be like, fuck.
I mean, okay, how about in The Wizard of Oz when the witch flew in the sky and her broomstick had smoke coming out the back and she spelled out surrender Dorothy?
Right.
And nobody ever knew if it was supposed to have a comma and be like, surrender, Dorothy.
Right.
Hey, Dorothy, surrender. Or if she was telling the people of the Emerald City to give her up. Give up, Dorothy. Surrender her to me.
Right. Yeah.
Even that was questionable, but she's not God. She's just a witch.
She is.
Right? God would have told you.
But she gave a direct message.
Yeah.
Through smoke in the sky.
Yeah. And that comma was you know what? It doesn't matter if she's speaking directly to Dorothy or the people. The fact of the matter is she wants Dorothy. We all get that.
There are people today that call themselves prophets. And I don't believe a fucking one of them. There's there's some online preacher types that are
they call themselves prophets?
They do.
I need to start seeking these people out and having one-on-ones with them because that is heretical. That is false. You're a false prophet.
Well, they're actually gaining some popularity. There's some people that are online that call themselves prophets and they're gaining some popularity.
That's false.
Why?
Well, then I'm a prophet.
Well, no, I'm just saying.
I'm a prophet.
Right. That's
if anybody
the whole
just
point.
Gets to be a prophet, I'm a prophet.
But
do you want to be a prophet?
They're claiming that God is speaking through them. Are you claiming that God is speaking through you?
Absolutely. I don't believe in God, so sure he is. Do you want to be a prophet with me?
I don't, actually.
You can be pretend God is speaking to me and he told me you're a dipshit.
No, I don't want to do that.
I want to do that. I really want to do that.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
You can prophesize in your spare time.
I want to be a witch. I'm going to be a false prophet.
You can be the witch of Endor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to be the witch of Dayton. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I'm going to be like, and God told me some things. And you know how I know it's true? Because God can talk to the dead and God can talk to witches because he spoke to the witch of Endor. That's how she made it into the Bible.
Right. Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Let's talk about some historical context here.
Okay.
Of this book itself.
Got it.
Okay. Parts of the book were likely written between 735 and 700 BCE during a time of great prosperity in Jerusalem, especially under the rule of one of Judah's better kings, Hezekiah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nevertheless, they faced some threats from other kingdoms, such as
The Assyrians.
yes, that's right, Assyria. Considering the northern kingdom fell to Assyrian forces in 722 BCE, this would have been at the forefront of Micah's mind.
Absolutely.
So he's like, fuck me.
Yeah.
As he lived in the southern kingdom and would have witnessed the carnage. So he saw all this happening and was like, now's my chance. I can be a false prophet. Aware of the social ills of his day, Micah did not want the southern kingdom to end up in the same state as the north.
Sure.
So that
and
makes
of
sense.
course, everything that is happening in the world, they blame on not following God's word or whatever.
It's all
right?
political.
Well,
And it's all
it is
geographic.
political, but they blame it on supernatural forces, right? If you're worshiping the wrong, like that's what prophets do anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're your bridge between what is actual and what you need to do to make
Lead
it
the
not
people.
happen. Right? Yeah.
Well, I mean, whether he believed it or not, he was definitely politically motivated to, get the
I feel
people
that
to
way
not behave.
Yeah, I feel that way about most of the prophets.
Yeah,
I mean,
I feel that way about
specifically-
all of them.
Specifically, some more than others. But
Sure.
I mean, I think Jeremiah was one of the biggest ones that I felt was very
Was
political.
he the one that we thought was the double agent?
Yeah,
Yeah.
because he had the I can't remember his name now, but the his
The guard of the other team.
his like scribe person.
Oh, yeah.
that had a name in the Bible too.
Okay,
I can't remember his name now.
Well, we're going to read his book, Baruch.
Yeah, Baruch. Yeah. That's it.
Are you impressed that I knew that
That was
guy?
good, yeah.
You know why I remember him? Because he has a song with him. Baruch, Baruch, Baruch is on fire.
After we said his name, I recalled that. Yeah.
Yep. Okay, so since Micah likely wrote some portions of this book prior to Hezekiah's reign, he would have been under the rule of a wicked king like Ahaz.
Wicked. Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah.
Yep.
And this would have been from 2 Kings, that time frame, okay?
Okay.
Who subjected himself to be a vassal of Assyria. Remember?
Oh, okay.
So that's what made him wicked. He
Got
was
it.
like, fuck this. I give up. We're going to pay tribute to Assyria now.
Well, yeah, and I don't know that that's wicked. Like, you're
No.
just seeing the forces that are coming down on you, and
Yeah.
you're like, I don't know that we have
I would like my people to not be smited by
Right.
the Assyrians. So
Yeah.
we're going to pay taxes to them now. They win.
Yeah.
And we live.
Yeah.
So we win too.
Right.
Look how everybody wins.
Right.
Good to be the king. Instead of trusting in God, if they would have just trusted in God. Oh, but they also practiced idol worship and tore down elements of God's temple. Boo.
Okay.
Bad Jewish people. They
Right.
did bad just then.
Yeah.
Okay. This corresponds to the period when, after a long period of peace, Israel, Judah, and the other nations of the region came under increasing pressure from the aggressive and rapidly expanding Neo-Assyrian Empire.
Sure.
So, I mean, they didn't have a lot of choices.
Well, we talked about a lot through this book because,
Mm-hmm.
there's a lot of references to things that didn't actually transpire. Mm-hmm. And they pushed them off to the Babylonian exile.
Yeah.
And we're like, wait a second. Just because it didn't happen when it should have happened doesn't mean you get to just pick another time period when it did.
Well, sure it does. Sure it does. That's how prophecies work.
I guess.
You just roll them over like minutes
but
on
you
a cell phone.
you only get to call them prophecies after the fact, right? Like, you don't know it's a prophecy until it came true.
Yeah.
And then you're like, oh, there's the prophecy. See, look, it happened.
Well, what you gonna do?
And then even more than that, you get to like write a book years later called the New Testament, and you're like, we're just going to make these prophecies have happened.
We're going to flip through the old one and we're going to be like, that one didn't make it. That one didn't make it. That one. Okay, here's what we need to do to make these ones make it. Ready?
Right, yeah.
Go. So between 734 and 727 BCE, Tiglath-Pileser III, remember that guy, of Assyria, conducted almost annual campaigns in that area. So, I mean, every year he was coming in and fighting everybody.
Yeah.
So, like, you sucked it if you weren't them.
Right.
Okay. He reduced the kingdom of Israel, the kingdom of Judah, and the Philistine cities to vassalage.
Okay.
He received tribute from Ammon, Moab, and Edom.
Okay.
And he absorbed Damascus, which was the kingdom of Aram, into the empire.
Got it.
So, I mean...
So he was quite a force.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So...
And the fact that Jerusalem didn't get taken over by this guy during this time frame is saying something about their ability to
negotiate.
Negotiate and withstand this, yeah.
I would say negotiation's better than fighting, because if they were just fighting, they would have got knocked out like the rest.
Well, and I don't know the actual history of it, but maybe they had some sort of a deal with like the Egyptians, and they were like an outpost for the Egyptians to keep the Assyrians from getting closer to Egypt or whatever.
Right.
I don't know who they were working with, but there was a lot of connections between Egypt and Jerusalem.
That is true.
In those time frames. So that could have been something that was happening as well.
It could have been all of the above.
Right. Yeah. Again, this is where...
But God didn't help them.
No.
No, God left them to flounder because they didn't trust God.
Right.
They made their own way.
But this is where I would love to do like a separate series that kind of digs into the actual history that is surrounding these events in the Bible.
Like,
because
what was
it's just
Egypt
really,
up to at this time?
It intrigues me.
Yeah.
Right.
No, totally agree. So on Tiglath-Pileser's death, Israel rebelled, resulting in an Assyrian counterattack and the destruction of the capital, Samaria, in 721 BCE after a 3-year siege.
Okay. All right. Yep.
So Micah chapter 1, verses 2 through 7 draws on this event. So like the opening chapter of Micah, the opening verses of Micah is about this specific event. Okay.
Yep.
Samaria, says the prophet, has been destroyed by God because of its crimes of idolatry, oppression of the poor, and misuse of power.
But it wasn't by God. It was by fucking Assyria.
Yeah.
Like, just why do we have to push every disaster off on God chose this? Like, why would God choose to enlist heathens to destroy his own people?
He did it before.
I know, but I never understood how he can take
tools of God.
These people that are even worse in his mind to destroy the people that are kind of bad. Like, that doesn't make sense to me. You have the ability literally to change people's hearts. You've done it in the past in the Bible, according to the Bible.
Yeah.
So why
you can move mountains. Just move the fucking mountain to block them and protect your people and just deal only with your people.
Yeah. And, I mean, have a sit down with your people, like go to counseling and get some help for your problems. And,
you know what? I guarantee
solve this in a really, modern way.
I guarantee if you moved a fucking mountain to block them from an oncoming Assyrian horde, I guarantee you that the people would be like, oh, my bad.
Right.
I'm going to get my shit straight with God now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Make it clear that you are God.
Yeah.
And then make it clear what you want them to do, not through a human being.
Right. Move a mountain, protect them from their enemies, and maybe make another copy of that book of the Torah and just drop it from the sky into their laps. Boom.
Right.
And
I think that'd do it.
That would do it, right? And you have not said a goddamn word. All you did was you moved a mountain, you dropped a book.
Right.
How you can't do that?
How hard is that, man?
How big are you?
Are you God or what?
Yeah.
What the fuck's your problem?
That's 2 small acts.
Yeah.
For somebody huge.
Right.
And I mean, let me tell you what. If I'm standing out front and I see a mountain move and then a fucking Bible falls from the sky right in front of me.
I'm whatever's in that book, I believe it then.
I mean, I have to verify, wait, was that actually a mountain moving? Because, now we have airplanes and stuff. So I'm just saying, like, I would still be a little skeptical, but I would definitely be like, babe, we need to check into this because, not gonna lie, I'm a little freaked out.
Look, if the Rocky Mountain Range ended up in my backyard and I'm in Ohio and then a book fell from the sky and it had rules in it, I'm paying a lot of attention to those fucking rules.
I'm definitely gonna look them up.
I'm definitely
gonna call you at work and be like, you need to maybe call off and come home because we need to talk about this.
Right. Yeah.
Some shit just happened.
Right.
And also there's a mountain in the backyard.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, blah, 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 tribute, blah, 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 misuse of power. I have to find where it was.
I know.
Okay. So the Assyrian attacks on Israel, which was, remember, the northern kingdom, led to an influx of refugees into Judah, which would have increased the social stresses in the south, while at the same time, the authorities in Jerusalem had to invest huge amounts of tribute and defense. So they were strained so hard. They had all of these incoming immigrants that were different to their ways and practicing differently and were escaping from the Assyrians.
Right.
So,
but also it could have helped strengthen their stance too, because a lot of those people that were coming in that were attacked by the Assyrians probably would have been felt very compelled to fight back against them. Well, to volunteer to fight back against them.
Well, yeah. And like, we were wrong, we should have listened to God, that kind of thing too. Maybe. So when the Assyrians attacked Judah in 701 BCE, they did so via the Philistine coast and the Shephelah, which was the border region that included Micah's village of Morsheth.
Okay.
As well as Lachish, which was Judah's second largest city.
Okay.
Yeah. This in turn forms the background to verses 8 through 16, the next few chapters, the next few verses of chapter 1. Okay. In which Micah warns the towns of the coming disaster. Lachish is singled out for special mention and is accused of the corrupt practices of both Samaria and Jerusalem.
Okay.
In these verses. Okay.
Yeah.
Now in verses, in the first part of chapter 2, he denounces the appropriation of land and houses, likely the result of the militarizing of the area in preparation for the Assyrian attack.
Got it. Okay.
I really appreciated learning this background from a political standpoint.
Yeah.
And a historical standpoint outside of the religiosity of it.
Yeah.
You know? Like, yeah, that makes so much sense. He's seeing all of this militarizing happening right in his fucking backyard. So, of course, he's going to be denouncing the appropriation of land.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
Duh.
Yeah.
All right. But that's the context of what was happening as he was writing this, okay?
Right. Yeah.
So that was the historical context. Let's move on specifically to the authorship, which I know is your favorite part.
Yes.
Okay? So the formation of the book of Micah is very much debated, even amongst biblical scholars.
Okay.
Like scholars across the board, whether they're apologists or not, are not in agreement about all this. Okay? With a consensus kind of that its final stage occurred during the Persian Empire or the Hellenistic period, meaning when Greece came about.
Yeah.
But uncertainty remains about whether it was formed at the time or merely finalized. That's what some scholars say, but many scholars are like, no. It was finalized during that time. It was like we collected pieces as we went, and then at the end we added a whole bunch of shit and finalized it.
And that would make more sense to me. Yeah.
Some, but not all scholars accept that the threats in chapters 1 through 3 and chapter 6 and part of 7 are material from the late 8th century BCE prophet Micah.
That makes sense.
Yeah. So they're like, Micah wrote the first 3 chapters, which that tracks. And then basically like the end of the book. But the middle part, he did not write. Okay.
All right.
Is what they think. The promises in chapters 4 through 5 and the later part of chapter 7 are generally dated several centuries later from the post-exilic period after the temple was rebuilt in 515 BCE, so that the early 5th century BCE, around that time frame, seems to be the period when the book was actually completed.
And that makes a lot of sense because that would lend the reason to why the prophecies also include the Babylonian exile, right? It just that there's not been a time that we've come across in the Bible where there hasn't been a question as to time of authorship, right? With regard to when these prophecies were actually fulfilled and written about.
Yeah.
So when they're written about, generally, if you're taking into account scholarly, activity with regard to these texts, they're saying that probably there was some interjections at the time or after the time of those other events.
Right.
And
that tracks.
This is going along with that.
Yeah.
Real quick before we move on, I did want to mention one thing about the defense of Jerusalem, because I looked up something while we were doing this, and it says that the Assyrians have a different story to tell about what happened during that time frame.
Oh.
And Sennacherib, the leader of the Assyrians, said that they successfully besieged Jerusalem, and that Hezekiah actually paid a hefty tribute in order to keep them from actually taking it over.
Yeah.
And that's what actually happened.
I kind of remember us talking about those two different versions when we were in 2 Kings.
Right.
So I appreciate you bringing that back
No,
up.
I thought that was interesting because, we only get to, in the Bible, we only get to hear one side of it.
Yeah.
Right. And it's the very heroic side of whatever
even when we lose heroically.
Right,
and
right.
Blessed be God for our loss.
Yeah.
You know?
Right.
Yeah. So, going back to what you were saying, though, with regard to the book being written at all kinds of different points in time.
Right.
That totally tracks.
Yes.
The first stage was the collection and arrangement of some spoken sayings of the historical Micah dude. So that's going to be your chapters 1 through 3. Okay.
Okay.
Which, like I just got through saying, we all agree he wrote.
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
So those were his words and we collected them. Okay.
Okay.
So the prophet attacks those who build estates through oppression and depicts the Assyrian invasion of Judah as Yahweh's punishment on the kingdom's corrupt rulers, including a prophecy that the temple will be destroyed.
Okay. Yep.
So that's 1 through 3.
Sure.
The exalted view of Zion in chapter 4, and then the messianic character of chapter 5. He's gonna come.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Those reflect the ideology of the Zion cult in Jerusalem before the exile.
Okay.
So that led me, I didn't quite jump down the rabbit hole, but I was like, underlining, highlighting, I'm sorry, Zion cult in Jerusalem before the exile.
Right.
Hi, cults.
Yeah.
Weren't we talking about cults?
We did. We had a whole series on cults.
Yeah, 3 episodes.
Yeah.
3 or 4 even.
Yep.
I think we had more to say about it.
They were Patreon. But
I think we have more to say about it, too.
Right.
So we might
revisit,
continue.
Sure.
Because we took a break from our podcast over the winter while we were sick and Christmasing and sick.
It's still kind of continuing with some of the breaks in it. Yes.
Yeah. So when we came back, we did a different Patreon episode, like a standalone, not part of a series. But I was like, let me say that one more time. The Zion cult in Jerusalem before the exile. I was like, oh yeah, we got to go down that. I need to know about a Zion cult.
Right? Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
So the prophecy was not fulfilled in Micah's time, but 100 years later, when Judah was facing a similar crisis with the Neo-Babylonian Empire, Micah's prophecies were reworked and expanded to reflect the new situation. Like bold as fuck. We're just saying, that shit got rewrote.
Right, yeah.
We added to it and rewrote and made it fit.
Like, hey, this is pretty close. Let's make that fit. What's happened? This happened, so let's make it fit. Obviously, he called it, if we just change that word, this word, maybe that sentence, probably that paragraph.
We're not going to change any tenses because that's just way too hard. And, we're just like 6,000 years old or whatever.
What I think is funny, like, it's so funny that they take, like, when you're reading about the apologist takes on these things, right?
Uh-huh.
They're referencing stuff from certain parts of the Micah book, but you can go back, like, the chapter before and even sometimes the paragraph before and find stuff directly talking about the Assyrians.
It says Assyrians.
Like, he's talking about the fucking Assyrians.
Yeah, you can't just make up what you want him to be talking about to make it fit your little imagination.
But you can, because the Bible is read in verses, not in chapters, not in full, not in context.
Not
you take whatever
compared
you want
to
from
history.
Right. I mean, the way I've always heard the Bible get thrown out to people is in the context of whatever they want it to be in.
Various verses thrown at you, helter-skelter, put them together and see what you get.
Yeah.
And that is no way to tell a story.
It's not. And that's why I think that's why we felt it was so important to read this from beginning to end.
Right.
Because if you're going to believe so hard in something that is just a book that you have no other context for, but you're only going to believe in it in the small snippets that get thrown at you during church service, what is that? I don't even understand how you can make that your belief, because you don't have any concept of what it is based on.
Right.
And I don't get it. I don't understand that. I don't get it.
I don't either.
Sorry.
Nope. Yeah. You're fine. I knew you would love that. Couldn't wait to get there. Still later, so after they'd already rewritten and added shit about the Babylonian stuff.
Right.
Still later, after Jerusalem fell to the Neo-Babylonian Empire, the book was revised and expanded again, even further, to reflect the circumstances of the late exilic and post-exilic community. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So there you go. Okay.
Yeah, right.
There you go.
But it's not Micah that wrote, you can't call these people prophets if you change the fucking prophecies.
Yeah.
That's not.
They're not prophecies if you're making the statement that something happened after the fact.
It's absolute bullshit.
It is.
Is what it is.
It is.
So I just.
And you could tell from the way it's written. It doesn't flow. It doesn't go together. You can tell where parts whoa, that was a tone change. Oh, okay, I guess we're going to talk about this now.
Right.
Weird.
Well, I feel like, there wasn't a lot of people that could read back then, right? Mm-hmm. And so there's these scholars, and they're the few people that are able to understand and interpret and rewrite and whatever these texts from their religion. They put it together for themselves. They put it together. They're like, hey, this is pretty close. What if we did this to it? Then it actually matches here.
And then we like it.
And then we like it better, right? It matches what we're... they're concerned about with any culture, you're concerned about your era.
Right.
You're not concerned about 500 years ago, 300 years ago, 200 years ago.
Rolling in their graves that we're trying to make sense of what they said. And they're like, we had no idea. Sorry. Ugh.
No, they're trying to promote their beliefs through historical texts that they have collected. And it makes sense to adapt them to your current state in those times, because you don't have it's not like you can just rewrite what has been done.
Okay, but you
can adapt it though.
Let's not say adapting their beliefs, because not all of them, I think, were true believers. Some of them were motherfucking political grifters.
Absolutely.
So it wasn't just their beliefs that they were trying to make work.
Right.
It was true believers and political grifters working together just like they are today.
Sure.
To staple shit together, to lead the masses, to make it to where everybody at the top gets gold in their pocket.
Right. And moreover, how do we know at this point in history who had the controls at any given time to adapt this Bible for whatever purpose they wanted? We don't know who adapted it.
Right.
We know that it was. Mm-hmm. But we don't know the people, we don't know their motivations. We can guess at them.
Right.
We can, and try to interpret it. But there were people adapting the Bible as time went through, and it changed the messages.
Right.
So that's not the Word of God. No. That's not God doing that. God's not telling them to edit the prophecy.
The apologists would say that it was God's hands leading the people that changed it.
I guess.
They got an answer for everything. That's why they're called apologists.
No, I know. But if the Word of God is
infallible,
if it's infallible, then it shouldn't have to be changed.
Right.
It should hold weight no matter when you're reading that text.
Yup.
But apparently it doesn't.
Nope. So let's talk about the actual book itself.
Okay. Yeah.
The book of Micah is nestled smack dab in the center of the minor prophets.
Okay.
Aww, womp womp in the Old Testament.
Right.
It is the 6th of the 12 minor prophets in the Hebrew Bible and presents a message of both judgment and hope.
Right.
I mean, if you believe that shit.
Yeah.
Seemingly written during the 8th century BCE, Micah's prophecies addressed both the northern kingdom of Israel and the southern kingdom of Judah, condemning their corruption while offering a vision of redemption, blah, blah, blah. Micah serves to alternate between oracles of destruction and hope.
It's funny, that description that you just read with regard to offering hope and redemption juxtaposed by destruction.
Yeah.
Is pretty much the entire like every prophet is the
Bible.
exact same. You give the exact same description for every prophet.
Oracles of destruction versus the hope for the remnant.
Right.
And there'll always be a remnant.
Right.
Because we can't quite stamp everything out. Micah predicts, supposedly, the fall of Samaria, the northern kingdom, in this book, and serves several warnings to the people of Judah.
Okay.
Yet the central theme revolves around social justice, which is interesting and harkens back to Old Testament kind of things.
I like some of those
I said
sentiments.
Old Testament, but I meant Torah.
Right.
Kind of stuff.
And I like some of those sentiments. Yeah.
He defended the rights of the poor, denouncing their exploitation by the wealthy and powerful elite, reproaching unjust leaders, and calling for them to act with integrity. And there are pictures, if you go online, of protesters who actually have quotes from Micah on their protest signs.
Yeah. I think we briefly touched on that in some other episode.
Probably, but I just thought it bears repeating. Like, that is very cool.
Yeah.
I mean, basically they're like, hey, I'm a Christian too, and what you're doing is fucking wrong per the Bible.
And I think that a large part of what is, not to get too political here, but with what is going on politically in the U.S., right? And we're here in the middle of the U.S., right? With what is going on, it's going to require people who are religious standing up and saying, no, our religion does not stand for these things. This is not what our religion is
interesting. I was not going to get into this topic, but you led me there, and I have to.
Okay.
There's a big atheist who just recently released a book. I cannot remember his name because I wasn't prepared for this.
Yeah.
He recently released a book, and it's about saying that there needs to be more Christianity in Christianity.
Right.
And that is an atheist saying that. And he's like, I'm not calling for there to be an end to Christianity. He's saying, if you're going to be Christian, actually be Christian.
Right.
You know what I mean? And it was a TED Talk that I listened to about it. The book came out sometime in the last year. So when I say recently, I don't mean like in the last couple months.
Right.
It was like within the last year and a half, something like that.
Right.
And the TED Talk was even probably about 6 months ago. But it was just so fascinating listening to this atheist describe these Christian ideals that he said agreed with Madison's what he laid out, and they matched exactly the ideals. And he's like, we actually as a nation may not be able to do without Christianity. Again, an atheist saying this, because these ideals are being taught by Christianity and not a lot elsewhere, unfortunately. And so they're falling to the wayside. And our entire system is structured around the whole honesty and, not taking advantage of the poor and, all the things that Micah is talking about here, right?
Yeah.
And so he's like, if you're going to be a Christian, you have to be Christ-like, and we need more Christ-like behavior in this country. And I could applaud that, because I've always thought, I don't really have a problem with Christianity with what Christ is supposed to be. You know what I mean? Beyond the anti-gay stuff and the.
But there's even some groups that are okay with the gay, right? That's it's a matter of
women's bodily autonomy. Like, there is still stuff, obviously, that some Christians are okay with and some are not. Yeah. And so I'm not trying to say that Christianity is the answer. I'm an atheist. I would never say that.
Right.
But I just thought more Christ-like behavior definitely is a good place to start.
Yeah. No, I agree. I mean, as far as some of the ideas that are out there in the more liberal aspects of Christianity, it's not a bad idea. Like, that's what I'm saying. I think those people should be more vocal, and it would definitely help because it allows for someone who is Christian to say, like, yeah, I don't want to be an asshole,
right?
But I want to be Christian. So there you go. Like,
right.
When you're talking, like, to just go straight over to atheism, right? That's too much for some people.
Sure.
Right? At least initially.
Yeah.
And you can't make that leap from Christian to atheism immediately.
Right. And they don't understand how to rewrite their moral code and their virtues to fit that. And they don't understand that
right.
It was always you. You had the power all along. You were always wearing the ruby slippers, Dorothy.
But if you can make a compelling case as a Christian as to why you should be more compassionate towards immigrants, towards poor people, towards, whatever the case is, right?
Mm-hmm. Love your neighbor. And that includes gays. And that includes, the unwed mother who is, has 2 kids at home and needs to get an abortion.
It will get more traction that way.
Yeah.
Because there is still a large segment of people who are Christian, and they don't want to switch to anything but Christianity, right? So it's a matter of like edging them to a different version of Christianity. Right. And that's why we need Christians on board to be vocal and to be out there and saying, this is wrong, that's wrong. We need to do things. This is the way things should be.
If you're not going to be atheist, that's fine. But can you at least not be an asshole? Can you be kind?
Yeah.
Can you follow Wheaton's law? Will Wheaton's law is don't be a dick.
Right.
Like bare minimum.
Yep. Yeah, I agree. I think that there should be a church that says, we're not dicks.
Not dicks. Yeah.
Like on their little
placard out front.
Yeah, their little placard out front.
Yeah. So, getting back, like that was so off topic.
Yeah, sorry.
No, I wasn't prepared for that. I will send you the link to what I listened to because it's a really interesting talk, and I would kind of be interested in checking out the book, maybe.
Okay.
Just as something to look at.
Right.
So I will send that to you to include in the show notes.
Okay.
Since I wasn't prepared with the name of either. But anyway, Micah addresses the future of Judah/Israel after the Babylonian exile, supposedly. He doesn't, but let's pretend for a minute that he does, okay?
Sure. Okay.
Sure. So like Isaiah, the book has a vision of the punishment of Israel and creation of a quote-unquote remnant, which you and I got into.
Yeah.
Followed by world peace, centered on Zion, under the leadership of a new Davidic monarch.
Yeah.
Some kind of Jesus-y dude, maybe.
Right.
I don't know.
Sounds
right?
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the bit that was sketched in later.
Right.
The people should do justice, turn to Yahweh, and await the end of their punishment. However, where I found this very interesting. Whereas Isaiah sees Jacob/Israel joining the nations under Yahweh's rule, Micah looks forward to Israel ruling over the nations.
Okay.
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
Insofar as Micah appears to draw on and rework parts of Isaiah, it seems designed at least partly to provide a counterpoint to that book, which is interesting because both Isaiah and Micah are compared since they have overlapping verses that seem to be repeats of each other.
Yeah.
And so the question was, did one copy from the other, or did they both copy from a similar source, from the same source?
Right.
And yet here we see, well, but they did have, whereas they had the same message, they also had a separate message.
Right. I think it's important to point this out too. When Micah was prophesying, the Davidic line was still active.
Oh.
It was not defunct at that point.
I forgot about that.
Yeah,
That's
so Hezekiah
interesting.
was a direct descendant of David.
Okay.
And so
I forgot about that.
That's an important aspect of what we're talking about because we've already talked about time frames when the Davidic line died off, but in this one it hadn't yet.
I forgot that we went back in time, not just like when the exiles were happening.
Right.
But during the Davidic line as well.
Right, which is why you could almost call this a contradiction. And I'm not trying to get into our contradictions
No,
episode,
it's true though.
But like when you're talking about this being a precursor to the New Testament, right? And you're talking about the Davidic line.
He's like, the Davidic line's totally going to rule, my guys.
Right.
And it's like...
the Davidic line was still active at that time when he was writing this.
So he did not know.
Later, it became defunct.
Right. So he didn't know.
He didn't know.
Yeah. That's so cute. Because we're like, oh, that didn't happen, though.
Right.
Aww.
Yeah.
I mean, even, if you say that Jesus was part of that, we're not there yet.
But it's such an important part to Christianity.
Yeah.
Like that Davidic line, right? Like that's a big thing.
Yeah.
But how many people know that it died? That
it literally died.
Line of David died off.
Right.
Right. Like that actually happened.
Yeah.
According to the Bible.
Yeah.
But we go because there's no consistency to when these books were written.
It's very important that we believe that he is of that Davidic line.
Right. And if we're talking, this is a prophet, right?
Yeah.
We're talking about a prophet who is prophesizing the Davidic line being this thing. And then so they take this bit and they're like, yeah, Jesus is obviously part of the Davidic line.
Right.
Why do we have to make that connection? Because it's later, because we can't have any fallibility. But yet they say also that the Davidic line dies off.
Because it did.
Because it did.
Yeah.
So that is just like a major fuck up in the consistency of the Bible, in my opinion.
No, I totally agree. Like, I'm interested to see how they go back and like pencil him in. Since again, we're not there yet.
And I do think that they go through some like family history or something.
Something like
there's a little bit of a
mom's cousins or something like half sister over here.
I'm sure there was somebody that we didn't know about that still made it.
Yeah.
That's what happened.
You know that guy. That guy. We don't know his name. It's only important.
Right.
It's only the whole fucking prophecy revolves around
the Davidic line didn't matter until, the 500 years after the Babylonian exile. And then it matters again.
All of a sudden. Right.
Yeah.
Damn Romans. Yeah. So, yeah, I can't with this.
I can't justify letting 500 years pass and then saying, oh, the line's back. Look, Jesus is here. Here's his family history. Look how it came about.
We stapled it together.
And I feel like, okay, look, we haven't done enough studying to know this 100%.
Right.
But I feel like that's what happened.
Right.
They had to make this prophecy happen, especially because Micah's prophecy is very pertinent to a lot of the things in the New Testament. They had to make this prophecy true.
Right.
Right?
They had to.
It didn't matter that the line of David died off. We're gonna forget about that. We're gonna move along with this king that's gonna take over and rule wonderfully or whatever.
Yeah.
So
whatever it is that Jesus does.
Yeah. And therefore, they just made it up. They made up a fucking line.
It's so funny how they're so loosey-goosey with his heritage, but, like, when it comes to a mom remarrying or a mom not remarrying and having a bunch of kids, like, we care very much about who's the father and, that's disgusting. Like, we care so much about the specific family line, except when Jesus is concerned.
It's amazing to me how illiterate people who call themselves Christians are about their own religion.
Yeah.
But then have so much judgment about people around them.
Yeah.
And I just, you can't justify your hate unless you actually know where it comes from.
Right.
And you're justifying it not on your Bible, not on what your religion says. You're justifying it on what your peers say about it. You're not justifying this on anything biblical. Right. You're not justifying this on anything other than what your pastor is saying at the pulpit and what your friends are telling you to think.
But they'll smugly say, study it out. You just study it out.
Right.
I know the answer. You study it out.
I know without fail that the people that we interact with in our Discord channel, they're more literate in what the Bible says than probably 90% of Christians.
Well, shit, they're
at least
a lot more literate than we are because we're reading it and they have already.
And I would give us 85% more than most Christians, at least, you know? Yeah. Because most of them that I talk to don't have a fucking clue what they actually believe. They don't know what's in their own Bible.
Yeah.
And it's just, how are you so judgmental and you don't even know what your Bible says?
Emphatically wrong.
It's disturbing. It's disturbing.
It really is.
Sorry, I know I'm going off on tangents today, so
That's okay.
apologize.
That's what the wrap up is for. Get it out. Get it out.
Right.
Beyond its theological depth, Micah's writing style adds a unique flavor to his prophecies. He often employs puns. Remember, he was so clever with his dad jokes. Lima's gonna get knocked out by lima beans.
It wasn't that good.
No.
Okay, we'll give it unique, but for the Bible, I guess.
And I keep using Lima because that's a city in Ohio, and it's the first thing that comes to mind for me when I'm thinking of a pun based on a city name.
Sure.
I just, whatever.
Right.
Here's a pun. So my ex lived in a town called Eaton.
Yeah.
Which is just west of Dayton.
It is.
And so they're close enough that he would say, I never knew if I was eating a girl in Dayton or dating a girl in Eaton.
My God.
But that's more clever.
Yeah, I guess.
Honestly, than the lima bean.
Right.
Or the buried in dust. Bury your dust your berries,
right?
Whatever.
But I can't speak for the time. Maybe it was really fucking clever back then. I don't know.
I don't know. Anyway, he uses the names of cities to highlight their coming downfall.
Sure.
This literary device not only adds layers of meaning, but also serves to drive his point home with irony and sarcasm, and also because he had that wordplay. We talked about this at the time. It made him, it kind of like cemented his scholarliness. Like, I can make wordplay, therefore I am smart. See, like it was proof of his right to be making these prophecies.
Right.
So I would have done really well back then, apparently, because I love me a good pun and I love me a good dad joke.
Right.
So, okay, the next section I'm calling Micah Gets Around.
Okay.
Because I thought it was fun.
Yeah.
One of the most famous verses, Micah Chapter 6, verse 8, has transcended religious circles and found its way into modern legal and ethical frameworks. It's inscribed on the walls of the Library of Congress.
Okay.
It reads, He has shown you, O mortal, what is good, and what does the Lord require of you? To act justly, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with your God.
And I love that. I love that phrase.
I do too.
That's a great phrase.
I do too. We did just hear on Stephen Colbert that plaque has not been put up yet. Do you remember we were watching a clip on Stephen Colbert?
It wasn't that. It was something for
Congress.
No, it was not that one.
Are you sure?
Positive, because it was one that was supposed to go up in Congress.
Oh, okay. I thought it was this plaque, though.
No.
Okay. Well, I would like to know what that plaque was.
It was something to do with the immigrants, or there was something. It was something different. That was something different.
Well, I would like you to look that up.
Sure.
Okay. So anyway, this particular verse has resonated throughout history and was cited by figures like Martin Luther King Jr. and Mahatma Gandhi, who were inspired by Micah's call for justice and humility. So it's a very good verse. Interestingly, Micah's words echo beyond his own book. Micah chapter 4, verses 1 through 3, which envision a future where nations, quote, beat their swords into plowshares, is nearly identical to Isaiah chapter 2, verses 2 through 4, which we talked about. Scholars debate whether Micah influenced Isaiah influenced Micah, or both prophets drew from a common source, which we just talked about this.
Yeah.
Regardless, this vision of global peace has been immortalized in cultural and political discourse, symbolizing hope for a world without war.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So I did look up what you were talking about. It was a plaque that's honoring the defenders of the Capitol.
Oh,
during
yeah,
January 6th.
You're right.
That's all. It wasn't anything to do with the Bible or anything like that.
No, you're right. I apologize. So I was combining two separate things and making them one.
Yeah.
But it seemed like they went together in my head.
A plaque, it's a plaque.
A plaque.
Right.
What?
Yeah.
They only put one.
There's only one there's only one plaque.
They only put one plaque up in Congress and the White House and the Pentagon and all those businessy places of the government. Yeah. The post office,
right.
Library of Congress.
Yeah.
It's all one building, one plaque.
In your mind, sure.
Sure. And the Lincoln Memorial with the steps and stuff sits right on top of all of those buildings. The Book of Micah. Okay, just to be clear, I don't actually think that.
No, I know that.
Okay.
But you do have a hard time visualizing things.
I do very much.
You struggle with imagination, actually.
I do.
A little bit.
No, totally do. It's part of my autism in that I cannot picture things. I cannot imagine things.
Right.
Like I have the ability to see images, but only sometimes and only kind of.
Right.
And only when they're all grouped together.
Yeah.
And they cannot separate from each other. The Book of Micah also contains one of the most well-known messianic prophecies.
Yeah.
In Micah Chapter 5, barf, 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 verse 2, the prophet foretells the birth of a ruler from Bethlehem, a passage later cited in Matthew Chapter 2, verse 6, as evidence of Jesus Christ's birthplace. This connection between Micah and the New Testament underscores the prophet's enduring influence in Christian theology. Does it, though?
Except for we just talked about how that didn't, because it's also the Davidic line.
I can pick up any book, anytime, and, write to be continued, and then write the next chapter, and this book, you could talk about, pick up the original and say this book shows the cross between the time it was written and the time that wife picked it up. And no, it actually didn't. Wife just picked it up and wrote it.
I feel like if this was actually God's word, it would read a lot better.
It would.
Just in general, right? It would make a lot more fucking sense.
You know what? Because I have utmost respect for a deity and his or her or its ability to write.
Right, but any
I have to believe it would do a better job than I would. And I know the job I would do would be damn better than this.
Right. But any religion, any God who leaves up to councils of human beings as to what to put into the book that is going to represent you as a God, you're counting on multiple humans to decide what is the word of God. That's you're starting off on the wrong that's not right. You're wrong right there.
I mean, it all comes down to something I've said multiple times. We cannot even trust 4 different drivers to operate a 4-way stop correctly. And you're telling me that God left it to humanity to get his words correct? Fuck off. That's a dumb God.
Between different religions that are similar, Judaism, Catholicism, and Christianity, and even different versions of Christianity, there's different books that are included or not included. And it's so just not...
I'm sorry, did you include the Quran? Because that's an offshoot as well.
It's less of an offshoot. But it is an offshoot. But I'm not.
Their God is less not the same guy.
Right. But I'm sticking with the Western culture version of God. Okay. And in that version, there's just even in just that version, there's so many inconsistencies as to what humans have decided belong in, and even in which order in these books that represent this God of theirs.
Right.
And so there's beyond the actual contradictions that are so obvious in this book, there's contradictions even in which books go into the fucking book. I'm like, God damn. If you guys could have fucked this up any worse. I mean, you have fucked it up so bad.
Figure your shit out and then get back to me.
Yeah. Like, if there's a God, where the fuck is he? And why isn't he telling us this is the right goddamn book? This is the right fucking order. And read it in this specific way. And you will learn that I am God and there is no other. But no, we have to fight about it constantly and be like, fuck, what is this shit?
And kill each other over it.
Yeah.
I love that part. the killing each other over it is really great.
That just doesn't strike me as a loving God.
Yeah.
Whatever. Sorry.
Micah's prophecies even had immediate political effects thanks to Jeremiah chapter 26, verses 18 through 19.
Mm-hmm.
His warnings led King Hezekiah of Judah to implement reforms, sparing the nation from destruction, at least for a time.
Yeah.
So that is the end of our wrap-up of Micah.
Okay.
What did you think?
I think that
This book seemed to piss you off more than some of the others, even though it was only 7 chapters.
It did, because there is so much wrong with it. Because we went from, in one sentence, talking about the Assyrians to the next sentence where apologists are calling this version the prophecy for the Babylonian exile, to talking about fucking Jesus. I mean, like, there's so many fucking things in this book that are just absolutely absurd.
Like, pick a lane.
With regard to how they're taken in current Christian circles, right? And I can't
pick a lane. What are you?
I can't wrap my brain around how much is wrong with this.
Mm-hmm.
It's so wrong. It's so just muddled and bullshitty, and like we talked about it all the way through this wrap up with regard to, like, you know, the Davidic line died off, but they didn't know that when Micah wrote this. You know, the Assyrians were who he was talking about, but then they rewrote it in Babylonian times. I mean, and then on top of that, you've got the Christians who later just took these fucking prophecies and inserted them into their goddamn New Testament and made them prophecies that came true. It's so absurd how this all just transformed into what is now current Christianity, and it makes me angry. It makes me very angry because I'm reading it. We're reading it, and I'm saying this is dumb, and I can see the problems right here as we're reading it. But yet there are so many people that believe that this is the ultimate truth, that this is the God that is in charge of all of us, and that there is no other God, and everything is he can't be wrong. And I'm like, my brain's fizzling. My brain is fucking just falling apart reading this book and saying, what the fuck? That's it.
You just ranted a little bit.
I did.
Are you going to be okay?
I'm fine. I'm fine. I just
it's just usually I'm the ranter.
Right. But there's a lot of things that are just not going right in society today. And I mean that in the sense that there's a lot of hate. There's a lot of, just wrong ideas about, in my opinion, wrong ideas about how to treat other human beings. And it seems to be stemming from some new idea of what Christianity is. So I guess I get really worked up when it comes to these ideas that are pushed forward in the Bible that are so obvious to me to be wrong and inconsistent. And yet they're taken as infallible and the word of God in this circle of Christians who pick and choose what they want to promote in this book. And it just makes me angry. That's all.
I get it.
All right. Well, that was the Micah wrap up.
It sure as fuck was.
And we will be back soon. I'm not going to say when, because I just never know these days. But we'll be back soon with the
You're Always Wrong,
or the Micah Contradictions episode.
Mm-hmm. And a pop quiz.
And a pop quiz, yeah. So that will be coming up shortly, and then I will get the wrap up of the replay of all the previous episodes from the last 5 episodes or whatever, done after that, and then we will be starting on a new book of the Bible shortly.
Yep.
So,
and I can never remember. It starts with an H.
Sure. Yeah. That sounds good.
I think it's only 3 chapters.
Okay.
Fun.
Well, we'll see you guys then.
Bye. Husband.
Wife.
Are you ready to wrap this shit up?
I am so ready to wrap this shit up.
What are we doing today?
Well, we're back again after a bit of an absence, and we're getting ready to jump into the very, very end.
The final.
The very final, the last
of
the final episode of Micah.
Yeah, which would be the Contradictions episode.
Excuse you, it's You're Always Wrong.
And yet again. Yeah. All right. So you got some good contradictions for us this time?
I mean, mediocre.
But there's that.
I know.
You're just doing a great job there.
I know.
Keep it up, wife.
I'm
You sell this
so
show
bad at selling
so
it.
hard. It's unbelievable. I think about it every night, about how well you promote our show.
But here's the thing, though. My charm is in that I'm blatantly honest and I'm completely authentic.
No, I got it.
That's the charm. So
I just love it when I ask you for the selling, and you're like, no.
I don't know how. I literally do not. I'm like, yeah, this would be great.
All right. So,
I mean, I'll be fun.
Yeah,
I'll bring the fun.
Yeah.
It's a You're Always Wrong episode. That's fun.
Right.
So,
right.
I mean,
yes.
Are the questions good? Nah. But am I cool? Yeah. So you were just asking the wrong question.
All right. Are you ready to do this?
Are you?
I am.
Okay.
Let's do it.
Okie dokie. Okay. Are you ready for this?
I am ready.
You're always wrong.
I know.
You weren't
That's
ready.
the whole basis.
But you weren't ready for that, were you?
This entire episode.
You weren't ready for that.
What do you mean I wasn't ready for that?
You were not ready
I said
for
I
that.
know. I was right there.
Yeah, but you didn't expect me to say that.
I don't expect much of what you say to say.
That is fair. That is fair.
Yeah.
All right. So I only had a few questions for this one, and the first couple I didn't even address because one of listen.
No, I know.
One of them was only refuted in the New Testament, which we haven't reached yet.
Okay.
So I'm like, well, fuck you then.
Okay. Yeah.
And the other one is like the name game. Who's the Lord of this world? Like, what are we calling him today? And I'm like, different people call him different things. We already know that. You're the Lord of the world. I'm the Lord of the world. Yahweh, El, whatever we're calling him this week. I'm like, no, I'm not doing that.
Right.
Which means then I'm like, okay.
So what are the contradictions?
I guess I don't have a lot of choice. I gotta go with the other ones, whether they suck or not,
okay.
right?
Yeah.
All right. So I have 3.
Oh, okay.
And they all suck. Are you ready?
I'm ready for these shitty, sucky contradictions.
Number 1.
Yes, let's do it.
Number 1.
First shitty contradiction.
Does God ever get furious? Yes or no?
Fuck yeah, he does.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, God is often, always furious. I would say always. Yeah, never not be mad, never not fear the Lord.
Right.
Yeah. We've got indications of that in Isaiah, for example. Like, I didn't put every single instance because that would be the whole Bible.
Sure.
So I just put one example in Isaiah. For the indignation of the Lord is upon all nations, and his fury upon all their armies.
Mm-hmm.
That was chapter 34, verse 2.
Okay. Yeah.
Another one is in Jeremiah. Behold, the whirlwind of the Lord goeth forth with fury. It sure do.
Right.
That was in chapter 30, verse 23.
Okay.
And Micah, of course, chapter 5, verse 15. And I will execute vengeance and anger and fury upon the heathen, such as they have not heard, those motherfuckers.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it says it just like that.
Right.
Okay, but guess what?
It said motherfuckers in there.
It did.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I'm just checking.
My translation of the Bible. But guess what?
What?
You're always wrong.
Okay.
And I only listed one here.
Okay. All right. Because this is in Micah, I'm assuming.
No, it's in Isaiah.
Oh, okay.
It says, fury is not in me.
Fury is okay.
It's not.
Even though it specifically says it other places.
In Isaiah.
Yeah.
No. Fury's not in God.
Right.
God is a loving God.
He's not furious when he is killing people. That's not fury. It's love.
Joy.
That's love.
That's joy.
That's what.
He's a mass murdering son of a bitch. He's a serial killer.
I mean, that, if it was joy, then that would explain a lot, actually.
Mm-hmm.
If he was just a mass murderer who enjoyed it, then that would actually make it better.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, okay, all right, he is just an asshole. Mm-hmm. He's an asshole of a god.
And we can deal with that, but we can't even be honest.
Right.
Good grief.
Yeah.
All right, number 2. Does God desire animal sacrifices? Yes or no?
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
We went through a whole fucking thing with it.
I know.
Now, okay, there's more to it, but I mean, yes.
Generally speaking,
he does.
yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So, we've got proof of that in Genesis, Exodus, Numbers, Deuteronomy.
Mm-hmm.
Do I even need to read those? Because that's the entire.
No, here's what you need to know about that. they talked about where to splatter the fucking blood.
Right.
Like, it's not just that he required sacrifices, it's that there's specific instructions on how God wanted you to splatter the fucking blood.
And what types of animals correspond with each of the things that you're sorry about.
Right. And if you don't want that, you don't cover how to splatter the fucking blood.
And we're...
Flucking.
And which animals to sacrifice.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So, I did write down an example of each of those, but
just go back and read those books.
Yeah.
Or listen to them from us.
Yeah.
We went through it in detail.
I mean, it's basically the Torah, the first 5 books, the Pentateuch,
Yeah.
The law. Yeah.
The
Those
law
are
from
the
God
rules.
on how to kill animals for God.
Yeah.
Because he wants you to.
Yeah.
Because he said to.
Yeah. So, I mean, yes, the answer is very yes.
The answer is very yes.
Okay, but guess what?
Fuck you.
You're always wrong, unfortunately, because it's the Bible, not you.
Yeah, no, I know.
But
I know.
I'm just trying to placate you a little bit.
Just for the record, that was a fuck you directed at the Bible, not you.
I know that.
Okay.
I'm glad you clarified for the audience because you would never tell me that.
No.
Only I get to say fuck you or fuck off because we all know that it's meant in jest and affection.
Right.
But you may never tell me that. Say you agree.
What that I agree with what?
That you must never tell your wife.
Oh, yeah, obviously.
Fuck you or fuck off.
I would, I agree.
See? Okay. All right. So, no, God does not desire animal sacrifices. And the book of Psalms is the first book of the Bible to claim that God does not desire animal sacrifices. And I remember when we read this and we were like, what?
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here.
Right.
This is separate from the I don't want your empty gestures. If you're going to do it right. Like this is separate from that.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because there are places like just recently in Micah where he's like, if you're going to do it right or don't do it at all.
Sure.
That's separate from, oh no, I would never. I don't like animal sacrifices,
Right.
which is what we're talking about here.
Oh, okay. All right.
In Psalm 40, verse 60, he says, sacrifice and offering thou didst not desire. It sings a person to God. You don't like those things. I'm so happy I love God because he sacrificed an offering thou didst not desire. You know? That's how that song goes.
Yeah, back then it was like a top 40 hit.
I bet. And I bet it was even higher than that when they did the Kids Bop version.
Yeah.
Okay, and here's another psalm, Psalm 51, verse 16.
Yeah.
For thou desirest not sacrifice, thou delightest not in burnt offerings.
Okay.
Did you like that?
Yeah, that was good.
Okay. And then we go on to Isaiah. Now we're out of Psalm, okay, we moved on to Isaiah.
Okay.
Chapter 66, verse 3, he that killeth an ox is as if he slew a man, that fucker. You can't be killing animals.
Well, now that could be just in reference to killing it outside of the sacrificing place.
Humph.
I'm just saying.
Okay.
That doesn't necessarily.
All right. Well, then let's move on to Jeremiah where it's a little more specific. Okay.
All right.
Chapter 7, verses 21 and 22.
Yeah.
Put your burnt offerings unto your sacrifices and eat flesh, for I spake not unto your fathers, nor commanded them in the day that I brought them out of the land of Egypt concerning burnt offerings or sacrifices. I did not. I would never. I never told them to do that.
Fucking printed that in your goddamn book.
Right? Yeah. Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah. In Jeremiah, God is like, I did never tell them to do such a thing.
Well, since humans wrote this book, right?
Yeah.
Remember there was that whole bit where they lost the book of Moses for a while? Mm-hmm. They're like,
and then they found it.
Surely that never happened, right?
Yeah.
That's why we don't do it now.
Right.
And then like, oh, fuck, we were wrong.
Oopsie, let's just pretend. Carry on. And then in Hosehead, chapter 6, verse 6 of Hosea. Hosehead.
Yes, right.
Yeah. For I desired mercy and not sacrifice, and the knowledge of God more than the burnt offerings.
More, but there's the more.
I just wanted you to love me. I don't need your sacrifices. Have mercy, baby.
I don't understand how sacrificing an animal puts you closer to God. I really don't. I mean, I guess maybe. Like I'm gonna give them the most credit I can give them here, and that's that back then these animals were very much part of who you were as a person and your livelihood and how you survived, right?
Well, the word sacrifice doesn't mean like giving a gift. It means giving up something that means something very important to you.
Sure.
Like your very last possible scrap of food, you give that to your child and you sacrifice that for your child, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's not just like, I'm giving it to God, whatever.
I have a feeling this died out as a practice because they saw the priests eating their fucking sacrifices.
Yeah.
And they're like, you know what? Fuck you.
Yeah.
Like, this
Y'all
is some bullshit.
Y'all are eating good while we're starving.
Yeah. Someone peeked through the porthole and they're like, those fuckers are eating our goddamn sacrifices. This ain't going to God.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
These guys are fat and happy while we're starving.
Yeah.
Not cool, bros.
And then people later were like, yeah, we don't really need that. That's not what we need. Because they're like, don't hurt us because we're eating. We'll just say we don't need it, you know, because then that makes you happier.
And then everybody keeps their own food.
Right.
Yeah. And then, of course, we come to Micah, chapter 6, verses 6 and 7. Shall I come before him with burnt offerings, with calves of a year old? Will the Lord be pleased with thousands of rams?
Will he?
It was very sarcastic. I don't know if you recall that.
Oh, yeah, right.
And when we read that chapter, it was very like, is this the thing that we're supposed to do? But I will go so far as to admit that Micah was where we got into the, but don't do it out of emptiness. Don't do empty gestures. So I'm not sure that one counts as a Micah contradiction.
Yeah.
It is a contradiction, but I don't know that it counts as a Micah contradiction.
I think we've covered how it's not, like, I think there was other prophets that covered that same message.
Yes.
So.
I'm just, in the interest of being fair.
Yeah.
It's one of the questions I included because we didn't have a lot, but in the interest of being fair, I just want to say I don't necessarily think that this is a Micah contradiction, although it is a contradiction.
Sure.
Okay?
Yeah.
All right, last one. Ready?
I'm ready.
Is God merciful? Yes or no?
No.
For example, and these both come from Micah.
Oh, okay.
That's fine.
Right, yeah.
Micah chapter 1, verse 12. But evil came down from the Lord unto the gate of Jerusalem. That evil, you know.
Yeah.
He brought that evil down.
So it came down from, like, there was evil coming down from
the
God,
Lord.
basically.
Yeah, from God.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. That's an interesting phrasing.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not sure, did it read that way? I wonder if in our book that we were reading, or is that just like one of the translations? Because I don't recall that specific phrase, but it's an interesting way to phrase it.
I would have to look. I honestly don't recall.
Okay. All right.
But then guess what?
I'm wrong?
You're always wrong, my love.
Yeah.
You get nothing right ever. Micah chapter 7, verse 18.
Yeah.
Who is a God like unto thee? Oh, I fucking love you. That pardoneth iniquity and passeth by the transgression of the remnant of his heritage. He that retaineth not his anger forever. He's such a loving God. I want to lick him all over because he delighteth in mercy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is so good. God's so good.
He doesn't.
He tastes delicious. I love that God. I just want to fuck him 10 times over.
He only delights in mercy if you're one of the few people he deems it's okay that can survive his wrath.
On that Wednesday.
Yeah.
So that's it for the you're always wrong portion.
Okay.
However, cause for effect.
Right.
You know what we have now, of course.
Quiz.
We have a pop quiz.
Yeah.
And guess what?
I'm going to be wrong.
Probably. I only got 3 out of 10.
That's what I heard.
Best of luck.
Yeah.
And I got the you need to try harder. That's the message I got. So, ooh.
I'm kind of worried.
Well, for one thing, it's been a while. Like, we broke these chapters. I mean, it took us a month to cover 7 chapters.
It did.
So I'm going to give you that kind of leeway, Grace.
Right.
Also, I don't know that we paid attention to the right things that this quiz wanted us to retain.
Okay.
So
all right.
I'll give you that as well.
All right.
I was like, I have no idea what the fuck.
Well, lay it on me. Let's see what I can do here.
All right. Number 1.
Yeah.
What shall go down on the prophets according to Micah? I will. Yeah, baby.
Jesus Christ.
What?
Is this multiple choice?
Oh, yeah. Do you want the multiple
I do.
choice?
Yeah, you got caught up in your joke there.
I did. I was laughing so hard at my own jolly folly.
Yeah.
All right. What shall go down on the prophets according to Micah? Is it the moon, rain, wind, or the sun? And I'll read it again for those playing at home.
Yeah.
What shall go down on the prophets according to Micah? Moon, rain, wind, or sun?
Sun.
That's what I guessed, and I can't remember if it's right or wrong.
That's all right.
But it just seemed like that song, Don't Let the Sun Go Down on Me.
Right.
You know, Elton John and George Michael.
Sure.
They did that duet.
I don't recall it. But
oh my God, it was so good. I'll play it for you.
I believe.
I mean, it's a George Michael song, I believe, but then there was a live duet that they did together, and it's so good. Maybe they did it together always. I don't know. I thought it was a George Michael song originally. I could be wrong. Whatever. Anyway,
it's something.
So good.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. You know the song I'm talking about, right?
I don't. That's what I just said. I don't know what you're talking about.
That is tragic because I didn't do a bad job with that. Okay. Number 2. Fuck off. From where shall come forth a ruler in Israel, according to Micah, whose coming forth is from old.
Okay.
Here's your choices, which I think you know this one.
All right.
Egypt, Bethlehem Ephrathah, Damascus, or Jerusalem. And I'll read it again for those playing at home.
Right.
From where shall come forth a ruler in Israel, according to Micah, whose coming forth is from old? Egypt, Bethlehem Ephrathah, Damascus, or Jerusalem?
Well, it's got to be Bethlehem Ephrathah.
That's what I thought.
Because it's one of those prophets that's got or prophecies that's got to come true.
Yeah.
So
right.
That's got to be it.
And that's where Jesus came from. Right?
I think I recall that.
Yeah.
So
yeah. Okay. Number 3. According to Micah, what shall go forth from Zion? Is it the law, the word of the Lord, weapons, or troops? Is it good shit or bad shit is the first thing you got to ask yourself.
Right. Okay.
And then you got 2 choices of each one. So I'll read them again for those playing at home. According to Micah, what shall go forth from Zion? Is it the law, the word of the Lord, weapons, or troops?
I don't know exactly, but I think I'm going to have to say it's the word of the Lord.
I think that's what I guessed, and I think it's wrong.
Really?
Yeah, I think it's the law, but I could be wrong.
Okay.
I don't know. Don't trust me because I don't fucking remember anything.
Sure. Okay.
All right. Number 4. I do know that that's what I guessed, and I do think that I got that wrong.
Okay. All right. Okay. Fair enough.
Number 4. In the days of how many kings did the word of the Lord come to Micah? I was like, I don't know what that...
days of how many kings?
Yeah, how many kings? Ready?
Okay.
2 kings, 3 kings, 7 kings, 12 kings. I'll read it again for those playing at home. In the days of how many kings did the word of the Lord come to Micah? I don't even know what that means.
I don't either.
Your choices are 2, 3, 7, or 12.
I feel like he lived through 3 kings. So I'm going to go with 3 kings.
Okay.
And I don't know if that's what it's referencing.
Yeah, I picked 12. 12 was wrong. So I don't fucking know.
We'll go with 3.
Sure. Okay, number 5.
Yeah.
According to Micah, what did the Lord say he will make Samaria? A battlefield, a forest, a desert, a place for planting vineyards. Okay, I'm going to read it again.
Yeah.
According to Micah, what did the Lord say he will make Samaria? Battlefield, forest, desert, a place for planting vineyards.
Well, I generally, when God says he's going to make something bad for an area, he says the desert. So I'm going to go with that one. I don't know if I'm right about that or not, because I also feel like he was going to let the enemy do something there that was like grow vineyards. So, but I'm gonna say desert.
Okay. And I think that's what I guessed also based on the same reasoning.
Yeah.
I think it was wrong, and I think it is
the vineyard.
The vineyard.
Oh, okay.
So,
well, I chose desert.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. I let you make that decision.
Yeah.
I'm leaving it as it is.
Right.
But If I remember correctly, it's the vineyard one.
Okay.
Okay, number 6. In the book of Micah, to where shall all her carved images, wages, and idols return? The fee of a prostitute, the treasury, the Baal priests, or strangers? I'll read it again. In the book of Micah, to where shall all her carved images, wages, and idols return? Is it the fee of a prostitute, the treasury, the Baal priests, or strangers?
I am going to go with the fee of a prostitute.
I believe that is correct, sir.
Okay.
That is not what I guessed.
I vaguely remember something like that being said. And then also, it's just such a weird answer to be in there.
Yeah.
That it almost has to be the right answer.
I think I guessed either strangers or Baal priests because I was like, I don't know.
Got it.
But yeah. I think you guessed the right one.
Okay. All right.
Number 7. According to Micah, who gives judgment for a bride? A bribe. A bribe, not a bride. Let me read the question again.
Yeah.
According to Micah, who gives judgment for a bribe? Its priests, its prophets, its heads, or its magicians? Okay, I'm going to read it again.
Sure.
According to Micah, who gives judgments for a bribe? Its priests, its prophets, its heads, or its magicians?
I believe it is the prophets.
I honestly do not recall that one.
Got it.
And I don't know if I got it right or wrong either.
Sure.
All right, number 8. What will split open when the Lord comes out of his place according to Micah? Is it mountains, valleys, earth, or sea? Now we'll read it again.
Okay.
What will split open when the Lord comes out of his place according to Micah? Mountains, valleys, earth, or sea?
I am going to go with earth.
Okay.
I don't know the answer to that one.
I had guessed mountains.
Sure.
I remember that the correct answer was valleys because I thought, but the valley's already kind of a split in a way.
Right.
And I just thought that was weird and dumb.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
That's why I remember that one.
Okay.
So no, you got that one wrong, I'm pretty sure.
Right. Yeah.
Number 9. According to Micah, what will the Lord make the horn of a daughter of Zion? Ready?
I'm ready.
Is it silver, gold, iron, or bronze? And I'll ask it again. According to Micah, what will the Lord make the horn of daughter of Zion? Is it silver, gold, iron, or bronze?
I am going to go with, I feel like this is a reference to the more technologically advanced things that are going to be attacking them. So I'm going to go with iron.
I think it's bronze. I think I had picked gold because I remember that they were always talking about gold and me going, the fuck do you need gold for? But that was more Garden of Eden stuff.
Got it.
So I think it was bronze, but I could be wrong.
Sure.
I mean, don't trust me on anything. That's why I'm not helping you at all.
Yeah, right.
Because clearly my memory is
remembered
for
a couple
shit.
of them, though.
I mean, we'll see if I did.
Right.
I think I did.
Yeah.
Okay, number 10. This is the last one.
All right.
According to Micah, what does the Lord require? To love kindness, to do justice, to walk humbly, or all of the above?
Okay. You gonna?
Yeah. Ready?
I'm ready.
According to Micah, what does the Lord require? To love kindness, to do justice, to walk humbly, or all of the above?
I'm a big proponent of picking all of the above, just because.
That's the one I picked too. I believe that's correct.
Okay. All right.
Let's see. All right.
So you're tabulating the results now?
Do you want me to tell you the final, or
Tell
do
me
you
how
want
many
me to
I got right.
Okay,
and then,
hold on.
Yeah, and then we'll go.
Yeah, that's at the
we'll
bottom.
Through,
Let me scroll. You got more than I did.
Did I?
You got 6 out of 10.
Damn, I doubled your score.
You did. You did. Motherfucker.
Apparently, husband is not always wrong.
Well,
yeah.
anyways.
That's a passing grade, and sort of.
Number 1, what shall go down on the prophets according to Micah? And
Not
it ain't wife. Yeah. The answer was son. But I feel like I know that's the one I guessed. And I feel like I got that one wrong. But now it's saying you got it right.
Well,
See, I don't remember shit about shit. But I know that's the one I guessed because I thought of that song.
Right.
Okay. Number 2, from where shall come forth a ruler in Israel, according to Micah, whose coming forth is from old? And the answer was Bethlehem. Duh.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
We know that.
Yeah.
Okay. Number 3, yes. You got this one wrong. According to Micah, what shall go forth from Zion? The choices were the law, the word of the Lord, weapons, or troops. You guessed word of the law. That's the one or word of the Lord.
Yeah.
That's the one I guessed as well. That's the one you guessed. The answer was the law.
Okay.
Whatever.
All right.
I feel like
It's
word
almost
of
the
the
same
Lord
thing,
and the law,
Right.
like I feel like that's being tricksy
I agree.
because the law is the word of the Lord,
Right.
Yeah. So, okay, number 4. In the days of how many kings did the word of the Lord come to Micah?
Yeah.
The choices were 2, 3, 7, or 12 kings.
Yeah.
And you got 3 kings correct.
Ah. Hey,
Good guess.
There you go.
Because I know you didn't know it.
I didn't know it, but I took an educated guess based
You
on
did.
how many kings that
You did.
he had been around. So
Been around.
Yeah.
Dude's been around.
I'm just saying,
Yeah. All right, number 5.
Yeah.
According to Micah, what did the Lord say he will make Samaria? And yeah, this is just as I said. We both guessed desert, which was wrong.
Yeah.
It's a place for planting vineyards.
Okay.
So
Well, I did at the time.
mention
I think
that
I was like, it's. I feel like it should be this.
it's
because
either the
he's
worst or the
always
best.
Turning bad place. Like if he wants to destroy a place, he's like desert. It's desert.
It's always
you know?
desert. Yeah.
But this one was one where he was like allowing somebody, like he's not just ruining it, he's ruining it so that somebody else can come in and plant something good there.
Right.
And that's why this was like almost worse than the desert because
Yeah.
it's like your enemy will be planting vineyards here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
I couldn't remember which one it was and whatever.
And sometimes he's like, and I'll let the remnant live and they'll have vineyards because remnants and grapes.
Right.
So it's like you can never tell.
deserts and vineyards, right?
Yep.
And that's what.
That's the name of my next book. Number 6. In the book of Micah, to where shall all her carved images, wages, and idols return?
Yeah.
And you did get this right, as I said. Fee of a prostitute.
Yeah.
So that was good on you.
Yeah.
I got that one wrong. Number 7. According to Micah, who gives judgment for a bribe? Is it its priests, its prophets, its heads, or its magicians? And we both got this wrong. I said it's priests. You said it's prophets, but the answer was it's heads.
Really?
Yeah. And I'm like, I don't.
The people in charge. I feel like that was worded poorly.
Yeah.
Because I feel like they were talking about it and they were saying like the leaders and the prophet, like everybody.
Yeah.
So
the dudes in charge are the priests and the prophets and the heads of state.
Yeah.
So anyway, I felt like that was a stupid one.
Yeah.
I mean, they all are really, but.
Yeah, right.
Okay, number 8. What will split open when the Lord comes out of his place, according to Micah? And I had guessed mountains. You guessed earth. We were both wrong. It was valleys, which, as I said, is a stupid answer.
I agree.
And I don't recall that being a thing.
Yeah.
But I also don't care.
Well, and that's the thing, too. A lot of these times when we do these quizzes, they're basing them a lot of the time on the King James Version. Mm-hmm. So it's hard to interpret some of these answers the way that they want you to.
The wording isn't the same.
Right.
But also they ask like trivial bullshit that's like, oh, I didn't know you were going to ask what color was the stick that they passed on Tuesday. Like, I don't know. They passed a stick every day. Why do I have to remember the color of the stick on Tuesday?
Right.
Like, why is that important?
Yeah.
It's just gotcha trivia bullshit. It's memorizing nonsense.
Yeah.
You know, it's not. To me, learning is different from memorizing. Memorizing is trivia bullshit that you're just trying to show your teacher that you read it. Learning is the important facts of it that are interesting, that you're like, and this led to this. Isn't that so cool?
Right.
So, yeah, bullshit. Number 9, you got this one right. According to Micah, what will the Lord make the horn of daughter of Zion? And it was iron. You were right.
Yeah.
I think I guessed gold and got it wrong.
Sure.
So,
But that's just like because people used iron
as like the weapons and stuff like it was a thing. They were going into the Iron Age. So
Yeah,
it was a thing that was
true.
happening. Like iron represented this like advancement that was happening in military forces.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I went with that.
Sure. Number 10, we both got this one right. According to Micah, what does the Lord require? All the things, all of the above. Love kindness, do justice, and walk humbly.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I do remember that.
When a question asks you and it says all the above, it's almost always all of the above.
If it's one of those quizzes but it's never said all of the above on any. Have you ever had those questions? Like at college, they would ask these like ridiculous questions that were like, the answers were A and E, C and B,
Yes, I
all
hate
of the
those.
above, none of the above, everything but C.
I fucking
Like,
hate those.
those are on purpose being mean.
Yeah.
Like, can we just have a talk about it and I'll tell you what I know? Like, honestly, can we just have a conversation and you judge based on the conversation, did I get the gist of the lesson?
Yeah.
Like, I can't do these, like, logic problem. Like, that is a different kind of thinking, and that is not how I learn.
Sure.
So, I hate it.
Yeah.
Like, let's just have a talk, and then you can be like, oh, okay, well, you said mountain. That was definitely wrong. It was valley. So that one was wrong, right? But, like, remember how you gave the answer about the desert versus the vineyard, right?
Right.
Like, if we were just having that conversation with somebody, they would be like, yeah, you're right. And I can see how you did. Yeah, definitely. That makes sense.
Sure.
You're right. God does always do one or the other.
Yeah.
You can't really know which way it's going to go.
Right. And memorizing it for this specific chapter, this specific book, isn't really pertinent to the whole theme of the Bible.
Right.
Right.
And that's another thing. Like, they ask you questions that really, that's what you want me to take from the Bible?
It's more to test your knowledge of that. Like, how much were you paying attention? Were you paying attention very specifically or just like a little bit specifically? And when we're reading through it, I am paying attention, but I'm listening for ideas that are more prevalent throughout the whole.
Yeah, I'm looking
text that
at
we've
the
been reading.
whole, not individual little verses.
Right.
I'm not trying to get into like a verse war at the local bar.
Right.
I'm like actually trying to pay attention to the story as a whole. What was the message? What was the idea?
Yeah.
Not, again, what color was the goddamn stick that we passed on Tuesday?
Right.
Like, I'll be honest, I have no fucking idea. Did we pass a stick on Tuesday? Or was it Wednesday? I don't know what I said at this point. You know why? Because it's trivial. And you know what the word trivia means? Not important.
Yeah.
Extraneous bullshittery.
But it's fun, though. It's fun. I enjoy these.
No, it's fun, but it's annoying. It's only fun for me when I get at least half of them right. Otherwise,
that's why wife is ranting right now.
Yeah.
Because wife only got 3 right.
Yeah. And you got more than I did.
I did. I got more than half right.
I hate that because it makes it sound like you're smarter than me, and I don't like that. I don't like that. How can you always be wrong and then you did better than me on the fucking pop quiz?
I don't know. How does that happen?
I don't like it.
Yeah.
Let's never do that again.
All right. You got anything else for us on this Contradictions episode?
No, I think I ranted enough.
You did?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that was all we had for today.
Mm-hmm.
And we will be back. I've got to get the weekly replay up, which, I've got to get the replay up that's covering what normally is done in the week. Mm-hmm. And then we'll be back shortly with the new book of the Bible we're starting.
Yeah, chapter 1 of Nahum.
Yeah.
Nahum.
So we'll see you guys then.
Bye. Husband,
Wife!
do you know what we're doing today?
Well, we are right now live on Discord
Sure as fuck are.
on a Wednesday.
At 10 p.m. Eastern?
Well, it's a little after 10 p.m. at this point.
It's actually 15 till 11, but who's counting?
But that means that we are doing our live Patreon episode right now.
Patreon. No,
Well,
this is our
Actually, I'm
bonus.
sorry. Yeah, this is our bonus episode. Every other week is our live Patreon episode.
When we
So
are
everyone will
on
get to hear
schedule.
this one, but next week
Yeah,
you won't,
Correct.
unless you're on our Discord or on Patreon.
correct.
So use this as a fair warning, and then join us on one of those places.
One of those places.
Yeah,
is where
either
you should
10
join.
p.m. Eastern on Discord or Patreon. You can catch it whenever you want. So.
Patreon.
But tonight is for everybody.
It's for everybody.
Yeah, and
It's a catch-all.
What are we doing on our special episode today?
I'll catch you outside. We are going to talk about Star Trek. You know why?
Why?
Because we love Star Trek.
We do.
And you know what else we're going to talk about?
What else are we going to talk about?
Religion and Star Trek.
It's almost like that goes with our podcast. Religion, that is.
Yeah.
And Star Trek. Mm-hmm. We talk about Star Trek quite a bit.
We do.
Just kind of intermix it here and there.
Yeah.
And it's one of our... It's something that we enjoy.
Mm-hmm.
We were both fans growing up, but not like
but
Trekkie.
We missed a lot.
Maybe not Trekkies.
We weren't Trekkies.
We were Trekkie adjacent, is what we like to say.
Yeah.
And so we're catching up on what we missed out on.
Yeah.
And
totally.
And it's fun. So, but that's where we're starting with this, and then we'll get into the rest of it as we go along on this episode. So.
Yeah.
All right. Are you ready to get into this?
Sure as fuck am.
Let's do this.
Okie dokie. All right, before we get into this, we need to clear up something. You refer to us as Trekker adjacent. Trekkie adjacent.
Yeah.
And I don't think you're aware of some lingo.
Okay. Probably not.
Okay, so there's a difference between Trekkies and Trekkers. Okay? Trekkies are not just fans. They can quote extensively.
So it's like you with Ghostbusters.
Kind of, but with if I were a fan of every single movie and all the comics,
yeah,
they are all
so they read all the Star Trek books and the everything,
all the movies, all the shows.
Damn.
And they have opinions about the different races. And
can they speak Klingon?
I mean, some of them probably can.
Right.
They at least...
I'm jealous because I always wanted to speak Klingon.
They at least know a few of the common words. Okay?
Yeah, well, I know. I mean,
Trekkers?
Kapla.
Yeah. They are very serious, okay? They are not a fandom so much as a cult, and they are very serious, and they don't like it when fans call themselves Trekkies.
Oh.
Who are
I am so sorry.
Closed gate society.
Damn.
Yeah. It's kind of like if you like a few Taylor Swift songs, don't call yourself a Swiftie. They will come for you and explain to you why you're not. Okay?
Yeah.
These fan groups that get very serious about their shit, they will tear you up, and they take it very seriously.
If I stepped on your runabout, I apologize.
But they have kindly allowed us who are just mere fans, who are not I'm sorry, I don't live and breathe it. I merely like it a lot.
Yeah, right.
You know, I can't quote it all. I don't know every episode. I don't sometimes when I see TNG is the next generation, right? Sometimes when I see those little, I'm like, which show is that?
See, that one I know. I know that.
Do you know what SHO is?
I don't.
You don't. Right?
Right.
I had to look it up. I had to Google what the fuck is TSSHO. SHO is shorts. There were some shorts that were released.
Huh.
Yeah. This is serious business.
Okay.
You cannot call yourself a Trekkie. But, as I said, they have allowed us just mere fans.
Yeah.
Not fanatics, but fans, to call ourselves Trekkers. And that is what you meant to say when you said we are Trekkie adjacent. We are in no way Trekkie adjacent. We're not informed enough.
Right. Okay. All right.
We're merely fans.
I'm fine with that. Whatever you want to call me, that's sure. I'll accept that title for whatever Trekkie level I have.
Trekker. You're a Trekker.
Whatever Star Trek level I have acquired, I'm good with it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I will accept that.
Okay. There's another thing. When we first got together, sometimes you would say Star Trek.
Yeah.
And it drove me the fuck nuts.
Yeah.
I could not. I was like, are you serious right now? And I'm not a Trekkie. I'm merely I like words. And track was not correct.
It was just how I know how it's spelled and everything.
Mm-hmm.
It's just how I said it.
I know.
It was.
You didn't it was a group of sounds that you hadn't really thought about. No, it is a journey through the stars. It is a star journey, a star trek.
Yeah, right.
They are trekking through the stars.
So I did that. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a thing.
That was the thing. Okay, so we have all that put together.
Yep.
Okay, so let us begin now, past already having begun, with me criticizing you and explaining things to you.
Mm-hmm. You might even call it wife-splaining.
I did. I wife-splained. Why are we talking about Star Trek today? What is special about Star Trek?
Everything.
I know, right?
It's amazing. I mean, it holds up. First of all, right? Like, well, not the original series is a little less so.
A lot so.
A lot so.
It's so fucking sexist and rapey.
But here's to me what holds up about Star Trek is that it is the messages are very humanistic in intent, and they very much relay what it means. Like there's often big questions about what it is to be human and how to operate as a human. Mm-hmm. And something I find very interesting, doing this podcast and going through what we do, is that they grapple with the idea of religion quite a bit.
They do.
Quite a bit.
And we should say that we are currently working our way through the Star Trek series.
Yeah.
We recently, well, by recent, I mean within the last, 4 years, sometime since we started this podcast.
Right.
Separate from this, not as like an intertwining
it was not an intertwining
project
thing.
or anything. It was just something we wanted to do was, hey, I watched this when I was a kid. Oh, but the original series, that was before my time, but I've seen an episode here or there. I would love to go back and watch the entire thing from the beginning.
Well, we realized we had never, there was newer shows that we hadn't watched, and we would realize that we hadn't watched all the episodes from certain, the Voyager and the Deep Space Nine.
Like we thought we had seen every single of the Next Generation, which there were a couple episodes that you and I both were like, holy shit, how'd I miss that one?
At least we didn't remember them at the very
So which let's keep in mind too that when this show came out, there wasn't a lot of stuff in syndication at the time. So, or maybe syndication had just, what I'm trying to say is it wasn't necessarily easy to catch this show.
They were definitely in syndication.
But would you and I been at that age watching Star Trek The Next Generation in syndication?
I definitely watched it in syndication.
Did you really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
See, I don't know these things because I was overseas and I missed a lot of that.
Yeah.
So I missed a few episodes is what I'm trying to say.
Sure.
And it wasn't like you could just like Google, I just want to watch this episode.
Right.
So even in syndication, you had to wait for it to pop up.
Yeah.
I think that's what I was trying to get at.
Right.
So there were a few.
No, watching a show from beginning to end was a commitment. Mm-hmm. And you had to, be home at certain times.
To watch the stories.
Right. Yeah.
So there were a few that we didn't see of that. And then was Deep Space Nine, and we had not seen almost any of that. I think we had seen some of the first season.
Yeah.
But then after that, almost none at all.
Right.
And then Voyager, we'd only seen a few episodes even of the first season.
Right.
Like both of us.
Yeah.
And then none of the shows after that until Discovery.
Yeah.
And we fucking loved Discovery.
Which is counter to some people that are part of the Star Trek, Trekkies. Because they don't like that as much.
Love it.
Yeah.
And I think that Trekkies, I'm going to step on some toes here.
Ooh, you going there?
Unpopular opinion. There? I think that Trekkies are a lot like your angry atheists. And I think that those groups have a lot of old, straight, white men who do not like their brown people or their women's leading. I don't think they like the gay, and I don't think they like the non-gender they-thems. I think that a lot of Trekkies, which are going to be your older people, your boomer type fans. Yeah. And I think that there is an intersection there. And you yourself have said that with regard to the atheist community, there are so many more men out atheists than women.
Yeah, we talk about it a lot.
We
were just talking about it recently.
I feel like there's a huge overlap. And it's sad because Star Trek in particular, but sci-fi in general, the ideals of these communities are so much better than any one episode or any one fandom.
Yeah.
Because
generally speaking.
Right. But the ideals of Star Trek, in like I said, in particular, are supposed to be forward thinking, progressive, people being past all of this nonsense, you know, being able to get along without stupidity of worrying about what people have between their legs or what color they are or what they look like.
As a side note here, I think I'm pretty sure that Gene Roddenberry was an atheist.
I have some notes on that if you would like.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. The creator of Star Trek, Gene Roddenberry, was an atheist who believed that religion would not exist in the future.
Yeah.
Oh, to be there.
What an idealistic view.
Right? He wanted to create an atheistic utopia where people could make rational decisions and exercise free will.
Yeah.
Roddenberry's vision was often critical even of religion.
Very.
And he believed that religion was manipulative and illogical.
Yeah. As the Vulcans would say.
Yeah. I put a few quotes here from him. He stopped going to church as soon as it became possible for me to do things on my own as a teenager. I made up my mind that church and probably largely the Bible was not for me. I did not go back to even thinking much about it for years. If people need religion, ignore them and maybe they will ignore you and you can go on with your life.
Wouldn't that be a nice world to live in?
Right? And then a separate quote that I particularly enjoy. I condemn false prophets. I condemn the effort to take away the power of rational decision, to drain people of their free will, and a hell of a lot of money in the bargain.
Yeah.
So Star Trek remained largely secular as far as human society was concerned after Gene Roddenberry's death in 1991.
Yeah.
So you did not really see a lot of religiosity in the shows, but I would argue that, and we'll come back to that in a minute.
It definitely is we have come across it quite a bit, and it's not always like the main theme, but it's just something they'll say in the midst of the show that's like, wow, that's a statement.
That's a statement. Yeah. So one writer is quoted as saying, "We wanted to avoid religion, to be quite frank, but we did very often explore theology through alien characters, which frankly is much more interesting anyway." Whether it was the Bajorans, which those are from Deep Space Nine, and their religion, or the Borg and their religion, which we will see more of that. I see your confused face. We have not watched Picard yet.
Okay.
And the show Picard, from what I understand, has more Borg and religion stuff in it.
Got it.
Okay. So I can't speak to that.
Sure.
But anyway, to continue the quote, says, "We want to keep Star Trek secular, the human facet of Star Trek secular."
Yeah.
Which I can appreciate. I have several different not quotes, but like episode pieces that I pulled out that we could discuss. Like they talked about religion in this episode, but I'm not there yet. What I really, really want to get to before we do anything else is talk about the original movies, because those came out after the original series had been canceled.
Right. And there was, and that's something about the original series. I always thought there was a lot more seasons. There were only 3 seasons of the first Star Trek.
Yeah.
I'm like, that was it? That's what this whole franchise is based off of, like 3 seasons. That's where all this popularity sprung from originally. Is 3 seasons of the original episode. It's
an amazing show for what it is, but it's also, like I said, very sexist and rapey.
Sure. It's the original series you're saying. Yeah.
It's pretty gross.
No, it is.
But it was very popular, and the movies were pretty fucking amazing.
There is the William Riker, like, where he sticks his, penis in your face.
Right.
When he steps up and like,
he was like, always standing right next to Data's face. But here's the thing, like, I feel kind of bad for him because, what's his name? Riker. What's Riker's name in real life? I can't fucking remember.
Yeah, you got me on the spot, and I can't think of it now.
Anyway,
Frakes. Jonathan Frakes.
Jonathan Frakes. Yeah. Bless his heart. He's like 500 feet tall.
Is he really?
Yeah, he's
Okay.
like renowned for being super duper tall.
Got it.
So it's not his fault.
So the giants in the Bible are correct. They
Yes.
are real. It's just it's Jonathan Frakes.
It is.
Okay. All right.
It's kind of not his fault if he stands next to you while you're sitting and his penis is in your face. It's not his fault. So, okay, but I wanted to talk about the movies real quick.
Yeah,
Because
okay.
I thought somebody pointed this out and I was like, oh my God, this like blew my mind.
Okay.
Okay. So the first the first movie was called The Motion Picture, Star Trek: The Motion Picture.
Yeah.
Okay, because it was like, whoa,
Right.
you know,
Right.
amazing. Okay, and
They gave us a fucking movie.
Right?
Wow.
yeah, well, and it's about Viger, which is Voyager. That's the name of the ship, but some of the
okay.
letters got scratched off. It's searching. It's on a quest for its creator. Like,
Okay.
I don't know if you've seen the movie, or maybe it's been like 100 years.
It's been a long
for
time
you.
since I've seen the movie.
And as soon as we finish up the series that we're currently working through, which is Voyager, we plan to watch the movies because we
Yeah.
realized that we kind of forgot to watch all those.
Right.
So yeah, in that first movie, that fucking ship is looking for its creator. Like, that's the sole purpose. Like, it doesn't realize that it's a spaceship
Right. Right.
and it's on a mission to find basically God. You know?
Okay.
Which, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. So then Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan, that one involves the Genesis Project, which is the act of creation, which is what they are doing to the planets.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
So we've got a spaceship
Because
searching
it was
for
a
God.
terraforming thing.
Yeah.
Right.
So we've got a spaceship searching for God. We've got a Genesis, basically, let there be light on this fucking
Creating
planet.
planets. Yeah. With life.
Yeah. And then in number 3, we've got that one's the search for Spock, and we've got a goddamn resurrection.
Yeah. Because Spock died.
Spock dies and is resurrected thanks to his body being spit out onto
the Genesis
the
planet.
Genesis planet. Yeah. So, I mean, we've got a religion story here.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
We've got searching for God, making Genesis, and then we've got a resurrection.
And then we had whales.
And then we had whales. Now, number 5 is The Final Frontier. And I skipped over The Voyage Home because they go into the past and get whales, which
yeah.
I love. That's my favorite one because,
My least favorite.
but that was my introduction into the franchise.
Sure. No, you
So-
told me that before.
Like, I have a soft spot for it. It's
Yeah.
the first one that I saw in theater. It was just right at the right age. I watched it with my parents. We went and saw it multiple times at the theater.
Yeah.
They hated it. I loved it. It was very, like, I mean, what is more 80s than Save the Whales?
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
So I could see why they hated it, but I also see why me and my sister love it.
Yeah, because your parents were Reagan Republicans.
Yes.
So.
Hardcore.
Yeah.
Like, pictures on the wall.
Right.
Guys.
Yeah.
For real. I'm not exaggerating.
Yeah.
Anyway, so we don't include number 4 in this. Number 5 is called The Final Frontier, and they explicitly send the ship to find God.
Okay.
And I don't remember that. I got this off of a thing.
Yeah, I
where
don't
they're talking
recall that.
about-
I don't recall that either.
But that was, I think, number 5 was the last Trekkie movie I saw. Trek movie, Star Trek
Original
movie.
series.
Any of them that I saw.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
So I might have seen the one where, like, the Next Generation
I was going to
guys.
say, I thought there were some Next Generation movies, but.
I think there was one, and I don't remember,
Okay.
honestly. But as far as, like, what I can remember, number 5 was the last one that I saw that I can recall.
Got it.
So I'm very excited to head into these. But I thought that was so interesting that taking out number 4, the first 5 movies.
All revolved around a God
Yeah.
image of some type.
Some type
Now-
of biblical theme.
Right. But it was more of, yeah,
Very broad, but very present nonetheless.
sure. But it wasn't about God necessarily.
The first one was. The first
Right,
one.
but it was asking there's question, like it's not like promoting Christianity.
No, it's not. But the first one was the thing is very much talking about who created me, why
Sure.
was I created? Are you a God? Like, it was very much God driven.
But that's different than saying it's a Christian theme.
Right.
Like if you're saying, like I'm just saying, like to discuss the origins of where we came from and bringing a God into it isn't as restrictive,
right,
as talking about it in the context of a Christian God,
sure,
or whatever God,
right. No, you're right. It's very general religion, not Christian religion,
right.
And I don't know if this is a correct environment for this exact question, but I'm just going to put it there just as something to discuss at some point.
Okay.
Religion in general, like, what are we even talking about when we talk about religion and God? Like, I was talking about this before we were on mic, and like, to me, God is there to explain the before, during, and after, which is like, where do we come from and what is our purpose and why are we here and how do we get here? And then the during is like how you live your life, your values and your morals. And then the after is like, where do we go when we're dead?
Yeah.
Right. So to me, those are like the questions that quote unquote God would answer for somebody. Right.
Yeah.
So when we're talking about God in movies or Christian God in movies or religion in movies, like, is religion separate from God?
It can be, very much so. Yeah.
So how would you differentiate those in Star Trek?
Well, I mean, religion is a belief in
like a system,
higher power. So it doesn't have to be a God. It could be a natural higher power. It could be a AI. It could be any number of things that you could imagine that would be a religious idea of how we became the way we became.
I'm going to push back on that definition. I think that religion is the practice of praising that thing.
I don't think so.
What you're talking about is a faith. The religion is the system of practicing that faith.
Okay.
That's my understanding of the word religion. Like, you do something religiously, you do it systematically.
I'm going to look up the definition here because I am curious what it says. But it says, so what I got here is the core elements are belief in the supernatural. This could be it could involve the belief of a god, gods, spirits, or other supernatural forces. That's the first thing it says. Practices and rituals, which doesn't have to be a practice or ritual towards a god. It could be a practice and ritual towards supernatural forces.
Right.
Or whatever.
But that's more towards the second point here that you're making is more towards what I'm saying is the practice, the system, not necessarily the belief.
Okay.
Like, what you're saying is that religion is the belief. I'm saying that religion is the system of how you practice that belief.
But it literally just says belief in the supernatural.
I know, and
that's one of the definitions.
I'm going to disagree with that, even though I'm sorry, but
okay.
I am. I'm going to disagree with that.
Okay.
I understand that by saying that, I am disagreeing with the dictionary definition, but
yeah,
I think religion is a system, not the belief.
I disagreed before I even looked it up, so I'm just going to leave it at that. I don't know what else to say.
That's fine. But I mean, I think it's worth thinking about when we're thinking about both of those in regards to Star Trek, because we're talking about their faith or their belief, any one of the characters or their races versus the practice thereof. Like, okay, let's talk about the Bajorans in Deep Space Nine,
sure.
Right? Like, the Bajorans have a religion, right? And they have all of these motions that they go through, and they're presented, the majority of them, as having belief.
Right. But they literally call those performative things that they do religious practices. Religious practices. Mm-hmm. As in, they believe in this God or this supernatural force or whatever it is, and these are the things they do to practice that belief.
False. Those are religious practices that they go through whether or not they have the belief. Because there are people who go through those motions that don't necessarily have the belief. For example, when we first meet Major Kira, Nerys, she doesn't necessarily have a lot of belief. She's going through the motions.
she gains belief through her exposure to the wormhole and through the wormhole aliens, or, you know, whatever I'm using the scientific term that they gave it, but the prophets,
right,
is what the Bajorans call them.
Yeah.
And she had to kind of pick one and get there. And as a Bajoran, she decided, okay, I'm going to have faith. These are prophets, not wormhole aliens.
Okay.
But she was going through the motions as a Bajoran. She was going through the religious practices.
But it's religious practices.
Right.
That's where I'm...
But she didn't have faith. She didn't have belief.
I'm gonna have to just like disagree with you here. Like,
okay.
And I don't agree with you.
Okay.
So
I'm not sure what we're disagreeing on.
Whether or not it means belief or religious practice. You're saying that it's the motion that they go through. It's the things that they're doing.
The system.
It's, to me, religion is about the belief in whatever that system is. So
what would you call a person who goes to church and goes through all the motion and everything, but...
A closeted atheist. Of course.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know what else to say. Like that.
Okay.
To me, I've never. Yeah. And the definition. I'm just going to go back to the definition. That
I see you pointing to the screen. I get it.
No, I was saying.
You're saying wrap it up and move along.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because this is getting very just like.
We disagree.
Yeah, we disagree. That's it.
Okay, go ahead.
What am we going ahead with?
Oh.
You're the one in charge with the show.
I'm the one in charge. Damn it. Why do I always have to be in charge? All right. Well, anyway, I thought that the definition of the movies being religious or Christianity not, but God yes, whatever we're calling that, was interesting. Like I said, I pulled out some instances of religion that I thought you might want to talk about, unless there was something else that you wanted to deal with. Like the Klingons had their own
very warlike god.
Well, their
gods or whatever.
Their god was like honor based, and it was like either you're going to this place where you're honored because you died an honorable death, or not.
Right.
That was it. Kahless.
No, Kahless was one of the warriors. It wasn't Kahless.
No, Kahless was literally Kahless turns out to be... Kahless was the war god guy.
Yeah, he's a guy. It's not where they go.
Oh, no, he's the war god.
Right.
He's a god.
Yeah, okay.
That's what I was saying.
I thought you were saying that that's where they went when they died.
No.
Okay.
He's a god.
Okay, all right.
He's the afterlife guy. He's the... No, not necessarily the afterlife guy.
He was an actual person that they reference. Like he's an actual person that they tell stories about.
He's a mythological Hercules.
Yes. But it sounds very much like they're just like they have historical, like they recreate the historical accounts of that battle.
Right.
So it's something that to them is very real.
They totally LARP. Klingons are LARPers. Oh my God, that's hilarious. I want to watch a Klingon LARPing session. Why can't holodecks be real?
That would be cool.
Right?
Yeah.
What would you do in a holodeck?
I don't know. Probably like whatever I want, I guess.
I mean, I would visit places.
Yeah. I mean, it would be, like I said, it'd be whatever you want. You can set up an entire world. You can set up a game. You can set up, I could, if you had a holodeck room, you could go in there and you could play tennis anytime. You could go in there and race cars. You could go in there and do whatever you want.
I would just be so boring because I would just make like these beautiful aesthetics to sit and read a book.
Yeah.
And that is very dull.
You actually probably would.
And that is so dull. And people would be like, you're wasting an hour in the holodeck. Can you just do that in your room?
Right.
All right.
So yeah, go ahead and go over some of the things that you were going to go over. Because I really the only thing that I had to add, well, it's more about what we're doing. Actually, why don't we cover it so we don't get to the very, we don't lose anybody at the very end.
Do it.
So we talk about Star Trek all the time on our podcast.
All the fucking time.
And we watch Star Trek as our backup, not even backup. We just watch Star Trek, and we're watching it from the beginning of when Star Trek started.
So we finished the original series, and we finished The Next Generation.
Yep.
We
recently
finished Deep Space Nine, and
We're in Voyager.
we're over halfway through Voyager.
Yeah. So, but what we've come across quite a bit is just like, we'll be in the middle of an episode and they'll say something so profound with regard to religion or just,
politics.
Yeah, or politics or whatever.
Society.
And I can't help every time I'm like, oh my gosh, where I have to find this quote. This is an amazing quote. And then I can never find it. I can never find it. There's never anywhere where I can find these things. And I'm like, what the fuck? Why isn't there like a complete database of all of these fucking videos and all these short quotes? And then it dawned on me.
That you're an idiot?
That I'm an idiot and I need to create them myself.
Well, yeah.
So what I've done, I bought the first, I bought Star Trek season 1.
Yeah.
And I'm going to start there. And as we're watching Star Trek, I'm going to go back and rewatch Star Trek again.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to pull out all the Star Trek clips.
Yeah.
I'm going to get all the clips.
I'm
going to get all the good shit.
You guys.
And then I'm going to create a database with all this shit on it. And I'm going to link to it on our website. And I'm going to create a religious and science and whatever short clip Star Trek database.
And that way you can prove that I'm right and you're wrong.
What? What do we prove that who's right?
Every time you pull something out, it'll be like, oh, wife was right about that. It'll make me happy.
What would I be proving that you were right about?
Everything. Everything. Ever.
Okay.
You're looking at me so crazy, like,
well, like
what?
where would I don't understand what you're referencing.
I'm not referencing anything. It was just supposed to be funny because, you know, I'm always right and you're always wrong.
Oh. No.
You know?
No.
No?
No.
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 Okay. Well, it was funny in my head. Stovall Core was the place that they went.
Stovall Core, yeah.
Yeah.
That's right. For the Klingons.
Yeah, for the Klingons.
They're heaven.
But
you have to die gloriously in battle. Yeah. Generally.
Yeah, and so Worf was like really, really distressed that his wife, Dax, would not... Jadzia.
Yeah.
Would not make it.
Yeah.
Because I guess she didn't die gloriously, question mark?
Well, was it him that killed... Who killed her? It was somebody... It was one of their own crew or something like that, and it was because they were taken over by something. And anyway, she didn't die in battle necessarily, so he was worried that she wouldn't be there. And then, whatever. So there's all kinds of shit with that one, but yeah.
So he had to go fight a glorious battle in her name.
In her name, yeah.
Yeah, which I'm like, whatever.
Right, but then she came back to life because it's a Dax, and that's a whole other thing.
It's a symbiont.
Yeah, it's a symbiont. Mm-hmm. So
it's not a Dax. Its name is Dax. That particular symbiote's name.
Oh, that's
is
right.
Dax.
That's right. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. So
you were right.
Oh my God, I was Trekkie just then. Just kidding. Just kidding. Watch, all the Trekkies are gonna like come after us and start sending us hate mail, and like we're gonna end up on. It won't be the government that shuts us down. It'll be the Trekkies.
Probably, yeah.
That's the way it goes.
Yeah.
So there was this whole thing about the Bajorans, remember, calling the wormhole prophets.
Yes.
And then there was that one guy, Dukat.
Yeah, the guy, the Cardassian.
Yeah.
That he was kind of like the leader. For a bit, he was the leader of the Cardassians. And...
He was like my favorite bad guy ever until at the end, because then he made the ugliest Bajoran. He did. He got like transformative surgery to make himself look like a Bajoran, and then he was ugly. And I was like, no, stop it. Go be a Cardassian again.
Right.
I loved hating him.
Well, yeah, he was a great bad guy.
He was a great bad guy.
Yeah.
But then he had to go try to pretend to be a Bajoran in order to wake up the Bajoran devils so that he could like be the king of the Bajoran demon guys.
Right.
The Paul Wraiths.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so he's like, king of the devils.
Somehow I don't really feel like we're doing these storylines great credit here.
No, I'm doing them great justice because I'm telling you what happened. I'm doing you justice because I'm telling you what happened.
All right.
Yeah. So he's like, I'm king of the devils. And they were like, are you though?
I think one of my favorite things about, so like we're talking a lot about Deep Space Nine because it's the one we just recently finished.
Yeah. Yeah.
And there is that religion in there from the Cardassians that are in the show.
Mm-hmm.
And because of that, and because of who people are in this, like there's an unwilling prophet that's a Starfleet officer, that's a Starfleet captain. Cisco, right?
The Cisco.
And then there's Kira, who was a skeptic somewhat of her religion from her own culture at first, and then becomes more of a believer. But like between all the different characters and how they interact with religion and beliefs,
Mm-hmm.
there's a lot of fantastic commentary about religion and about belief.
Government and people following and people choosing to believe versus just having that innate belief just always in them or whatever.
Right.
Yeah, it was pretty interesting, I thought. The way it all came together.
Yeah.
Like a lot of people hated the ending of that show. And I could see why. Sure. But I didn't hate it particularly.
I didn't
love it,
right.
But I didn't hate it.
Sure.
Where else could it go?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
When you make religion or faith like that part of the storyline, you're going to write yourself into a corner.
Yeah, I agree.
So, there wasn't a lot of ways they could have ended it, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But on the show that we're currently watching, Voyager, something just recently happened that kind of sparked this whole conversation. There's an annoying character named Neelix.
Yes.
And he's less annoying the more you watch the show because he becomes the morale officer and he's like the cook or whatever.
It's a really powerful episode, actually.
Yeah. This is, like I said, what started this whole thing. So he's kind of like simple, but always joyful.
Yeah.
And so, like I said, he kind of grows on you because you're like, God damn it, you're less annoying now. You're just kind of cute. Like we
love you.
He's like the mascot, right?
Yeah.
Like the dog you never wanted that could talk. And he's like very enthusiastic. He tries to please everybody. He's just like, he's in the background trying to just bring you a cup of tea.
And he's also like the most empathetic character you'll ever meet,
he's
right?
Kind,
like he's very very much concerned about everybody else. He's a giver, constantly a giver.
Constantly. And that's why they kind of bestowed upon him, well, shit, man, you're going to be our morale officer, because they also realized that he was able to make inroads with these different cultures that they meet, whether he knew of them or not. He was able to,
because he is so empathetic.
Yeah, he was able to talk with them, and so he could build trade so that he could re-up their supplies.
Sure.
So anyway, whatever. So he always had this belief that you don't really hear about a lot because it's just not important to his character so much as that once you hear it explained, you're like, yeah, that tracks. He's explaining to this child who's afraid of monsters, you shouldn't be scared of monsters because, when you're trying to go to sleep at night, just think about the great forest. And this little girl's like, the fuck is a great forest?
Right.
And he's like, well, duh, it's, where all of the loved ones that you've ever known are there looking after you. It's like very Avatar. If you've seen that movie, like The Great Tree, like... Alway, whatever her name is.
Tree of Life or
Tree
whatever.
of Life.
Anything with a tree that represents that, idea.
It's even just, it's very spiritual, It's nice. It's a nice thought. Sure. And so this little girl's comforted and goes to bed. Yay. Well, in the course of the episode, which again, we've never really heard that faith background discussion from him, but it's not surprising. It tracks with who he is and where he comes from and why his character is the way it is.
He's like your average person who just believes in God, but doesn't really go to church and doesn't really,
just this simple thing.
Right.
And
it's just
fine.
a background type thing.
Right.
It's just there.
Yeah.
Right.
And so during the course of this episode, something happens to him and he dies.
Yeah.
And it's kind of shocking.
Well,
it would have been if the way that our system is set up,
Like, it shows you a little bit of what's coming in the episode.
Right.
And so we knew, oh, he's going to die and come back to life in this episode.
Just to go off on
So
a short
fucking
rant,
annoying.
Just to go off on a short rant here. These streaming services that we're using these days do not know how to do streaming services.
They don't know how to stream old shows and commercial breaks.
They can't tell you what you watched last. They can't, like, when you try to watch the next episode, it puts you on the last episode. When they start you on an episode, they show you a clip from the middle of the fucking episode. I'm like, what are you guys doing?
And
this is so simple. How do you fuck it up on every platform?
And they can never tell when the commercial break is. Because some of them you have to watch the ads, like on Paramount Plus, right? We're watching shows on Paramount Plus. Whatever, I don't care. I mean, ads is what pays for it. Fine. I hate it, but it is what it is, right? I don't mind the ads, but the ads never fall during ad breaks.
Right.
They're just like random.
Yeah.
And whatever. It's so stupid. And I mute them because they commercials are a trigger for me. I know that sounds weird. It's a mental health thing. I don't know how to explain it to you, but you can tell if I've been taking my medication by how angry the commercials get me.
Oh man. Yeah.
It's true. It's true. How much I yell back at the television tells you how mentally healthy I am that week.
Yeah, I could probably guess within a day or two how long it's been.
Yeah. It's true. Like, so now you know. So anyway, he dies. And if we had not had that, glitch in the system, it would have been shocking. It was very shocking nonetheless.
Yes.
Okay. So this thing happens and they're able to revive him because science,
Yeah.
and not religiously. It's pure science that revives him. It's like nanobot things from the Borg chick 7 of 9 or whatever.
Got it. Yeah.
Okay, so that's not the religious part. Him coming back to life is not religious-y.
Got it.
Okay, what happens is he expected that while he was dead, he would see the great forest, and that his loved ones, in particular his sister, whom he adored, would be there waiting for him, and that never happened. Now, I had an argument to that. My argument was twofold. One, either, dude, you didn't really die if you were brought back, and, the Great Forest probably knew, and that's why you didn't see nothing, because the Great Forest knew.
Sure.
Okay? Like, following your fucking faith system, okay? Like, I'm trying to speak your language and get in your head and comfort you. The Great Forest knew you weren't really dead, even though your body didn't know better.
Right.
Okay? Whatever. That is the first argument. The second argument is, you were dead. How do you know what you saw? It's not for the waking life. It's not for the alive. Maybe you did and you just don't remember it because it happened while you were dead. Okay, whatever.
Sure.
That's how I would have comforted him.
Right.
I mean, I would have been nicer about it. I wouldn't have been such a bitch, but I found the whole thing annoying. But anyway, he comes back and he's like, holy shit. Religion is dead. There is no afterlife. What the fuck is the purpose of even living?
Right. Yeah.
And literally,
it's actually really dark.
It's very dark. He goes on like this suicide goodbye mission. Like he's telling people, he's recording videos, thinks it's been nice knowing you. He's like making sure every single person that he interacted with, like, has the best possible send off from him that there could ever be. And then at the end of the episode, the only thing that brings him back from the brink of death is that little girl at the beginning that he had been comforting. She needed him to come
tuck her in
at night and, make her not be scared of the monsters and to tell her the story.
Yeah, she specifically asked for the tree story.
Yeah.
His religion or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, she didn't even know it was religion. She was just like, it's nice and it's comforting. I need it.
Right.
Yeah. I need you to come tell me that night story.
Right.
And so he's like, duty calls. And suddenly I'm not suicidal, which that part I did find very annoying. Like, and this is so 80s centric. Like the after school special shows were like, well, we solved alcoholism in one episode and it never happened again.
Well, yeah, like he had that call from her and then everybody just let him take off and do that thing.
Yeah.
I mean, he was just ready to like literally kill himself.
Right. And I'm like, so, and the rest of the story that they don't tell the audience is that Neelix was on suicide watch for the next month and had to report in to a counselor every day.
and then every week, and then every month until, time had passed and they were sure that he was okay.
Right.
But they never address it again. And that I know of.
Right.
Like, I'm going to assume, I'm going to go out on a limb here and assume that it's never addressed again.
Right.
But it was that aside, the fact that it was very after school special in the 80s-esque, it was a very powerful episode.
It was. And that's what got us thinking about doing the clips. Well, I mean, I've been talking about it forever, but
you have.
That's what motivated me to actually buy the first season and resolve to actually start doing it.
Because we were sitting here just talking and talking and talking about religion and Star Trek.
Well, some of our best discussions about religion happen around Star Trek.
Yeah.
And I feel like lots of people could benefit from this.
We're not making this a Star Trek Central podcast. That's not what this discussion is. No. FYI, I don't want to scare anybody off.
But I might put a quote in occasionally.
Well, yeah.
I mean,
but we do that anyways because fuck off.
But I am going to start making it part of our social media, and I do want to kind of store a database of it.
Well, that was something else. I think that you were going to make a change a little bit because you were kind of feeling down about how on social media, a lot of the stuff that gets shared is very negative, fuck God and fuck Jesus and religion is so stupid and you suck, which, all of those things may be true and we may actually feel that way, but it's so negative.
And to be fair, some of the memes that I share have contributed to that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because what I was taught early on doing social media for this podcast was that this is the stuff that gets attention.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I was conditioned and taught.
Yeah. If it bleeds, it leads, whatever gets the clicks, and that's how you build an audience quickly.
Right. But I really want to be more of a welcoming voice of reason than a voice that is distancing ourselves from other people.
So we want to be less fuck religion, which I mean, definitely fuck religion.
And we're still going to say God's a dick.
Yeah.
That's not changing.
Still fuck religion. Okay. That attitude is not changing.
Right.
But less of that and more of, God, science is awesome.
Science is awesome. And not I don't ever want to be the person that calls out the believer, because the believer, there's a million reasons why they're a believer. And I don't know what that is.
Right.
I don't know those reasons. But the truth is that right now in our Discord, I think, and I could be wrong about this, but I think everybody in here other than us maybe was a believer at one point or another, or at least most of them were.
Yeah.
So,
and there's one who still is.
Not in tonight.
Not in tonight, but she is very much still a believer and yet hangs out with us regularly and asks the good questions and lets us ask her the good questions, which I appreciate.
Yeah.
Great discussions.
Definitely. And it just, so it those are the things that kind of have been making me want to be a little bit more welcoming with our social media presence, and then go from there. Because even though we say God's a dick, even though we say religion sucks, we never specifically say believers suck. We never say the people. We might comment on politics and religion.
I will totally admit that I do sometimes talk about how much Christians and Christianity piss me off and how much they suck. I do,
right, but that's a generalization.
Rail against Christians. I'm trying to be honest. I'm trying to be. I don't want to be a hypocrite about things I have said and things that I feel.
Well, and it's hard for me to recall 4.5 years of podcasting, but
I can absolutely tell you 100%, even though I can't recall specifically, that I have said Christians suck or something to that effect.
But we also don't, if we have somebody in front of us that is a genuinely good person, we're not going to disparage them for being a believer. We know many people who are good people who are believers.
Right.
And it doesn't make them a bad person. It doesn't make them an evil person. What we're really saying when we say fuck Christians, if I'm sure that, like you said, that's probably something you've said at some point. Generally, you're referencing the evangelical sect that is very anti-gay, that is very, hateful towards certain groups of people.
Racist, sexist, anti-trans, all of the bad, unprogressive things.
So even when we do say that, or may say that, it's not specifically a actual reference to all Christians. It's a reference to a certain type of Christian.
Yeah.
And maybe we need to be a little bit more specific. Discerning when we say that too.
Yeah.
But it's just certain considerations that we've been talking about and making with regard to how we want to come across on our podcast and through social media.
Generally just less negative and hateful and more loving and positive and welcoming.
Because I think at the core, that's who we are. Anyway. Yeah. So it fits who we are more, and that's who we want to be.
And Star Trek is fun.
Yeah. Definitely. Did you have anything else for us tonight?
I mean, there's a bunch of episodes like a reference,
okay.
But
I think really this was just like, we were really excited about this new project, and we are going to be, I'm going to be digging through every episode of Star Trek and coming up with clips, and I'm actually really excited about it because I think there's some great conversation starters. I think there's some great,
I totally agree.
Just great questions that get asked in that series.
Yeah.
And honestly, I feel like it's a good place to start with somebody if you're discussing a religion. Like, hey, maybe step outside of your Christian box and look at this question from a different perspective. And that's what looking at it through a science fiction lens can help you do sometimes. And I'm really excited about bringing that to the table at some level, either through social media or maybe a short clip here or something on the podcast every once in a while. So
I'm gonna say, since we're wrapping this up, that one of my favorite books that got me thinking about religion within a science fiction context.
Yeah.
I read in my early 20s. It's called A Choice of Gods by Clifford Simak, Simak, A Choice of Gods.
Yeah.
I highly urge you, if you are at all interested in science fiction, to give it a read. I think you will enjoy it. It is so good. And it really challenged my way of thinking, and just, how do you put religion in science fiction? That's how. It was really good. It was really good.
Well, and just for anybody that doesn't know this about us, science fiction really is a large definer of who we are. Like that's something we share together that we love. And there's a lot, like when we find something that is a commentary on religion in science fiction, like we're both like salivating over that because it's just
true.
It's usually such an insightful way to look at it. So,
like, some couples send each other like nudes or sexty texts, and we don't. We send each other sci-fi memes and religion stuff, and like, oh my god, I just saw this thing, and this is so funny, and it's gonna be something.
Yeah.
Along the science fiction or religion.
And pictures of our cat.
And pictures of our cat and kid. Yeah. That's pretty much. We're so boring. I love us.
All right. I don't think we have a lot more to say on this. So
no, I think we've said it.
You ready to wrap this one up then?
I'm ready to wrap this one up then.
All right. I know we're behind on finishing up with Micah.
Yeah, we've got a You're Always Wrong.
And the weekly replays. So we'll be getting those out probably in the next couple of days because I've got some time here shortly. So those will be out soon, and then we'll get into the next book. So we'll see you guys.
Which is Nahum.
Oh, there you go. You got it this time. Mm-hmm. All right. We'll see you guys then.
Bye. Husband!
Wife!
Holy shit, what are we doing?
Well, we have... this is long overdue.
Long overdue.
We have been out of commission a little bit this month.
Because winter and COVID and weather and grossness.
Yeah, and we have kind of neglected our Patreon episodes.
We have neglected our Patreon supporters.
On that note, I do have to say, because we've kind of been out of sorts lately, I have seen there are a bunch of new Patreon supporters.
Are there
and
really?
We're going to get to you. We're going to get
Holy
to your
moly.
mentions and things like that. So I just want to say here and now,
We see you?
we see you and thank you.
Holy moly.
That's we really appreciate it, and I'm I'm not sure if it was because we were missing you came searching for us, but whatever the reason, thank you and welcome, and we love to have you here, and it's really, really appreciated.
And we are going to keep crawling along. And again, we are so sorry that we have neglected you Patreon supporters. You are just amazing people, and we feel terrible that we have not delivered on our end. So
That being
towards
said, what are we covering today?
Well, you may have heard that there was a stunt pulled at Trump's inauguration.
No way. I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
I want to preface this by saying I did not watch the inauguration. I could not bring myself to do it. I, for the last month, have kind of shut myself off from listening to podcast news stuff, which was like my daily grind. Like, you could not get me and my podcast player apart.
Sure.
So I don't want to talk about the inauguration or Trump, but there was a motherfucking troll pulling some trollish activity. His name is Elon Musk, and I hate him.
Yeah.
And there was questions about, well, there shouldn't have been, but there were questions about whether or not this motherfucker did a Nazi salute.
Yeah.
Now, I will briefly mention our thoughts on that, well, my thoughts on that, when we get into the meat of the episode.
Okay.
And that's about all we're going to say about him and the inauguration and all that. What we're talking about today is actually the history of the Nazi salute, because they kept talking about, did he, didn't he, what is, and they're saying it was a Roman salute. And I'm like, what the fuck is a Roman salute? Like, I don't know any of that shit.
Right.
So I was like, okay.
They're trying to dismiss it.
Some, yeah.
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 Okay.
And so I was like, all right, I need to learn more about this shit.
Sure. So we're going to learn more about the Nazi salute then.
Right. So this is more like a history dive than a politics moan and groan bitch sesh.
Got it.
So I'm very excited about this. I found some really neat stuff. You probably know all of it. I knew almost none of it.
I don't know that I will. Maybe,
Okay.
I mean, I know a lot about history, but I don't know a
You
lot.
might know the parts of it as pertain to World War II.
Sure.
You might not know a lot of it prior to that.
Possibly.
Okay.
We'll find out, I guess.
Sure.
For those of you who are not patrons and are not with us live today on Discord, you're missing out.
You're missing out.
Yeah. And all it takes really is either to show up on Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. when we do our live Eastern, when we do our live Discords, or $2 a month on Patreon will get you these episodes, and you can listen to them at your leisure.
Yeah.
So definitely do that for us, and hopefully we'll see you on Discord or on Patreon.
Yes.
That being said, are you ready to do this?
That being said, I am ready to do this.
Let's do it.
Okie dokie. All right. So I mentioned that we're talking about the history of the Nazi salute.
You did.
And I mentioned who did it.
You
Kind
did.
of. Like I said, yeah, it was Elon at Trump's inauguration.
Sure.
I wanted to talk about it just briefly, and then we'll just
We're
move
moving
on.
along. Yeah.
Okay, because
right.
I don't want to. We're not doing politics-ish today.
Mostly.
Kind of mostly.
Just for a minute.
Yeah. So at the inauguration, Elon Musk, who is actually not even a political figure at this particular moment in time, although he is now like head of Doge, which is the Department of whatever doo-doo fart face
Stupidness.
gubernatorial nonsense.
Whatever.
So he's like political adjacent, whatever.
Sure.
So he was like, this is great, and some votes matter, and some
Department of Government Efficiency.
Yeah, there you go.
that's
There
what
you
it
go.
was.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I liked my description better.
Want to hear something you won't hear anywhere else? We're unlocking a secret world over here on our Patreon, where the stories get juicier and the laughs get louder. But this door is only for those with a key. The key to our Patreon. Head to patreon.com/sacrilegious discourse to unlock bonus episodes, behind-the-scene goodies, and a whole lot more. Yay! For just $2 a month, you can support the show you love and get a VIP pass to our inner circle. What are you waiting for? The party's just getting started over on Patreon. Hey wife, I guess that's the end?
But husband, that's just sad.
It doesn't have to be. We are on lots of social media platforms like Twitter. Our handle there is sacrilegious_D.
For D's nuts.
Oh my god. Stop doing that. Anyway, we're also on Facebook, Instagram, and Pinterest. There's a link to all of our social media sites at our website.
Ooh, we have a website?
Yeah, it's sacrilegiousdiscourse.com, where you can also find a link to our merch shop.
We have a merch shop?
Yep, we have podcast-themed clothing, mugs, notebooks, and more, as well as an atheist and science-themed products.
Wow, our fans should really go check that out right now.
Definitely. They can get in touch with us by sending an email to sacrilegiousdiscourse@gmail.com. But before they do that, we could really use some help.
Oh yeah? With what?
Well, it's not free running the podcast, and we need some financial support in order to get better equipment, which will free up time so we can concentrate on our podcast and our fans.
Okay, so what should they do?
Head over to patreon.com/sacrilegious discourse and sign up as a contributor on our podcast. Supporters there receive additional bi-weekly episodes that we record just for our Patreon members for as little as $2 a month.
Also, we'd really appreciate it if you would like and subscribe on whatever platform you're using.
And Apple Podcast reviews help us out tremendously.
Like and subscribe. Leave an Apple review. Join us on Twitter. Support us on Patreon. That's a lot of instructions. Don't forget to say thanks.
Thanks.
Okay, bye.